White, second white, second white, second white. I get pressure. Pressure's anything. That's miles better. Come on,
All three.
It's constant players coming over that. Big pitch, lots of space.
Sometimes you give us a number and come with the change it and we'll call it change it. Give them a ring, I'll remember that.
Next, Michael. Oh, mate. Pass. You're in the middle on it. Great orchestration. Stay there, stay there. defending that.
Two one two one two one two one two one two one two.
This is 1 minute. Yeah.
Just send me the email, I know, but they want
each go. So you have to get some yards in there.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, how are we coming out start to either side? Stay this side though, right? twice now. We're going to go 16 now. Go and stand over till that stump there. Straight in. Up, there, up, up. Can you sort yourselves out? Can you sort yourselves out? There you go, Gav. Short.
Many
Strike, left-hander, and bowling to him, right arm over from the Lumley end is Ben Rain. That's left alone. First ball.
A word about Zain ul Hassan for those who may not be aware of his background. Born in Pakistan, brought up in the Midlands, was in the Worcestershire Academy. Didn't manage to carry on there. Played for about half a dozen second 11s over the last couple of years. Also the South Asian Cricket Academy, and was picked up by Glamorgan last season.
Being very short. The important question coming shortly is Rain bowls, and that angles away from the batsman. 4 in the slip corner. Graham is poised, and he's wondering where the lunch sheets are. Where did you put them?
I popped them into the scorer's box as you requested.
Okay. You can't see them?
So they're sitting in there.
Second door from the end door.
Ooh, one with the scorers in anyway.
Okay. Might have to fill them in again and then choose a whole load of different.
Oh, I can barely remember my own name at the moment.
Yeah. Rain coming in from the Lumley end. Oh, I thought that it got through the defences there. It was a late play to it. Bit of an inside edge. We've had one of these mornings where nothing's worked. Trying to track people down in the end of poems to see why systems aren't working like they should, and you just end up feeling like you're chasing your tail and you're not quite ready to be doing what you need to be doing. Rain in, bowls, played away down towards fine leg. And that is 1 run, so the first run of the day.
Yeah, Zain ul Hassan is actually by trade a middle order bat and change bowler. But given that Glamorgan's regular openers are both injured, and he did quite well in the role, pretty well down in the role down in Hove with 22 and 43. And time for Andrew Salter to have yet another spell as emergency opener, a job that he's done several times in the past.
Didn't he get some runs against Durham doing that a year or 2 ago? Or maybe 3 or 4 ago? I'll have to check my stats. As Rain comes into bowl to Salter, he places towards backward point and gets a single. First delivery.
I think he batted a long time at number 3 as an emergency number 3 up here about 5 years ago, which I don't seem to remember you enjoyed a lot at the time.
No, that was when they started batting for lunch at about 11:15 from memory. He was man of the match in the cup final 2 years ago. I remember that.
Certainly was.
75 against Durham in Swansea in 2017.
Oh, that one, yeah. The Paul Collingwood game, bless him.
From Pembroke.
Yes, hasn't been in the T20 side, much to a lot of people's surprise.
Last ball of the first over. As Rain comes around the wicket now to bowl to Zain ul Hassan. The ball goes off towards point, and that is the end of the over. 2 on the board.
Frankly, I'm pleasantly surprised that everyone out there seems to remember how to do championship cricket after several weeks of T20 crash and bash.
Craig Miles, by the way, is wearing number 18. But the numerals are so thin. It almost looks like there's just the 1 number there rather than 2.
Is he about to purvey? No. It's Baz Deleda.
Is it?
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
27.
Right. Here we go. Update for Eddie Newcastle. Yes, Durham lost the toss, and Glamorgan have decided to have a bat. Craig Miles is making his debut for Durham. He's come on loan for 2 games from Warwickshire, but he isn't opening the bowling today. The honour so far has gone to Ben Rain and the Netherlands international Baz Deleda. Just 2 runs on the board from the first over. 4 changes for Glamorgan as well since they last played in the county championship. 2 of those forced on them by Australia because Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Nisa are now with the Australia squad. We've got commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
So here is Deleda. 3 wickets so far in the championship for Durham. running away from us and bowling to the right-handed Salter, who leaves outside off stump. And there is no run. Salter opened at Headingley when Byram was briefly injured. And Byram, I think he had a back spasm actually, Eddie Byram on that occasion. But Eddie Byram's got rather a nasty hip injury that'll probably keep him out 6 to 8 weeks. Deleda, hair flopping, runs away from us, bowls to Salt, who slashes that one outside off stump and makes no contact.
First morning of a championship match, trying to clobber one way outside of the off stump, which should have just been left well alone.
Muscle memory. Even though he hasn't been in the first team, he's been playing T20s in the seconds for a couple of weeks, so I guess you get used to it. Got a few runs in the lower order in that. As Deleda is in to bowl to Salter and beats him just outside off stump. Through it goes to Ollie Robinson. So the Glamorgan batting lineup: Ul Hassan and Salter. Ingram at 3 for his second championship match of the season. Played in the first game against Gloucestershire, made 13 and 16. As Deleda, right arm over, is in to bowl to Salter, who leaves at the very last moment. Sam Northeast, who's just working his way back to form after a rather difficult start to the season. Then Kieran Carlson at 5, skipper, acting skipper, who's playing despite finger damage. At least dislocated and possibly fractured a finger last weekend. Deleda in to bowl to Salter. That's on leg stump, and probably wouldn't have hit a fifth stump on that side. The rest of the Glamorgan side then: Billy Root, Chris Cook, Andy Gorvin, Tim van der Hoogten, James Harris and Clem Sisodia. Not at all sure of the order of the last 4. End of the over. And Glamorgan remain on 2 without loss. A maiden to start with from Deleda. McAlinden is a new name on me, Martin.
Yeah, he's tall, fast bowler. And played a bit last year. Came through the academy from Carlisle originally. Ben Rain starts his second over the other day round the wicket. Oh, and a play and a miss from Al-Hussan. It stayed low, that one, didn't it? Pitched on a length and never really got up.
Yeah, strange for the first over, really, or the first few minutes of a game.
First-class games, made 44 runs and took 4 wickets. So he got 26 not out on his debut against Derbyshire last year. And his best bowling 2 for 63 in the same game. It was with the Cumberland/Cumbria cricket through the age groups over the years. Rain in here again now, pushed away by Al-Hussan out towards Scott Borthwick at mid-off. Borthwick's not played in the T20s. He did sign for Whitburn Cricket Club. Played 1 game for them 2 weeks ago, but hasn't played yesterday. I was at Felling and he wasn't playing yesterday, and didn't play in the game, I think, at Castle Eden the week before. So I think as Durham's injury situation has become apparent, they decided it was best not to have him playing in the North East Premier League. Rain in again now from the Lumley end. That one's left alone.
Stephen Moss on Twitter says, famous last words, but I think that's pretty good Glamorgan team, all things considered. Helped by winning the toss and Durham seamers being injured. Steve West, less optimistic. I suspect we may struggle with the 2 Aussies missing. Well, injuries on both sides, I think they about cancel each other out, to be honest.
Mm. And international call-ups.
Yeah, all don't cancel each other out.
In comes the bowler. That whacks into the thigh pad. No run there.
So Glamorgan have had an Australian leg spinner operating as their second overseas in the T20 by the name of Peter Zoglu. but since he has never played a first-class match, he probably wasn't considered for this.
It's an overcast morning at the moment, and a little bit of grey cloud around as this is defended. I am struggling to find Zainul Hassan on the Cricket Archive website. Sometimes it's down to spelling, isn't it? But oh, there he is.
It might be. He's played one List A game before this season.
So he did one day out with Worcestershire in 2018.
Yeah, that was only his. That was his previous first team official experience.
In comes Rain bowls. This is played up to mid-on, and he's played minor counties for Herefordshire.
And as I say, for about half a dozen second teams in the last couple of summers before he hit a run of decent form with Glamorgan seconds and prompted them to offer him a contract. This is second first-class game. Played down at Sussex last time out.
It's a maiden, by the way, from Rain.
And he's also played in a couple of the T20 games. So this is Delader running away from us at the commentary box end. And into bowl to Andrew Salter, who drives on the leg side, and there is no run.
I wonder what Pedmore Technical College is like in Stourbridge.
Is that where he went?
Yeah.
Hassan?
Oh, he played cricket for Barnt Green, which is just around the corner from where my auntie lives in. Barnt Green's the next village over from Blackwell, which is just up on the hills, the Licky Hills above Bromsgrove.
Delader running away from us and bowling to Salter, who leaves outside off stump. And there is no run.
My granddad used to like to go and watch Barnt Green whenever they were down staying at my auntie's house. Nice area.
He must have lots of kits, Zainul Hassan, given the number of sides he's played for in the last couple of years.
Could get confusing as well, because he played for Barnt Green and Barnard's Green.
Ooh. Delayed bowls, and that's played through the offside by Salter, backward of square. He's not bothering to run. He must have been confident in that, and he's rightly confident because it's past the boundary by about 10 metres. Up in front of the Health Club, away to our left. The wicket is very much to the right as we look out from the commentary box at the lower end of the ground. And it's not a huge boundary away to our right towards the family stand and the temporary seating that's in for T20s.
Yeah, it's probably no more than about 60 metres.
It's got some odd angles as well, so in comes Delader to bowl to Salter. Bat and pad pushing forward. Rolls out into the gully, and there's no run. Glamorgan 6 without loss, having won the toss and chosen to bat. If you're just joining us a few minutes late, where have you been? It's Sunday morning, it's Championship cricket, and we're not back to T20 till Friday, when Glamorgan are in Chelmsford by another quirk of the fixture schedule. Oh joy. As Delader bowls, driven on the leg side by Salter, no run. And if this game goes the distance, i.e. four days or any approximation of a fourth day, then I'm not going home in between.
I think Durham are at home this week. I can't even remember what.
I believe so, yeah.
Is it Derbyshire this week?
I have no idea, but I did check where they were, just to see if your schedule is as bonkers as ours. Next delivery is driven nicely by Salter through the covers. This one I don't think will reach the boundary on the longer side of the ground. They'll turn and have a look, and they'll come back quite comfortably for 3 runs as Glamorgan move on to 9 without loss.
They are Derbyshire at home on Friday, and then I think it's Lancashire away on Sunday. My diary tells me on my phone it's the King's birthday on Saturday. Is that a thing now? Like the Queen's birthday used to be?
Is that his official birthday or his real birthday? I don't know why they have an official birthday as well as a real birthday. Well, the Queen did.
Yeah, Father's Day is Sunday. I didn't realise that was on the horizon either.
Yes, I'm hoping to see at least one of my children somewhere around next weekend, but it's TBC.
The Queen's birthday always coincided with my wife's birthday, so we were in Edinburgh for my wife's birthday when she turned 40, so we went up to Edinburgh Castle.
Who, your wife or the Queen? No, you wouldn't have been when the Queen turned 40.
The Queen turned 90 the same day.
Ah, right.
And there was a 40-gun salute in the grounds of Edinburgh Castle, so we went up there and basically hijacked that for our own.
You milked it.
Yeah. So I think she's been to the odd one in Hyde Park as well over the years. Here's Rain coming in to go to bowl and turned off by Salter towards backward square for a leg by. Umpires are Paul Pollard and Neil Pratt. Neil Pratt, brother of Gary and Andrew, formerly of this parish.
I hope you're better at distinguishing umpires than I am.
Where's my binoculars? Well, Paul Pollard's got the beard and he's at this end.
Okay.
And that means Neil Pratt's at the other end. He's got the dark sunglasses on. They're wearing cameras now as well. Have you noticed that? The umpires? I think it's for data collection and pitch analysis and how the ball moves, that kind of thing, rather than a record of anything that may be said to them. Rain coming in here. It's a ball to Hassan. It's left alone. A debate about player injuries and the schedule. Interestingly, talking to varying people watching the local league cricket yesterday, nobody in local club circles seemed to have any sympathy for professional county players.
Yeah, but they only play once a week.
Well, yeah.
Twice a week if there's a midweek knock-around.
Somebody also messaged me to say, well, what about people playing for minor county sides? They work all week and then quite often have to set off on a Saturday night after playing for their club sides to travel wherever for an 11 o'clock start the next day. So this has gone off the edge of the bat from Ul Hassan and drifts down towards vacant third man. And Miles chases after it. 2 runs.
Well, Glamorgan finished at, what about 9:15, 20 past 9 on Friday night. I mean, basically, in most jobs, you don't get to sleep if you knock off late. You get to sleep in the early hours of the morning.
Yeah.
Then 11 o'clock, they were meeting to drive up here, and Glamorgan seemed to be operating in cars rather than a team bus.
Yeah, well, that's what Durham have been doing in the T20, but they normally bus it elsewhere in the Championship and whatnot. Oh, that's a bouncer that's gone down the leg side. A good take by Ollie Robinson. That was a really quicker delivery from Rain there.
I thought it had hit Salter for a moment. Might have flicked the shoulder, but there's a bit of movement there. Bit of swing.
This scorecard, the order they've got the...
yes, it's nowhere near.
The Glamorgan team and is nowhere near the resemblance of reality, is it, really?
No.
Rain comes in again and bowls. And this is defended, runs out short on the offside. Collected by Borthwick, who comes sprinting in from mid-off.
Mind you, when I was checking the teams out in the middle, and I sort of was told the Glamorgan side, but the Durham team sheet is not particularly near the batting order either, I suspect.
No. Is it done in alphabetical order or something?
No.
Squad number?
Yes.
Rain in, right arm over. And that's off the pad, drifts down, fine leg. Keeper's having to chase it all the way towards the boundary. And he's actually beaten to the ball by Basteleda. 2 leg buys. We're right down the barrel of the gun here, aren't we? You are. I mean, you must be looking straight down the middle of the track there.
Yeah, it's not bad. I've just moved a fraction to one side because there's such a thing as being too straight in commentary circles, isn't there? So I'm just looking over... very straight long off, basically, for the bowling from this end. 14 without loss, Glamorgan. Ul Hassan has 3. Salter has 8, and there have been 3 leg buys. Delayed then, the 23-year-old Dutch international. has got 3 slips and a gully as he bowls to Andrew Salter, and Salter is forward, playing it out into the gully, and there is no run. And Ajaz Patel featured for Glamorgan, of course, last September when he played, I think it was 3 matches.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Took 5 for 68 for Glamorgan against Derbyshire. 4 games he played, yeah.
4, was it?
Yeah.
Deleda is in to bowl, and Salter plays that one into the offside. Repeat of a shot of a couple of overs ago, but he's timed this one rather better, and it will run away for 4. Away to our left, 18 without loss. Salter to 12.
I'd forgotten he was there because he also had 2 games at Yorkshire at one point as well. So he played 4 games for Glamorgan last year. He got 51 not out against Sussex and took 5 for 68 against Derbyshire.
Biffed it a bit once or twice.
2 games for Yorkshire in 2019.
Yeah, well, I think he barely got onto the field, to be honest, because one of them was virtually rained off. When I was checking back on his Yorkshire stats, he is a New Zealand international born in Mumbai, India. There's delayed balls.
Bit of bat in that, wasn't it?
Bit of bat. Swinging too much down leg as well, as Salter was struck on the path, looking to work on the leg side. Ball ends up in the gully again. Patel, wearing 26, is in the gully. Cricketing immortality of taking all 10 wickets in a test innings.
And losing. I think he lost, didn't he?
Delayed ball. Salter tries to pull and is struck centrally and goes down to take a little breather, as he didn't quite time that, and the ball whacked him amidships.
He's taken 10 wickets in an innings 4 times, I think. And at the game in Bristol 3 weeks ago, he took 10 in the match there.
Which is some going for a spinner early in the season.
Yeah.
So certainly a pretty useful performer, 34 years old. Delayed it into bowl, and Salter plays defensively to rain at mid-on, and there is no run. 18 for naught here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sport Wales. A lot of polishing going on as the ball is returned to the Dutchman. And he runs away from us once more. Past the umpire. Bowls to Salter, down leg side, who makes the most of it to Salter, clips it away through square leg. And that one, a bit of a gimme, really. Delayed at getting his radar slightly wrong, and Salter latched onto it and moves on to 16, and the total is 22 without loss.
Oh, microphone off. Tape is you, this match. White. Turn you back on now.
Sorry, I was just going off mic. I didn't mean to put you off mic. Right, I'm the tape.
Yeah, C is the outside one.
Ah, okie dokie.
And I'm amazed because our window's open and nobody's asked us to close it. Yeah, if Darwood Milan was playing here, he'd be complaining about the window being open.
If Marnus Labuschagne, he'd probably be complaining. He had a thing somewhere recently about people moving at the side of the sight screen.
Ben Rain, start of a new over, right arm over from the Lumley end, and put by Ul Hassan down towards vacant third man, and it's gone for 4. The bar is open, ladies and gentlemen, orders at the bar.
Good morning to Edward Bevan. It's a tradition when there is the mention of no third man. Good morning to Emir Evans. Morgan playing 2 spinners, taking me back to the good old days of Croft and Koska. There'll be a few bowlers glad to get the whites back on. Excellent quality on the comms and live stream. Oh, well, we've only done 23 minutes. Give us 6.5 hours and we might be flagging a bit.
I bumped into Edward's pal Fred a few weeks ago, who lives on our estate. I hadn't seen him for quite a long time. It's nice to see him out and about again. As that rain comes in and bowls, this is turned off towards mid-wicket to Patel, no run.
I can report that I actually bumped into him last night, and he is scheduled to be here today. So if you're on the ground and listening, very good morning, Fred.
Yeah. Where did you see him last night then? Did he come
in Durham? Just in Durham centre.
Right.
He was, I think, returning from dinner, and I was just taking a bit of fresh air since I'd spent the previous 6.5 hours in a car.
Yeah. Anyway, nice last night. As rain comes in and bowls. Pushed off towards the covers for one by Ul Hassan.
No, I literally was just taking the air on my account because I'd had a luxury sandwich in a service station or something.
Wow, have you won the lottery? There's a certain supermarket chain with lots of petrol stations, and as I head south these days, I normally stop there at Borough Bridge and grab a lunch deal there. Rain in, and hits the pads of Salter as he goes forward to that one. It was too high though. And that's not bad value for money, but there's a services down on the A19 near Thirsk, which is normally where I might stop on a journey. It's about an hour in, and they knocked it down about 2 years ago, and they seem to have been rebuilding it ever since. It's still not finished. So as a result of that, I've started nipping into Borough Bridge as well, because it's just off the motorway. Handy. Rain bowls. Salter turns this towards square leg. Mansfield's got Graham Clark out at long leg, in acres of land on his own, wandering around with his thoughts there, with his back to the pavilion. The boundary on the river side of the ground, probably no more than about 55, 60 metres. It will be a bit more on the other side of the ground. And still, though, I would say crossing the rope in front of the pavilion, you've got to be about 30 yards from the fence.
Yep.
Rain comes in and bowls, and that's cut towards point by Salter, no run there. He's on 16. Ul Hassan on 8. And that's the end of the over. Got 5 from it there. Glamorgan 27 without loss, having chosen to bat.
Yeah, we're no stranger to long walks out from the pavilion in Cardiff, where if the pitch is on the grandstand side, you need a sat-nav to get out there somewhere, I think. So we're just sorting things out for guest appearance. This is a change of bowling already. And it is Craig Miles, the debutant, on loan. And he's coming right arm round the wicket to bowl to Ul Hassan, who will get runs through third man. 4 of them, in fact. And I'm impressed by the fact that Craig Miles has got a number on his shirt, having just joined on loan.
Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, has joined us. Good morning, Marcus.
Morning. Morning all.
Tell us about the arrival of Craig Miles then.
Yeah, well, I think it's obviously explained in our press release that, and it's quite obvious with the injuries that we've got within our bowling ranks with Bryden Cass, Paul Coughlin, Ollie Gibson with side injuries, with no real soon return date for them to be back playing.
Miles into Ul Hassan, who turns it on the leg side. Runs the first one hard. They'll look for 2, and they will get back for 2. You can tell we're in a T20 period of play. In a championship month, they'd have strolled the single there, but they dashed back for the second, and that takes Ul Hassan to 14, and the total under 33 for naught.
Matthew Potts is with the England men's team, preparing for the Ashes. So it kind of exposed our experience, I guess, in our bowling lineup. Obviously, Ben Rain is obviously a key member of us.
Miles in to bowl, and that is driven by Ul Hassan. There's a slight misfield at mid-off, and they're hassling through for a single as Rain has a shy at the stumps from mid-on, 34 for naught.
So you're always trying to get the balance right. I feel that we've, obviously Bass is only playing I think it's his third game for the club, and his fourth first-class game. We've got Stan McAlinden, who's playing his first game of the year. So if we're going in with somebody else with probably making their debut, we've got a pretty inexperienced team. So it's getting the balance where we can support what we're doing and within our bowling group with some experience, but also bring some of the youngsters through, which we're seeing today.
The scheduling was raised as an issue by Alex Lees on Friday night after Durham lost at Leicestershire.
Here's Miles in to bowl to Salter, through outside off stump, no shot.
It could actually have been worse because Durham drove back from Leicester rather than, for instance, Glamorgan coming up from Cardiff yesterday. But as soon as players get injured, those who think there's too much cricket are straight on the bandwagon to say there's too much cricket. But a lot of it's down to physiology, and people like Bryden Carse and Paul Coughlin have had issues over the years, whereas without wanting to tempt any fate at all, I can't remember the last time, for instance.
Don't say it. Don't say anything about Ben Rain.
Well, yeah. Certain players like Ben Rain,
Miles bowls and Salter defends back down the wicket.
I mean, Scott's had a few finger issues, but I can't think of injuries he's picked up. Graham Clark, I can't recall him being injured. I mean, they have different jobs, but I mean, Ben Rain bowls a lot of overs. It's similar to Chris Rushworth. He was very rarely ever out of the team injured.
Likes of Michael Hogan.
Yeah. Still playing at the age of 73.
Miles in to bowl and down leg side, flick the pad as it went through, I think, to the keeper. Dot ball. Yeah, Michael Hogan playing against Glamorgan was a very strange sight. I'm sure Marcus will have plenty of memories of Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, I must admit, I was probably as shocked as anyone when after he left Glamorgan that he signed for Kent. Because did he have a decade at Glamorgan?
Yeah, 10 years. Yeah,
10 years, and what a player he was. So, I can imagine it would have been slightly strange seeing him turn up in a different shirt, but he's still going. Still a year or two left in Hogue, by the looks of it.
Did you play with him?
I did, yeah. So he came over to Glamorgan when I was playing when Matthew Mott was coach of Glamorgan.
Here's Rain. Bowls a bouncer on the wicket from the lovely end, just left alone by the batsman, Ul Hassan.
In Australia, domestic cricket can be quite brutal. So he was obviously playing for Western Australia. He was originally from New South Wales, and he came over. Tom Moody got him over to Perth, and he had a very good career. Quite a short one with Western Australia, but obviously the next line of bowlers was coming in, and Hogan was kind of coming to a certain age where in Australia you can kind of get pushed sideways pretty quickly. So having that British passport, he made the move over to the UK, and what a great move that was, not just for him, but for Glamorgan.
Rain in, all good ball, just beats the edge of the bat there. I asked him last year, he was going to retire last year, and I said, what will you do when you retire? And he said, I'm going to be a dad. And he said, I'm going to do all the things that dads should be doing, like the school run and cooking the tea and things like that. And then suddenly he was off to Kent.
Yeah, I think there was some change in the likely circumstances of his wife's job.
Right.
Not to wish to pry too far, but slightly different setup than he was anticipating, maybe.
In comes Rain. This is defended. Just looking through, Whitburn lost again yesterday. They've lost every game this season, but there was a lad playing for them yesterday, Ethan Chivers. Have you heard of him? He's from Perth. He was wearing a bright yellow helmet when he came out the bat.
That's asking for it in the leagues, isn't it?
Oh.
The only club in Perth that has a yellow helmet, I think, Subiaco, Florida.
That's who he plays for, yeah. That was them. Yep. So are they, because having been to Perth, there's lots of expat communities, particularly Italian ones, isn't there? So
they're very, very multicultural. But yeah, I mean, Subiaco, Florida it's a lovely ground. It's not too far from City Beach, so it's probably a couple of miles from the coast. in quite an affluent area of Perth, actually. And they've produced some decent cricketers over years.
Rain to Ul Hassan, and he falls over as he bowls this one. He's looking back at the crease as if to say, how did that happen? He's down on his knees at the moment and looks a bit fed up with things, quite rightly, having tripped over there.
Just back on the schedule, since you mentioned it, Marty, it's not. I understand your point around the injuries and that, and I guess that's one element to it. But it's also just the general well-being and looking after the players. You know, I think every county will look at their players now, and there'll be a huge amount of fatigue for the travel and intensity of T20 and coming back in now, and you know, just knowing, you know, speaking to the players yesterday that came down for a kind of a recovery session, that you know that they're pretty exhausted, so they're picking themselves up. So are we actually giving them a schedule to get the best out of these guys? I'd say that's pretty hard to argue that we are.
Rain in, and this is turned out through mid-wicket for 2 by Ul Hassan. I mean, as I said, some players are prone to injury. It's physiology, some aren't. I mean, if you've got a back problem, I've had a back problem. Once there's a weakness there, and you know, I ended up having a disc out a few years ago, but my back problem started when I was about 14 or 15, probably because I was bowling too much as a kid.
Yeah.
And once there's a weakness there, then it can rear its head again and again. Things like Friday night, for instance, you've been playing in a game and your head's going 100 mile an hour, the adrenaline and everything else that's involved. As Rain bowls, that's left alone. Now, I haven't played under floodlights on the telly in a packed stadium in a T20, but I've commentated on plenty, and I can tell you, when I drive home in a night time, and that last bit of the A19 from Dishforth all the way up the Sunderland's never ending at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you get home and you're tired and you think, I want to go to bed, I just need to get my head on the pillow and go to bed, and then you're still lying there at 3 o'clock in the morning because you can't switch off.
Yeah, it's true, and that's, you know, T20 cricket's an intense format of the game. It might not go for, you know, like 4-day cricket, or doesn't go for 7 hours, but it's very intense. And even, like you said, if you're commentating or I'm watching in my role, you know, I go home and I struggle to get to sleep till 1 in the morning after a normal game here, because you're ticking, your mind's just going. You're reflecting, you're analysing the game you've just watched. There's so much, and the players go through the exact same thing.
Here's Miles starting a new over to bowl to Andrew Salter at 36 for naught, and Salter drives gently. No run.
Ben Green's just gone off, by the way. He has bowled 5 overs, so maybe he's just going to have a wipe down and change his boots, and it'll be a bowling change. I hope it wasn't
nothing to do with your comment, Martin.
Purely coincidence.
He's never injured. There's Martin Emerson. Off he goes.
I never mentioned him. You did. I was going to say some players don't get injured, and you said don't mention Ben Rain. It's all recorded on tape.
As Miles runs in, right arm over to the right-hander, and Salter defends. I recommend 2 large glasses of wine about midnight. Usually does the trick after late-night games.
I normally try that as well.
I've stopped coming home after T20 matches because it's nigh and impossible to get home with all the road work on the night time and road closures. And B, if you don't get to bed and you don't get to sleep till about 3 in the morning, then the kids are up at 7 or whatever. And so a few years ago, it was suggested that perhaps I should, after midweek T20 matches, stay away.
Miles bowls down leg side and flicked away by Salter. Didn't get much of it. In fact, I don't think he got any of it because umpire Pollard is tapping his knee gently, leg by. But 7 of this Glamorgan side played on Friday night in Cardiff. They'd have spent probably at least 6 hours in cars yesterday. No time for a net until this morning.
Six of the Durham team played on Friday.
It's not going to get the best out of people, is it?
Well, during this month of June, with the schedule it is, we actually don't have a training day. Like Durham don't have a day we can allocate to training. So in between the days, we're either recovering, giving a player a day off, or actually doing recovery sessions.
Miles round the wicket to Ul Hassan, beats him groping forward outside off stump.
So how you expect to develop players throughout a season, it can be very, very difficult. You've got guys like Scotty Borthwick and David Bettingham who haven't been playing in the T20 Blast, and they've had some good opportunity to actually develop and, you know, have quite a lot of practice. But the guys that are playing multi-format are very much tweaking and trying to find their rhythm and, you know, and getting up to their skill level they need to be by playing.
as Miles bowls, and Ul Hassan drives nicely on the offside, but a good stop at cover, and there's no run.
The Scot signed for Whitburn a few weeks ago. I think he's only played the one game. Do you know who got him out?
No.
John Window's son.
Did he?
Yes. So John's the academy director here, so his 15-year-old son got him out. But I presume he hasn't played for them since that one game because he's been told not to because of the injury situation here. Would that be right?
No, none at all. That will be between Scott and Whitburn.
Right.
Obviously, he wouldn't have played yesterday because of the game today.
Miles round the wicket to Ul Hassan. Just back of a length, got up a little bit. Well bowled, well defended by Ul Hassan out on the offside. Ben Rain is back in the proceedings. It was a maiden over with just the leg by coming off it, and Glamorgan having elected to bat at 37 without loss here on BBC Sport Online with Marcus North, Martin Emerson and myself, Nick Webb.
Headley Windows, then, is he through the Durham age groups?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Does he play, is it Chesley Street he plays at? I think he was.
Must have been Chesley Street.
Yeah, I think it was Chesley Street. I'm sure Ash Thorpe was playing in the match as well. Matthew Mullins has emailed us. He said, "Morning, Marty and co. from a very damp Shaftesbury and Dorset. A few of us went to the Charlotte Edwards Cup final yesterday. It was a very nice 27 degrees until it decided to open the heavens and hammer it down."
They're playing again today.
They
were
Where was that at? Was
Worcester.
It
Was it
They
Worcester?
were due to resume at 10, I think, this morning.
Well, Rain's still bowling here, so comes in and bowls. This is just low past the off stump. He's obviously just gone to change his boots, maybe, after slipping in the previous over.
Might have done, yeah. He fell over, didn't he?
Yeah. Matthew says, "Let's hope Durham can pick themselves up after a poor couple of T20s. And don't get me started on the schedule." How shocking it is, he says. Paul Wilson is emailed from Hartlepool. "Hi, Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a sun-kissed and warm Costerdale, Hartlepool. As Rain bowls, he's got 3 slips and a gully, and Salter looks to pull that through the leg side. Height might have been an issue there, possibly, as he's got an inside edge. I think it's hit them quite high on the thigh pad. Well, the Durham lads are convinced that I was out, and there's quite a few of them standing there with their hands on their heads at the moment. But you think on that one, Marcus?
Well, I think if you would have heard me in the background in the commentary, my finger was straight up. But I might be slightly biased. But I mean, it did keep a bit low. But you know, the only reason the umpire could have given not out there is if he felt it was a bit high.
I just, I wasn't expecting the finger of doom. Sometimes you can just tell, but I just
sense it.
Oh, that's a late leave. He's almost bounced the bat onto the ball there as he was trying to pull it away.
They are playing in that Charlotte Edwards Cup final again at Worcester. It's abandoned for the night last night. Blaze made 114 for 8. Kelly 26 not out was the top score there, and Southern Vipers going well, 68 for 1 in the 8th.
So that's the end of their T20 campaign then?
Yep.
And where are we? The 11th of June?
Yeah, we did a match on Wednesday, actually.
Rain bowls, Salter forward to this one, defends.
Where Blaze beat Western Storm in Cardiff, part of a double header with the Glamorgan T20 game, which was good fun. I enjoyed it. Shame there wasn't more of a crowd there, but it was a Wednesday midweek. The week before had been half term. They played their other double headers at weekend, and they play a midweek afternoon in Cardiff with 60,000 Rock fans in the area. It's not going to get casual supporters in, really.
Rain comes in again now to Salter. This is pushed off towards the leg side. Salter got a bit of bat on the previous one, but there was actually an appeal from Michael Jones at first slip for LBW and a polite inquiry from Ben Rain. What was the, which rock show was it?
Coldplay. They played in Principality Stadium Tuesday and Wednesday.
Saw them at the Stadium of Light 11 years ago. Last week, it absolutely chucked it down.
Oh.
And they had a stage in the round right in the middle of the pitch.
Oh, gosh.
Here comes Rain, and that's worth a shout. That is worth a shout, and it's not being given, and Rain looks absolutely stunned that it's not being given. It's gone back into his crease there. It's come in, hit him low, and Neil Pratt, the umpire, says no. It's a maiden from Ben Rain. He doesn't look very happy at all about that decision. In fact, he couldn't believe it when it wasn't given. Paul says, back to proper cricket after the bish bash bosh of the T20. Should be with you until about 4 p.m. before going out to watch an excellent band called Emerald Thieves. Keep up the excellent commentary and the stories, he says. The Emerald Thieves. Somewhere in Hartlepool today.
Yeah, I saw that Coldplay tour in Wembley last year with basically the same production. So no, they're going to come to Cardiff the following year. I'd have held on and saved me train fare. 37 for naught. Miles to continue on Durham debut. And driven into the offside by Ul Hassan. And there's no run.
That sounded a bit tinny, didn't it?
Yeah.
Shaking his hand now.
So Miles is playing here in Championship and Warwickshire in T20 in the same couple of weeks, is he?
Yeah, I mean, he played Friday night for Birmingham Bears, is it? Birmingham Bears?
Yep.
So he'll be playing against Durham in a couple of Sundays' time.
Right, yeah.
For the Brummagem Bears.
Miles still with 3 slips in a gully, waiting eagerly. Ul Hassan drives, slightly aerially maybe, but it has eluded cover and it's run away towards the family stand for 4 runs.
Andrew says, good morning, hope you're well. Looking forward to the Ashes on Friday. Is that coming round, is it?
No one mentioned that.
You know, all the talk has been about the Ashes for the last few weeks, and I'm thinking it's putting the into the shade Glamorgan against Durham in Neath. No one's talking about that now, are they?
Oof. As in comes Miles again to bowl to Ul Hassan, who plays that one defensively to point, and there's no run. 41 for naught. Australia look as though they'll be world champions by the time they go into the Ashes, because India are 5 down now. Virat Kohli went for 49, and Ravi Jadeja without scoring, both dismissed by Scott Boland. And India are 201 for 5, needing a further 243 runs to win on day 5 of 6 at the Oval. Miles bowls outside off stump, no shot played by Ul Hassan.
England will be playing in that next year, then, won't they, you'd imagine, given the year they've had, because they had a terrible year the year before and hardly got any test points.
Got to start again. That was still in. It's a 2-year cycle, isn't it, mate?
Is it?
So unfortunately, that.
Well, by the time they've hammered Australia, getting all the other test victories they've had recently, they'll be there next year, surely. What's your predictions for the Ashes then?
I think Australia looking pretty good at the moment.
Miles round the wicket to Ul Hassan on his legs, turns it towards mid-wicket and wanders through for a single. 42 for naught.
I think it's going to be a fantastic series, I really do. But just seeing Australia play India, I guess it's going to come down to the stability that Australia has with their team and their selection and their quality of bowling. And I think we've already seen, a number of injuries to some key bowlers for England. I think don't underestimate how big of a loss Leach is. I think he's been a very important part of that dynamic of the way they play and the way they bowl as a group. So that's going to be a big loss for them.
Miles to Salter, hits him on the pads.
Bit of bat there, wasn't it?
Bit of inside edge as it rolls out on the offside, and there's no run. 42 without loss at the end of the over. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat with Zain Ul Hassan on 22. Andrew Salter, slightly becalmed at the moment, is on 16. What did you make of the SOS to Moeen Ali then?
Oh, it's an interesting one. I completely understand where they're coming from, but it's a big call from a guy that hasn't played for a couple of years to come into a series. I guess he's got experience. He's got a lot of matches and years of high level cricket under him. So he's not going to be overawed by the occasion. And obviously there wasn't a standout young bowler that they felt confident in bringing in.
Turned away by Ul Hassan from Rain down towards fine leg for 1. Be interesting to see how Ben Stokes' knee holds up as well, won't it? I think that's been a bit of a worry.
I guess the interesting thing, Webby, is that you've had Leach, who's played this amazing holding role within that bowling pack, and that's not a natural skill set for Moen. Moen's, I would say, is more of an attacking off spinner. So, that whether he can play a bit of that role, I'm not sure. So it's not exactly a like for like replacement.
Rain bowls. That's a leave just outside the line of off stump.
In terms of his role within the team.
Will you be going to any games? Have you been invited to anything officially?
Yeah, I'll try and get to a day at Headingley.
All right.
Obviously around the corner, and I've been invited to a couple of the last few tests. So just see how it works around obviously the Durham schedule. But it'd be nice to kind of see a few days play.
I know Jason Gillespie's coming up to Leeds in a week or two's time because Doidge's doing a talking with him at a hotel near Skipton one evening. So he's going to be around for a bit. In comes Rain, and Salter plays this into the floor and down to Gully to Patel, no run. Patel's wiping some sweat off his forehead and using it to polish the ball. The next round of county championship matches is that at the end of this against Leicestershire, isn't it? That's the Kookaburra Ball match.
Rounds of Kookaburra Balls, yeah. That'd be interesting to see how they play. The Duke's ball in general has been a hell of a lot better than it was last year. We saw
couldn't have got much worse. Really, could it?
True.
Touched your sore spot there, Martin.
In comes Rain and bowls, and this is played back past him, but no runs. It just goes on beyond the stumps at the bowler's end and is fielded by, I think that's Stanley McAlinden up there. Yeah, it was a long chat I had with the chairman of Dukes, coming out with all reasons why.
Wrong sort of cow, wasn't it?
Thought it could have been a bad batch of cows.
Yeah, poorly
But
cows.
basically, I think it was down to a lack of supplies following COVID, and with leather goods, in order for them to mature, they need to be stored for a long period of time, and they didn't have enough in the system to be able to store them for the length of time they needed to. So it was a just-in-time delivery, and the balls were too soft. Rain in again, and this is played up to mid-off, no run there. He said the only thing they'd changed, because the players seemed to think the seams were different, and he said they hadn't changed the manufacturing in any way, shape or form, other than they'd used a slightly lighter dye for the ball, and that had been requested by the clubs, I think. But I mean, there was one game last year, I think it was at Lords, I think they changed the ball 11 times.
Yeah.
That was when I wrote to the company when I was in the press box at Lords. Rain balls, and this is pushed off towards the covers for a single by Salter. And actually, it was the day after that game had finished, I was in King's Cross Station waiting to get the train home when he rang me. And that was where the interview came from for the article that I wrote for BBC Online, which is still on there somewhere.
Good morning to Chris, listening and watching in Turkey. Good morning to Edward Cooper, who asks if the mention of a luxury sandwich in a service station is an oxymoron. I made it myself, so there we are. Just at it there. Morning to Richie Muck in the sun on Gower, who's enjoying it. And Edward Bevan says he did a similar drive a few years back, Durham to Colchester, for a 4-day game there, as Miles is in to bowl to Salter, who's again hit on the pad or somewhere as it runs down to fine leg for a leg by.
It's 4 hours.
A 4-day game there, not the charming Chelmsford crowd, says Edward. Marcus was playing at Colchester.
How is Ed going? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's joined us for our championship home games.
Listeners might be interested to know there's a beautiful piece of new motorway just to the south of Huntingdon, so you don't have to go past Huntingdon anymore now. That speeds the journey up. You might witness it this week, actually.
I shall look forward to it.
Yeah.
Unless this game ends early, I'll be proceeding directly to the southeast. Miles continues. Bowls to Al Hassan, who plays into the offside. There's no run.
I thought Durham had the longest trips in T20 to Northampton and Worcester. It's about 2:30 each, I think. But I think I did look it up once. You're about a mile more going from Cardiff to Canterbury.
Yes, that's always longer than you think it is.
Especially the traffic.
Yeah.
The M25. Oh,
what a nightmare.
dear. As Miles bowls and Ul Hassan drives into the offside, scrambles through for a single pen rain with a sliding stop round from mid-off. 45 for naught. But I guess, being from Australia, you probably laugh at our thoughts of long trips, don't you?
When I pro'd over here with Count, I used to always love it. I used to drive all the lads, because I love driving.
Yeah,
all
right.
It never seemed that far to me.
Yeah.
Because if you're living in Perth and you need to get to the closest city to Adelaide, it takes 2.5 days to drive. A few hours, across the country is nothing.
Miles to Salter at 46 for naught. Salter defends back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it in his follow-through. Would you drive between any state matches in Australia, or are they all flights?
Yeah, all flights. I mean, going from Sydney to Melbourne would probably be the closest.
Is that about a 3-hour drive?
No,
Longer than that, is it?
Yeah, more like 12.
Really?
Yeah.
I flew from Sydney to Melbourne once, and it was only about an hour. I just presumed it was about like going from here to London or something.
46 for naught on a cloudy morning. As Salter gets a short ball that he takes on, pulls well out towards mid-wicket, well stopped on the boundary, and they're kept down to a single. De leader out there, I think.
We had a lad living with us in 1990 called Rob Romeo, who came over from Perth and played cricket at Whitburn, and he thought it was fantastic that he could drive a few hours and visit pals, because Alan Mullally was playing at Leicestershire and they were mates, and he popped down to visit him 2 or 3 times. I think Alan Mullally came up and stayed with us one weekend as well. So, and one of his pals, Conrad Summich, came over for a few weeks during the summer, and they were touring around. I thought it was great.
Miles to Ul Hassan, down to 2 slips now. That's outside off stump, and no shot is played. It is the end of Miles's 4th over. It's 0 for 14. Rain has been economical. He's 0 for 13 off 7. Glamorgan 47 without loss, having won the toss and chosen to bat as Tim van der Hoogten wanders off for a little batting practice, and accompanied by Alex Horton, who's not playing. Unfortunately, a lot of people got excited about a possible first-class debut for the teenager. We thought he might be keeping wickets, given Chris Cook's schedule, but apparently he's just the next batter on the ranks, rather than particularly being a wicketkeeper backup.
Here's Stanley McAlinden coming in for a bowl. So he had a bit of a back issue, didn't he, over the winter? He's all right now, though?
Yeah, had a bit of a stress-related bone in his shin as well.
Right. Oh, that's
a
quick.
good start.
It's a cracking delivery. They're playing a miss from Salter, the ball's gone pinging past the off stump. It's a big lad, Stanley. And big day for the McAlinden family a couple of weeks ago when Carlisle got promoted in the playoff final. His dad managed to wangle himself a seat in the press box at Wembley, and then joined the Carlisle after-show party as all the players were celebrating that night. So comes bounding in again. Right armour, and that's walloped over the covers for 4. It was slightly over-pitched, and Salter's gone after him, and he's put it away to the Riverside boundary. Do you know the width of this boundary, Marcus?
I don't, but it's not overly big, that's for sure.
50 up for Glamorgan, 14.2 overs.
Raining in Bristol.
Too far south.
Lost a 38 for naught against Leicestershire.
McAlinden in again, comes in, tries to York Salter this time. He plays it back to him along the floor. How many first-class matches has he played? Is this his 3rd? Yeah. So he's taken 4 wickets. Took 2 for 63 against Derbyshire last year. How old is he now? 19. He's come through the academy, started off in the schoolboy ranks in Cumberland. He's from the Lumley end. He bowls and chopped down into the ground by Salter as he looks to cut through the offside.
I think we can declare this opening partnership a success, because basically neither of them is a regular opener.
Salts has done it.
Salts has done it a few
sporadically,
times,
hasn't he?
yeah. I don't think he particularly wants to do it, put it like that, but
Well, if it's the difference between playing or not playing,
absolutely.
I'm sure he's gonna put the pads on and get out there. This looks a pretty good wicket to open the batting on, to be fair. So
There'll be an update for Radio Newcastle in about 3 or 4 minutes. They've just been playing pink, I think, as McAlinden comes in and bowls. And that's left alone. She was performing at the Stadium of Light last night. I was out in the garden, never heard a thing. 2 weeks ago, Beyonce was at the Stadium of Light. You could hear it inside the house with the doors shut. It was that loud. So,
breeze must have been blowing the other way.
yeah. But I think if you're selling pink Stetsons, you're going to make a fortune.
It's been some big artists. And Sam Fender's had a couple of big shows.
Yeah, he
St.
had
James's
50,000,
Park.
didn't he, at St. James's Park last night, I think. In comes McAlinden again, and that's played back by Salter. McAlinden nearly gets a hand on it, but it's gone past him. It's been missed by Borthwick at mid-off, and it's away for 4. I didn't initially think it had the legs on it, that one, but it's got to the boundary for 4.
Pace of the ball coming onto the bat, I suppose, and goes off harder as well.
Bernard's been on. He said the actual birthday of King Charles III is November the 14th.
Hmm.
And so that must be his unofficial birthday. When was it? Saturday, did I say?
So, beyond me. Official birthday.
He also says, can I suggest some cricket injuries are caused by certain players trying to achieve a fitness level close to 100%, but it leaves them vulnerable to issues that do not happen if their fitness level is beyond 95%, but nowhere near 100%. That's a big 5% he's talking about, isn't he?
It's the sort of the finely, highly strung racehorse sort of theory, isn't it?
Mm. He said certain athletes over the years, like Sebastian Coe, were very vulnerable to viruses as they attempted to reach maximum fitness.
Yeah.
And he says bowling's probably unique in that it can cause any physical weakness being highlighted to the full. But this is normally an issue for quick bowlers.
Yeah, well, refer back to Michael Hogan, like to keep fit for playing cricket, by playing more cricket.
Yeah.
Looked as though he'd blow over in a strong wind, but certainly a strong man for bowling. Miles bowls, and Ul Hassan plays on the leg side, and there is a no run. Do you get the chance to play much these days, if at all, Marcus?
I haven't played for a couple of years, but funny you asked that question.
He was umpiring the other night, weren't you, at Whitford?
Yeah, I was for the under-13 Gates FL. But no, I've actually got my first game for a long time on Wednesday. I'm playing a charity match for Lord Taverners, and it's at Bamburgh Castle.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, here's Miles in, bowls outside off stump. You can give that a good plug then. What's the charity and who's the teams, etc.?
No, it's Lord Taverners.
Yeah.
Where there's a match there's a lovely iconic cricket ground right on the edge of Bamburgh Castle, up on the northeast coastline. So we've got a match there, and raising obviously valuable money for a great charity of Lord Taverners.
Yep.
So I don't think I'll be able to walk for a few days after Wednesday.
Miles in to bowl, bit back of a length, gets up, Ul Hassan defends it well.
I've asked Alan Walker a few throwdowns tomorrow in the nets.
It's a gorgeous ground, that, isn't it? Because the castle sits on a cliff right above the ground. It was on the front of the Cricketer magazine about 2 or 3 years ago, that ground.
Any other names that you know involved, Marcus?
Well, I know a Durham legend in Mr. Colonel Mustard.
All right.
How's he playing, is he? Got an update for Radio Newcastle very shortly. Paul and Alison are here. Clearly a good toss to win, Paul says. Miles round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, hops. Caught and bowled. End of Ul Hassan. Miles gets him for 24. We've just had the first wicket of the day, a 55-run opening partnership for Glamorgan, and Zain Ul Hassan has gone for 24. Bouncer from Craig Miles, who's on loan for a couple of games in the county championship from Warwickshire. He banged one in short, and the batsman tried to fend it away one-handed, and he took a great diving catch to see him off court and bowled for 24. So the first breakthrough of the day. Glamorgan won the toss and decided to bat, and Miles is in because of a number of injuries to key players. 4 changes for Glamorgan as well, including the loss of Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Neser to Australia. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
So Durham get the breakthrough. Decent delivery that. Ul Hassan had defended well a couple, but couldn't quite get on top of that one, Marcus.
No, it's the breakthrough we needed. But you're right. It's great to see Miles finally, get himself settled in. I can only imagine that it would be a little bit awkward when you're on loan to walking into a team that you have no association with at all, and to be part of the attack. So look, it's great to see him get that first breakthrough, and hopefully that kind of settles him down now. He can get into his work.
Yeah, he's got a bit of life out the pitch.
It's quite ironic. I presume one of the reasons he's not playing for Warwickshire is because Chris Rushworth went there from here.
Yeah,
so he's come the other way.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I've got some other names for you for Wednesday's game.
Yep.
We've got Rob Andrew
Mm-hmm.
and Tim Stimpson, so obviously ex-England rugby players.
Rob Andrew boasts a first-class 100.
He does.
Yeah.
University.
I think it was Combined University,
That's right.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Danny Collins, Sunderland,
Oh, yeah.
Wales footballer.
And Radio Newcastle presenter.
Gordon Kennedy, actor.
What was he in again?
Not sure.
Miles then to Colin Ingram, just playing his second first-class game of the season. Played the first before giving way to Marnus Labuschagne. It's been in decent nick in T20 as he plays that one on the leg side, and there is no run.
He's played this role quite well, hasn't he, for you? It's such a high-quality player to have kind of sitting in the stables to replace Marnus, and I think it's worked over the last couple of years, hasn't it?
It's a strange situation because Ingram was a sort of T20 gun for hire around the world for a couple of years. Didn't think he played one first-class game in the best part of 5 years. As Miles is in to bowl to Ingram on the defensive, playing out on the offside, no run. And really, last couple of years, his championship form seems to have re-emerged, and he had a little bit of a slump in T20, but he seems to be back firing in that this year as well. So interesting late career trajectory, if you like. 55 for 1 at the end of the over.
Did he play against Durham? No, he wasn't. He was out
Would
the
he be
team.
in his mid-30s now?
If you're being kind. 37.
Is he
Labuschagne.
37? There you go.
Labuschagne played against Durham at Glamorgan.
Yeah. Ingram just played against the Gloucesters first up.
Here's McAlinden, start of his second over from the Lumley end. It's gone down the leg side and it spills out the keeper's gloves. He was at full stretch and it's gone off to a sort of fine leg area, and a bye is signalled.
Gordon Kennedy has been in
The
sketch show called
thin blue
Absolutely.
line or something.
Robin Hood, Red Cap. He's done a little bit of rugby coaching. Oh, he's brother of a Scottish rugby international. Must be difficult these charity games though, because you get the pros like yourself and the actors and the rugby players who presumably have not quite as much idea of the game. 56 for 1.
McAlinden in again. And comes in low and is played away by Ingram. Ingram's got 269 runs against Durham for Glamorgan, including 87 in Cardiff last year and 70 not out in Chester Street in 2017.
So presume, Marcus, you just have to decide how many runs you're going to make and then let someone else have a go.
Mate, I'll be very happy just to get off the mark. That fear never leaves you.
The heart pounding on the rib cage as you go out the bat. McAlinden in. Oh, good ball. That's done too much, hasn't it? It's just missed the off stump.
On the outside edge.
Yeah.
So if you want to look at some footage of an ex-Australian test bowler, one of your favourites, very similar action. Long run up, has that jump with both arms go up. Jason Gillespie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this guy's got the same qualities. I know he's only 19, but geez, the exciting talent. He's got all the ingredients, hasn't he? Height, nice, tall, 6'5", good pace.
Yeah. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place as he bowls. Ingram plays this out into short extra cover to Clark. No run there.
He just needs to grow the mullet. That'd be exactly
Yeah, well, he's got flop. He's sort of.
Well, he's got this, it's this modern day, it's this trend, isn't it? The youngsters have got this big, like, floppy, heavy top of the hair.
Mm.
He was in forward Hugh Grant. It's this foppish Hugh Grant sort of look from the early 90s, isn't it? Turns and starts his run up from about 30 yards out. Comes in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by the keeper. I wonder if Mark's here today then. Might have driven across, mightn't he?
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
That's his the weekend reporter for Look North.
All going on at Derby. Derbyshire 50 for 6 against Yorkshire. Actually, they were 24 for 6 at one point. 3 apiece to Code and Fisher.
The Southern Vipers have won back-to-back titles, apparently. McAlinden comes in and bowls, and a leading edge from Ingram. It's gone out through the covers, and he'll get a run here. Fielded by Deleda. Damo says, no listening for me today. I'm playing at Fitzwilliam College in Cambridge on the same pitch where yesterday our second 11 scored 340 for none in a league game. He says, I don't think we'll match that score. And that's the end of the over, 57 for 1. Stuart Dick says, listening in from the Rhubarb Triangle with 16 points in the bag from yesterday. Was run out for 2 after slipping in the middle of the wicket, and then I dropped a dolly. Last week I was caught off a no ball given by square leg. Standing umpire gave me out anyway. I might retire.
Never retire from cricket. That's my advice. You can't give it up. Here's Miles then. It's bowl to the left-handed Ingram, back with 3 slips. The gully is gone though, as he's beaten the outside edge of Ingram's bat there, pushing forward.
Talking about players and having time off and stuff, and I was on earlier about minor counties players. Dave's tweeted, he says, 5 amateur Cornwall players played at Penzance Cricket Club in a 50-over game yesterday, yet are here at Slough Cricket Club today, bowling in the sunshine in a National Cricket Association 50-over game. So Cornwall against Berkshire this morning. Well done them.
Miles bouncing in, springy stride balls, and that was kept a little bit low, and Ingram's dug it out well, defended competently on the offside. Just a little bit of variable bounce early doors.
There has been a couple, yeah. I mean, it's a very dry pitch. There's a bit of grass holding it together, and as you see a lot in the pitches in the UK, you kind of get these plate cracks, and sometimes if they move a little bit, you get that bit of variable bounce. So we might see that increase as the days go on.
Miles to Ingram, slashes at that outside off stump, doesn't make contact through to Robinson. Well, I suppose you have to give credit to ground staff for preparing anything after the ridiculous weather we've had over the last few months. Rained for the whole of April, and then
not up here. Can't remember the last time it rained. Can you?
It's been very dry. I mean,
didn't you have the soggy April that most people did in?
Well, in Wales they did, and in Sussex.
I mean, we had a fair bit of rain, but we didn't have too many games interrupted, did we, Marty, up here? We're quite lucky.
As that sees Ingram ducking underneath that one. Just to flicked him on the shoulder as it went through to the keeper. Shorter ball, good one from Miles. Our club didn't get onto the field at all in friendly pre-seasons in April. Yeah, everything rained off.
They put off the start of the North East Premier League by a week or something, didn't they? Yeah. Durham played Worcestershire in their first home game, so that was April the 13th. They lost 43 overs in that match.
As Miles is into ball to Ingram, again, a bit on the low side, playing out on the offside. No run. Torrid start for Colin Ingram, back in the whites.
The next home game they played in April was against Derbyshire. 11 overs were lost in that match.
So considering with other games around the country, we were quite fortunate there.
Of course, it rained to deny Durham in Cardiff.
Yeah.
About 5 o'clock on the last day with Glamorgan 6 down in the second innings.
Closed it down. Snowed last year to deny Durham. I don't know what it'll be next year, a tornado or something.
Plague of frogs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's down leg side, and Ingram, slightly surprised by it, doesn't take advantage. Ollie Robinson does well to take it. 57 for 1 after a maiden over from Craig Miles. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14.
Mark says, how come Durham have won twice as many games as second place, but only have 25% more points? I get the bonus points, but it doesn't seem to be rewarding winning. Glad to have 4-day cricket back, he says.
Well, with 16 points for a win compared to 5 for a draw, it's a bigger gap than it was last season. Back to 2019 system.
Yeah, last few years has been 8 for a draw, isn't it?
Yeah. There was some thinking about COVID when that was brought in.
That's right.
McAlinden bowls. Put up into the air, there's no one at third man, and it's gone for 4. Shortish ball outside the line of off stump, and Salter was able to just open up there and guide it across and over the slip cordon. Away for 4 runs.
India 7 down, 218 for 7. Australia on the brink of being World Test champions.
Malcolm Basanko back to proper cricket. Hope the form we were showing prior to the Crash Bang Wallach circus will carry over. Captain Cook says, I'm off to Sacriston Cricket Club this afternoon to watch the academy match and a couple of pints. So I don't know if it means he's going to watch the pints as well as the academy game, or if he's going to drink a couple of pints.
Watch the pints disappear.
Yeah.
I think that's been great for local cricket, Marty. There's Sunday academy teams that most clubs are putting out where it's probably 60% juniors.
Yeah. This is a delivery from McAlinden wide of off stump, left alone.
Seeing a lot of kind of 15, 16-year-olds getting opportunity with 3 or 4 or 5 senior players.
Yeah.
Great. I think seeing it firsthand at Gateshead Fell, we've seen some great development opportunities for those kids, and they're getting good mentoring from some experienced ex long-term players in the leagues.
Yeah.
And that's only really come about the last few years. I think last 4 or 5 years where you can put this kind of, they call it the academy team, don't they?
Well, I mean, it sounds quite similar to the thirds in many respects, as McAlinden bowls here, and that's a thick edge along the floor, wide of the slip cordon, down a third man for 4, short boundary down this right-hand corner. I think it's nice to, to be able to see some, and I did it, but see some kids playing in the same team as their dads.
Yeah. And that's right. You see a lot of that now, don't you? That's good because you're keeping the dads involved, and guys that have probably played 20 years of cricket in the local league still playing, albeit on a Sunday. It's still great to see. It's always nice to pop down to your local cricket club and have a cold drink, isn't it?
Well, I went to Felling yesterday, and I hadn't been in that ground since I played for Whitburn there in about 1992-93, and they've got a really nice clubhouse there.
They've done the nice decking, haven't
they?
Yeah.
McAlinden bowls. This is played off towards short extra cover, no run. Yeah, and they've got this raised decking area, which was full of picnic tables. Every table was full, nice and sunny. And anyway, we watched about an hour maybe there yesterday, and then came home, and then I went down to Whitburn Cricket Club later on with my dad, and it was packed. That was their second team game, and again, people are just enjoying having a drink out in the open air.
Well, the local cricket clubs are the best beer gardens you can get.
Well, they are, aren't they? Yeah. Which is what they were towards the end of COVID, weren't they?
Yeah.
McAlinden bowls. That's in the air, and he's just flung the bat at that, and that's a streaky 4 down towards third man again. Just threw the bat in hope there, I think. Sliced it down to third man. Maybe they need to put somebody in a catching position there. Yeah, the end of COVID, when pubs were allowed to open in outdoor environments, and they put these little QR codes on all of the picnic benches around the ground, and you scanned your QR code and then ordered the drink from your seat, and it got delivered to you.
God, I remember during that period of the COVID, being involved at Gateshead Fell Cricket Club, that the extra staff to actually be
Yeah.
able to manage the COVID protocols and serving, and it pretty much sucked up all your profits anyway. The additional staff costs.
Yeah. McAlinden in. Oh, that's a vicious delivery, and he's done well there. Salter to fend that one off one-handed. In fact, it was a beamer.
Yeah, full toss.
Yeah.
Slipped out in that one.
Yeah, he's been warned about it. It was accidental, but he did want to get out the road of that, really, the batsman there.
You don't want to be bowling another one.
Be off, wouldn't he, if he'd
Be off,
be
yeah.
banned?
Yeah, just a little chat between Ingram and Salter. Might have been a little shaken up by that one, even
Yeah.
though he did well to get his bat up very quickly.
Got to be careful now, McAlinden. If that's come out the hand because his hand's a bit greasy or whatever, he's through sweat. Salter did well to see it and get away.
It's a good chance it's going to be short, this one.
Comes in again and bowls, and it's a length ball, and it's pushed upfield, and that's away for 4. Nice shot right out the middle. Borthwick couldn't get across to stop it. And that's been an interesting over. 4 fours from it and the no ball for the beamer. And the 3 of the 4s were down to third man, weren't they?
Morgan galloping along then, relatively, at 75 for 1 after 19 overs. Not quite T20 cricket, but certainly a very healthy scoring rate now for Championship cricket. And Andrew Salter relatively enjoying himself at the top of the order, having had a long spell there at the start of last year when Eddie Byram was out following an unusual operation, which I shan't go into on a Sunday morning. 75 for 1.
See a bit of spin from Majaz Patel.
So Patel, former Glamorgan, former Yorkshire, now with Durham. Looking at his record, he took 14 wickets at 37 in those 4 games for Glamorgan. 106 runs for 3 times out. As he's obviously a quality spinner, but again, a little surprised they didn't go for a quick last September, as it was when they snapped up Hatzoglu for the first couple of weeks of T20 at least. Obviously a quality player, but as a replacement for Michael Neser, it didn't quite balance the side. Here comes Patel then to bowl his first delivery to Ingram. Left arm,
Is that a
wide outside off stump.
Well, that nearly went off the side of the wicket.
Not given. Ollie Robinson got a glove to it, and they might have run a by, but they didn't. That was a bit of a loosener.
The little white mark at the side of the crease, it nearly went past that, didn't it?
Yeah, even in club cricket, you'd be clearing your throat and saying next one is going to be a wide. And that one is wide, but does turn in a bit towards the left-handed Ingram. I'm just wondering, after the early signs of this surface, whether it's going to be problematic. There's a bit of turn already for Patel as Ingram plays it through the offside and picks up a single. He's got a sweeper out. Is that Liam Travaskis on there?
It is. I think Craig Miles might have just popped off to get maybe a new shirt on or toilet break.
Different boots if he's come off. As Patel will come round the wicket to the right-handed Salter, his former spin twin of last September, and Salter paddles it away off a pad. As thought he might have got an edge onto that, but it ran down to fine leg for a leg by 77 for 1. Patel into bowl, and Ingram stretches forward and defends back down the wicket. No run. Patel Looks as though he's got the optimistic shades on, worn by so many county cricketers in the presence of sun or otherwise. Ingram steps back and cuts that one down towards backward point, picked up by the sweeper. Single taken. Morgan 78 for 1 then. Remind us, how long is Ajaz Patel with you for?
Well, he's here for this match and Leicester, and potentially our championship matches in July. He answered an SOS call really when we had Kuhneman with his back issue. Unfortunately, had to go home prematurely. But yeah, look, Ajaz has been great. He's come in, he's fitted in fantastically well with the group, and you know, his performances in our last championship game at Gloucestershire was fantastic, and taking 10 wickets and playing a big part in that win for us.
Yeah, what happened to Kuhneman? Because he bowled 4 overs in Cardiff and then never seen again.
Yeah, I mean, he had a bit of a back spasm during that game, and then obviously he's come back and had a number of scans, and you know, he's got a bit of an issue within his back that was a substantial injury that needed some time off and some rehabilitation. So unfortunately for him, he flew back to Australia.
First ball, the new over from Deleda. Marty. It's played on the leg side, and there's no run.
Interesting that Stanley's come out of the attack so early after. Do you think it's anything to do with that?
No, I think he'll be an impact bowler for us. I think Scotty will use him in shorter, sharper spells, and you can kind of see the front level of frustration that last over with 3 balls, you know, flying through gully and over the slips, and so probably good management from Scott Borthwick there.
Later in, turned away by Ingram off towards long leg. Clark fields it 1 run. So did he bowl the 3 overs there?
3 overs for 27.
Yeah. There were 4 boundaries, weren't there, in that last one.
Best wishes, by the way, to Maccan chairman and wicketkeeper Di Knox, who had half an evening in hospital after a bang on the face. Maccan against Pontypridd at Ynysing Harrod Park. Both keepers ended up in hospital. So best of wishes to both of you.
Whenever you mention that, Bob, I always think you're talking about Mackhams from Sunderland, not Macken. So was it Machen, is it?
Yeah.
Deleda ready to bowl now to Salt. The sun's trying to break through the cloud, I think. Looks a little bit brighter than it was as he comes in from the Lumley end and bowls a bouncer down the leg side, taken by the keeper. His first wicket in county championship cricket was one Johnny Bairstow a few weeks ago, and his father Tim was on air with us at the time. His dad played for the Netherlands at 3 World Cups. And says, I was at a christening do at Chester Street Cricket Club, and thankfully there was a cricket game on. Saw a lad called Charlie Purden score 145. Superb knock. Want to watch, maybe. Deleda in again, bowls. That's short. Batsman Salter, who's on 42, just ducking out of that one. What did I say? Got 75 against Durham in Swansea in 2017. That was a game in which, in the first innings, Paul Collingwood got a century and was in the 90s in the second innings when they went off for lunch and then it rained. So he declared on himself.
Soared himself out and often lost the match.
Yeah. Robbed himself of the chance of 100 in each innings, and then the game went right down to the wire. This is defended.
Very sporting.
It was quite a foggy. It ended up being quite a foggy night, didn't it? Because the sea threat came in.
Yeah, one of the last few first-class games played at St Helens, and sadly,
no longer
first-class cricket there. Not up to the mark in terms of facilities.
It's a shame, that, eh? Great history there.
Great shame, great history, as you say. Used to stage at least half Glamorgan games, some big wins over the Australians.
Deleda ball spended away by Salter down towards third man for 1. Lees is there.
I hasten to add that was in the 60s before you were born.
It was a bit needing some tender loving care, wasn't it? I think in 2017.
And didn't really get any.
No.
The good council taxpayers of Swansea were judged to have other priorities than keeping sporting facilities up to full professional level.
There was a lot going on that week because there was one morning the triathlon came past. So plenty of people going past running and then on their bikes a little bit later on.
Is the rugby club still strong down there? St Helens?
As they're playing the semi-pro game there. They don't play the Ospreys there anymore. As that's outside off stump from Patel, and Salter plays no shot. Bit of turn already for him.
A little bit, yeah. Like I said, it's quite dry. We haven't had a lot of rain up here for a while, and it's quite warm.
As that is driven into the offside by Salter, not quite tight. Picks up the fielder, and there's no run.
There was some high temperatures in other parts of the country yesterday in the 30s, weren't there, I think? I wonder if we'll get a 40 day again like last year.
Well, that was hot, wasn't it?
Yeah. I hid indoors all day that day.
As that's outside off stump, and no shot played by Salter.
Were you helping distribute water to people here? It was the South Africa International, wasn't it?
In comes the next delivery. It's driven on the bounce to cover and thrown up by Deleda. There are no drunken supporters here to cheer that one as a catch as there would be on a Friday night. Patel bowls and forward stretches Salter. You can't say Patel runs into bowl because he doesn't really run apart from the last stride or so.
I've never seen a bowler not follow through past the bowling of the crease line. He takes about 3 steps in, and has got no momentum at all.
Ambles in. All the momentum of the ball is from the arm rather than the run up. As Salter is forward defending.
It's, Carl Hooper was like that.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I think the two 40-degree Saturdays last season, I ended up playing on both of them.
Oh, wow.
I think we had extra drinks breaks about every 10 overs.
I didn't have a plan to come to that South Africa one day here, and then I got a phone call a couple of days before asking if I was coming, and I said, "Oh no, I haven't. I'm not going to be there." And a certain colleague who has a son playing for England said, "Well, what if I could get you in corporate hospitality? Would you come then?" I said, "No, there's no cover." There's the leader balls. This is defended. I can't cope with the heat. And I said, he was talking about one of the boxes, and I said, the only cover you'd get up there would be quite late afternoon when the sun's gone round the back of the pavilion.
Plus, there's no air conditioning.
Yeah, and I just said, no, I'm going to just hide in the house all day, which I did. And I went out on the paddleboard about 9 o'clock that night, and it was still absolutely boiling.
Yeah, one of those hot Saturdays, I was playing in the Division 11 match where I think our youngest player was 45.
Oh. The later in here, England pushes that one off to the cover area. It's stopped by Miles.
We counted it as a triumph with 11 players surviving the day. Yeah. I think we managed to sneak a win in the last over, but just getting 11 people alive at the end of it was a bit of a triumph.
Well, there are a few drinks being ferried out onto the field yesterday. I think Tony Shields has probably walked about a mile with all the drinks breaks yesterday, and big glasses of orange juice and whatnot for the players. It's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch, and I wasn't sure there was much in that, but it's come off the tip, right off the toe of the bat by the looks of things. Ingram just had a little flick at it, and he's gone for 4, caught by the keeper off the Lader. I didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything?
No, it's. I mean, I think they're so difficult down the leg side because everything's so close. Ingram looks extremely disappointed. I'm not sure if that's because it wasn't out or as a batter, you never like getting strangled down the leg side. So it's more likely the disappointment being shown there. But a handy one for Durham to sneak one down leg side, sneak another one before the lunch break, and you'd probably say it's a pretty good session.
22 and a half overs gone, so they put on 25. The opening stand was 55. And he hasn't actually got off the field yet. I was expecting to see him back in the pavilion by now. That is a slow walk.
To be fair, it's about 140 metres to get to the bottom of the stairs. Playing on the far side of the pitch this game.
I mean, they can't really go much further down the square from where they are to the eastern side of the ground, can they? Maybe
No,
one or
that's
two
true.
strips.
Maybe one. I don't think we would play too much further over, as the boundaries would just get too small.
Davey Fennick's been on. He says Marcus could have got a bit of training in today for the charity game because the Bamborough 10K is on today.
10K.
Yeah.
Man, I'd be happy just to get through a few overs, let alone run 10K. I don't think I've ever been able to run 10K. What do you reckon, Webby? Can you see anything in the replay?
Well,
It's all so tight, isn't it?
yeah. It's hit something, obviously, on the way through down the leg side.
He did look disappointed to be given out, didn't he? And my initial thought was they were appealing, and I didn't think there was anything in it. But surprised to see the finger of doom go up with Neil Pratt at that end, isn't it?
Well, it's just a soft way to get out, isn't it, for any batter, I guess, going
It's one of the
leg side.
worst. It's up there with being run out.
Yeah, but will you ever run out without facing a ball?
I don't think I was that unlucky.
That was my third duck in a row. That one, 3 weeks in a row. I think I got two first ballers, and then I got run out in the third game without actually facing the ball.
I was run out without facing off the first ball faced by my partner. It was a terrible call by me, and my partner didn't agree with it.
Deleda comes into ball. Sam Northeast is the new batsman who many moons ago, I think 2007 it was, he made his debut for Kent against Durham. Just a teenager at the time. In 2017 in Canterbury, he got hundreds in both innings. Got a few runs against them last year in Wales as well. The later balls, it's a bouncer. And
That's
a
brilliant.
stop from the keeper.
That's brilliant.
How did he get across to that? He's taken that in about fourth leg slip, hasn't he?
Yeah, low in the bottom left-hand corner if he was a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
It
looked like that one where Jordan Pickford was diving the wrong way through the air a few weeks ago, and the ball was at the other side. But on this occasion, Robbins got the ball. Two slips and a gully. Bit of an open stance from Northeast. Spends this one off towards Patel in the covers.
Yeah, turned on the stream last night. I mean, I'm not a big football fan. I thought they were shouting about the brilliance of Emerson on the commentary.
No.
Manchester City. Matthew Maynard will be happy with that one anyway. He's a big Man City fan.
I saw him yesterday when he popped in to have a look at the pitch when we were finishing a few sessions out here, and he had his Man City polo shirt on. Excited for the match.
Yeah, before the money came in, I hasten to add with Matthew, because he's born in Lancashire.
I just think it's such a brilliant, anybody can dare to dream. All those local lads from Manchester winning that title yesterday.
Patel into bowl, and Salter's beaten by that one, pushing forward. Short leg and a slip in close attendance as Durham looked for the third wicket before lunch. That's judged to make a session a success for the bowling side on the first day. Salter pushing forward again, defends to short leg, no run. Where are we in terms of overs? 24th over, so Patel will hurry up the process, given that he bowls off half a dozen paces at most. Forward pushes Salter.
Talk about over rates.
Mm-hmm.
Watching the World Test Championship over the last couple of days, that's appalling. They're going at about 10, 11 overs an hour. They've got to do something about that, don't they?
I saw a tweet yesterday saying they'd lost virtually half a day's play
Already.
Yeah.
As Salter leaves that one outside off stump, short leg has moved to silly point. Position you see too often on the first day of a championship game. As in comes the left armour again, and Salter pushes forward, and the ball trickles off an inside edge to a shortish fine leg. There's no run as keeper Robinson retrieves it.
I'm told the boundary to the bottom end is 56 and straight is 68. I presume that's yards rather than meters, but would it be meters or yards?
Depends who you're asking. Who's giving you the info?
As that's defended on the offside by Salter. No run. Patel has whipped through the maiden there. Pompey says, many years ago, I was run out by the local lay preacher in our village when he called me for an impossible single. Yeah. I've run out a professional cricketer. Unfortunately, I was batting with him at the time, which was never good. Roger Davis, former Glamorgan player.
The Lader's last over, by the way, was a wicket maiden. And he's to continue from the Lumley end here. Northeast's been struggling for runs this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just sort of gritting his way back into it. Certainly in the championship, he's been in and out.
In comes the Lader, that's defended.
Artie, why are you saying things like that?
Just they're all observations, and whatever I say in here has no bearing on what's happening out there because I don't believe in anything like that.
Low scores in his last 3 first-class innings. Got a 40 at Leicester, 49-66 at Yorkshire. T20 started slowly, has got a few in the last couple.
What was the monster score he got last year?
410.
410.
Fancy getting in the nervous 400s. The Lader in. This is pushed away through the offside. No run there.
Who was that against, Nick?
Leicester.
Leicester. Fill your boots. 400.
Did it end in a draw?
No, Glamorgan won it because everyone's. There was a lot of complaint on social media at lunchtime on the final day when Glamorgan declared on a mere 795 for 5, saying why didn't they let him go on to get his 500?
Oh.
And they bowled Leicester all out in 2 sessions.
Right. Oh, Taylor's come in there and given up.
In fact, he was the nervous 390s that lasted about 2 balls. I think he got a couple of 6s to. Finish his innings with just before lunch on the final day.
Well, his debut against Durham was the final game of the season in 2007 for Kent, and Durham ended up there with a slight chance of being able to win the county championship for the first time. Later bowls again, it's turned off the legs, down towards fine leg for 1. And then the following year, Durham ended up runners-up in 2007. Sussex won the title by something like 4.5 points. The following year, they were back at Kent again for the final game. And again, had to get maximum points and hope the other game went their way. The other game was Hampshire at Trent Bridge, and Hampshire had already been relegated. But there was a bit of needle between the Hampshire and the Notts players. I can't remember why now, something over a declaration in a previous match. So Hampshire vowed they were going to beat Nottinghamshire to get revenge. Lader bowls, and he looks to pull this one, and as he caught behind, he is. And that is the end of Salter. And Lader gets 2 in 2 overs. Salter has gone for 43. Looking to pull one. It was a shortish ball. And I think the faintest of clips. He's saying something to Paul Pollard, the square leg umpire, as he heads off. But he departs for 43.
Was that glove again, Martin, do you think?
Oh, it's the previous. Showing a replay of the previous delivery, yeah.
Felt that was glove again, maybe wrong. But there have been some sort of unusual dismissals this morning, haven't there? There's the caught and bowled, which spooned back off the gloves, the caught behind down leg side, and their Salter just trapped by the shorter delivery from Lader.
It was a good innings by Salter. I thought he played with some really authority. He had quite a high tempo of his game and played a couple of streaky shots, but that. It's a good pitch, and he's trying to put some pressure back on Durham. So it's consistent to how he's been playing. Like I said, his tempo, but a good breakthrough. I think something I've noticed with Bass is that he'll have this effort ball that just tends to be a yard or 2 quicker every now and again, and that ball definitely was one of those effort balls, and probably just beat Salts for a little bit of pace.
9 fours, 76 balls. Was he at Glamorgan when you were, Marcus? Andrew Salter?
Yes, he was. He was a young off spinner coming through the ranks. Played a few games when I was there. He was getting mentored by Mr. Croft and Lurker.
Oh, yeah, Steen Koska, who's still on the circuit as
Match referee.
Oh, I never remember the blooming title. They've changed it about three times.
Match referee, to stick with that one.
Well, the leader's taken 2 for 1 in 7 balls there. And Kieran Carlson's the new man. He got a century against Durham in Cardiff a few weeks ago.
Impressive player.
He was good in the One Day Cup finals 2 years ago when Glamorgan beat Durham at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, playing with a finger he dislocated last Sunday, and I've heard suggestion that there might be a little fracture in there somewhere as well.
See how he gets on today. We've got a leg slip in place as well, and the first ball is fended away behind square leg down towards Patel at long leg for 1.
Very common when you dislocate a finger that you have a little fracture that goes along with it. Your tendon tends to kind of take a bit of bone with it when it comes out.
Yeah, there's a name for that type of fracture. Is it a Schaefer fracture or something?
Painful. So Carlson, the acting captain in Championship and T20 at the moment in David Lloyd's absence, and he's slated to captain them in the One Day Cup anyway.
He bowls. This is played away by Sam Northeast to point.
What's Lloydie done?
Into the oven.
Quite a nasty hamstring.
Okay.
Due back in the next Championship game against Sussex in 2 weeks' time. It was strange, really. It was in the closing moments of Championship game against Worcestershire, which Glamorgan won easily by 10 wickets in under 2.5 days. And no one noticed any injury at the time. You know, he carried on batting. They only need about 50 to win, knocked him off. And all of a sudden, news of that injury emerged a few days later. Ben Rain back into the attack then to try and press home Durham's slight advantage at the moment. Glamorgan 82 for 3, having added 55 for the first wicket. Fight back from the home side. 2 new men at the crease. Northeast and Carlson. It's Carlson on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Rain in. Bowls. And no shot from Carlson through outside off stump. So Carlson, courtesy of his career best 192 down at Hove, is sitting on a batting average of the season of 47. Also has 4 first-class wickets, having rekindled his bowling after several years of disuse. It's bat in hand at the moment as Rain bowls and Carlson turns on the leg side defensively. No run. Fielders, the single savers are quite close. There's absolutely no room for the dab and run. 3 saving the single on the offside. Mid wicket is in pretty tight. Mid on. Backward square leg is on the ropes as Rain in to bowl to Carlson, who defends to mid off, and there is no run. I guess the fielders seem in tighter because used to a couple of weeks of T20 cricket where they're right on the edge of the circle most of the time. 82 for 3, Glamorgan having lost Ul Hassan for 24, Ingram for 4, and Salter for 43. Rain to Carlson, outside off stump, no shot played. The batting to come then. Billy Root is probably in next at 6 ahead of Chris Cook. Or it could be the other way around. And then the bottom 4, not sure the order that they'll emerge in. Gorvin, Van der Hoogten, Harris and Sisodia. Sisodia playing his first Championship game since 2018, the left arm spinner. Rain into bowl. Carlson on the defensive, back to the bowler. Sisodia having been seen as a one-day specialist in the the last few years, so it'll be interesting to see how he adapts back to the red ball game. Well, he was hardly playing at all in the seconds at one point, but the second 11 only, I think, played 3 red ball games at the start of this season. Rain bowls and Carlson defends out on the offside. So Durham clawing things back, and much to Marcus's pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us. It's always nice to jump on board for an hour on day one, Marty.
Enjoy Bamborough.
Yes, we'll do. Hopefully I survive it.
Yeah. Stick some pictures on Twitter and we'll have a look.
We'll do. Thanks, guys.
See you later. Marcus North, Durham Director of Cricket. Hopefully we'll see a few more people popping in as the game commences. The later here, bowling his 7th over, 2 for 18. And Northeast flicks one off the legs, off towards long leg for 1. Picked up by Patel just in front of the pavilion. 83 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch might flatten out, but with a little bit of turn and a little bit of variable bounce already, you just wonder whether this is going to be a 4-day pitch.
Comes in and bowls. That's swung away and is driven by Carlson out into the covers. No run.
Not quite timed, so Delader with the double breakthrough. Just the 2 slips at the moment. Jones and Beddingham chatting away. Gully and a leg slip is the interesting one, I suppose, because of the little extra bounce that we've seen at times.
Delader in to Carlson. It's a bouncer. Keeper takes it. Do you think I'm just doing a little update for the BBC online rolling news ticker feedy live cricket page? Do you think it's fair to describe Zain ul Hassan and Andrew Salter as a makeshift pairing?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. So that's because of international call-ups and injuries?
No, well, just the 2 injuries really, Lloyd and Byram.
Later in, swings away quite violently, that one, isn't it? Stayed low, through to the keeper.
And Tom Bevan, who is a top order bat, hasn't opened for the first, but played in Championship, but he might have been in contention, but I don't think he got much in those first couple of red ball games for the second team, and then he's been out with a shoulder injury until this week, so he's a bit short of cricket.
Ball comes in, and this is played off to mid-on.
But there have been questions asked as to should Glamorgan have more specialist top order batters on the staff, and haven't quite been able to develop them as they would have wanted.
Up to the stumps, and Carlson just rocks out the road of another short one, which comes through about helmet height. And over completed. Was that a maiden or not? No, there was one.
It was a single, wasn't
there? Yeah.
I think Ul Hassan seems to have the temperament for an opening bat. Certainly didn't do anything rash early on. Just got one that lifted a little bit from Craig Miles and spooned it back to the bowler, possibly off the gloves. And the double strike from Delader, giving Durham just a marginal advantage. I'd say as things stand at the moment on 83 for 3. Durham having the first point of the game in the bag, 250 for the first batting point. As Rain just sorting out a leg side field. Mid-wicket is in fairly close. Sajaz Patel in a catching position. He's crouching down at shortish mid-wicket. as rain bowls and steered by northeast just past gully, and they'll jog back fairly easily rather for 2 runs. Sorry, I was being assaulted by a small insect. Lost the microphone there for a moment. 85 for 3.
I got bitten by something in Northampton a few weeks ago at the end of a T20 night, and poisoned my leg.
Oof.
I don't know what it was. I didn't notice it at the time.
85 for 2. Northeast to 3. We'll be just looking to survive until lunch, you would have thought. Rain bowls and played back down past the bowler, but easily stopped by Miles at mid-on. There's no run.
I was wondering if Tom Bevan might have been related to Nyron, but it doesn't look like there's any link there that I can see.
Not as far as I know. It's from Cardiff area, Tom Bevan, I believe.
Is it a fairly common surname or not?
Yeah. Next delivery from Rain. Turned away on the leg side, but fielded by the man at forward square leg. So it's quite a thickly populated leg side field with mid-on, short catching mid-wicket, and a man just in front of the umpire at square leg, as well as the defensive man down at backward square leg, wide fine leg.
I've just realised the east stand's open. There's not been anybody in there this year, but they are that far down the square. They've allowed people in today.
Rain bowls and northeast drives to mid-off, and there is no run.
Having said that, they did have the students in there the other night for student night at the T20 against Northants, but they had mesh sheeting at the front and the back of the stand. Basically, once they got in there, they couldn't get out at the front. Because we had a streaker
Oh yes,
2 or 3 years ago.
You?
And it was quite a lively night, that one.
So students were penned in.
Yeah.
Oh dear. 85 for 3. Rain bowls. Short delivery that northeast duck south the way of. Balloons through to Robinson.
They brought them in a fleet of double-decker buses. There must have been about 20 buses brought them in. So they came from Durham Uni and Newcastle. And then there's a marquee out the back, and there was a DJ on in there. So I think as we were leaving about 10:30 at night, all the buses were heading off again.
Yeah, don't need buses to get to Sapphire Gardens for the students, and just stroll across the centre of the city.
Or from next door.
As that is defended on the leg side. Carlson thought there might be a single, but hastily changes his mind.
The easterly direction that can, the easterly direction, this Institute of Sports next door, isn't it? Isn't that a halls of residence?
No.
I thought it was.
No, it's a multi-sports venue. It's got a.
I tell you what, I'm sure a few years ago one of the Durham's members was staying there for the week.
I'd be surprised. There might be a couple of bedrooms in there somewhere, but there's a big sports hall for. Well, I've watched netball there.
Right.
There's a couple of netball courts, and it's used for various other sport. I'll have to inform BBC Radio Wales listeners, so I'll see you the other side of lunch.
Nearly that time of day. Here's the Lader bowling to Carlson. Carlson plays the ball up to mid-on. It's cut off by Ben Rain. Robbie Stoker says, now the Aussies have wrapped up India in the ultimate test, I can now concentrate on the biggest game of the year. This one. In comes the Lader balls. Played away out through mid-wicket by Carlson. He get a couple here. McAlin's chasing after it. 2 runs up towards the Health Club. Dave says, just as a matter of interest, when was the last time a visiting team batted first after winning the toss in a county championship game at Chesley Street? I have to go back through my scorecard from last year. The book and have a look. And there he comes in. Bowls. Carlson drives. That's past point. And, ball being chased by Miles towards the old scoreboard on the right-hand side of the ground. 2 more runs. The yearbook doesn't have details of the toss in them anymore. In comes Deleda, defended that nipped in sharp, and he's done well to keep that out there. I think he's jammed it bat handle onto the pad. Carlson. Oh, it does, sorry, it does. It's in a different part of the scorecard now. It does have the toss details. The later in. Oh, that's a good lead from Carlson. That's just missed the off stump. Nipped back sharply afterwards, after it pitched. Looking back through the scorecard last year, nearly every team won the toss and decided to field. Nottinghamshire on the last day of the last match of the season down at Trent Bridge won the toss and decided to bat, and then scored a massive amount of runs, 662. Deleda with another short one. Now then, the news is starting. They're going to try and squeeze one extra over in here, but I don't know if they'll have time. Will they get it started or will they not? Scoreboard's just clicked over to 1, so... No, they're going off for lunch. There you are. Ben Rain's ready to start bowling, but Paul Pollard says, no, that's lunch. It has gone on to 1 o'clock. $89 for 3. Northeast 3, Carlson 5. 29 overs of the 32 scheduled for the morning have been bowled. Glamorgan won the toss and decided to field here last year. Well, going all the way back through the scorebook from last year, and nobody won the toss visiting here and decided to bat, so quite rare. Stuart Manger says here on the western edge of the Pennines, it's warm, humid and dry, almost cloudless. It's close. How on earth any pro cricket team in the UK can cope with the current crazy schedule beats me. Meanwhile, do we really need rain up here or what? He says.
It's time to awaken the sleeping lion.
So the other side of the Pennines.
Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries.
Play for
now.
Newcastle very shortly.
A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
Well, it's lunch on day 1 of this county championship match against Glamorgan. Glamorgan choosing to bat after winning the toss, and at lunch they are 89 for 3. Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson will resume after the break. Good opening stand of 55, which ended when Zain Ul Hassan was caught and bowled by Craig Miles for 24 miles on loan for 2 games from Warwickshire. The other wickets to go fell in 2 overs from Basta leader. Colin Ingram caught down the leg side when he was on 4 by the keeper, and then having made 43, Andrew Salter was also caught behind off Deleda as well. So quite a balanced morning here in Chesney Street. Morgan 89 for 3.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance. And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
Stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport.
We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that together we are stronger.
If you witness it, challenge it, call it out.
We're dedicated to raising the game. Here's what you can do to make a cultural change.
Here at the Riverside, report an issue or a concern by alerting a steward. Or text 07 85 11 83 114. Your message will remain confidential.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programs are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Very good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online to Chasteler Street.
Yes, everything seemed very quiet there for a moment or two. I couldn't understand why. Right, we're rocking and rolling. Afternoon session about to get underway. Glamorgan are 89-4-3. Day one here. The sun is starting to make an appearance. Just been in the back lane, out the back of the press box, and it's quite nice out there. Quite warm, pleasant day. So this morning, 3 wickets to fall. Al Hassan caught and bowled by Craig Miles for 24. I don't think there's any doubt about that one because he seemed to glove a ball back towards him. It was a bouncer. The other two, Ingram down the leg side, caught by the keeper off Pasteleda for 4, and Salter caught off Pasteleda for 43 by the keeper. He was looking to pull a shortish ball. Certainly Ingram didn't give the impression that he felt he was out, and Salter looked a little bit surprised that he was given out.
Yeah, I think you can judge the batter's views from those reactions. But Glamorgan have to be careful about showing that here because they were docked runs last year, or Durham were added runs because of 2 supposed instances of dissent.
Can't remember that. How many runs did they get?
Durham got an extra 5 in their second innings, didn't they?
May as well just watch the ball hit the helmet instead for 5 if you want your extra 5 runs. Here's Miles then to start the afternoon session.
And he comes, bowls, and the first ball is driven by Northeast on the leg side, but it is well intercepted at mid-wicket, and there's just the single. 90-4-3. Yeah, last year, which was the end of the first block, wasn't there? 5 penalty runs were added to the Durham second innings, which had finished sometime previously, thus confusing everyone, and the victory margin for Durham was increased from 53 to 58 runs. So it's a good job it wasn't a 5-run finish.
Yeah.
As in comes the next delivery from Miles that's blocked on the leg side by Carlson.
A few years ago here, I think, from memory, it was Ryan Pringle. And they want the window closing.
Okay, let's do that. I'm surprised.
So that window wasn't an issue at all this morning.
All morning. Here we go. Live window cleaning on window closing on BBC Sport Online. That's, I don't know why, since you'd think the absence of a window and no one sitting behind it. Miles into bowl and defended on the leg side by Carlson. No run.
Did Carlson face all of his deliveries from the other end before lunch?
Can't remember. Why would a window being open, though, create any extra reflection?
It's reflective glass, isn't it? So I think it's got a covering on it, so it sort of helps be part of the light screen or something like that.
Yeah, there we are.
I don't know.
There we are.
Pickiness is the answer. I haven't got a clue.
Miles bouncing in. Bowls to Carlson, shortish delivery that Carlson ducks underneath.
We did have a standoff with Darwin Milan a couple of years ago, and it was quite interesting because it was during the period when, as part of COVID protocol, I think before any of us had had a vaccine, we had to sit and commentate with all the windows open.
Yep.
So that the start of the 2021 cricket season, it was absolutely bitterly cold, sitting with a coat on, a hat on, and gloves on indoors with the windows open. It was cold for about the first 6 weeks.
Miles into bowl to Carlson, turns it on the leg side for a single, 91-3.
It must have been that conference period that they played. I'm trying to think if he was here. He must have been here with Yorkshire rather than Middlesex. And quite a way into his innings, he suddenly decided the open window was an issue and asked for it to be closed. And we said, we can't. We're not allowed to close it. And there was this Mexican standoff before eventually somebody came into this building and wedged every door open so that there was a draft of air coming from the back. And so we could close the window and still have fresh air circulating through.
Miles into bowl to Northeast, who defends on the offside, no run.
But as was pointed out to me, ironically, a few months earlier, he'd been batting for Middlesex at Lords while they were demolishing the 2 stands either side of the press centre, and there was cranes going backwards and forwards, orange lights, sirens, alarms off vehicles, you name it, and it never bothered them at all.
Yeah, those incidents last year in the Glamorgan second innings, as they made a bit of a complete hash of chasing 190 odd to win. Billy Root was given out caught behind and thought he hadn't hit the ball, and Michael Nisa was given out LBW and thought he had hit the ball, and umpire Alex Wharf, former Glamorgan player, demonstrated he wasn't biased in favour of Glamorgan by docking runs.
Ajaz Patel is going to bowl from the Lumley end to start the afternoon from that end. Dean Thomas has sent a tweet and he says, "You are right. The Institute of Sport next to Sophia Gardens does have rooms to let." He's pushed away by Carlson out into the covers. He said, "A lot of away fans stay there when at Cardiff because it's very cheap."
All right. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but several people have tweeted in to tell us that. Thank you very much to them.
I thought one of the Durham supporters had been staying there. Patel with a full toss, and Carlson goes down the track and smashes it in towards the east stand. He's hit it for 6.
Wow.
He hits the advertising draped over the front of that east stand, which has people in it today.
It's a good quick reaction from Carlson to pick that one up. Thank you to Graham Smith, John Noakes and Robert Manchester, who've all...
John Noakes?
Yeah, he's a member of the Glamorgan committee, not to be confused with any
the late
dog handling on telly.
Yeah. Patel left arm round. Carlson with a little edge down towards Gully. 1 run. There's a few people in that east stand today. I thought initially 1 or 2 would take their tops off and was sunbathing without their tops on.
Steady on.
They seem to be wearing pink tops. I didn't think it was quite warm enough for topless sunbathing. Comes in and bowls again, and that's a leave outside the line of off stump. Issue with the camera at the far end of the ground, because they're so far down the square as he bowls again here, and this is defended. The camera pole on its own's not quite high enough, so the umpire, Neil Pratt, is obscuring most of the stumps when you look at the live stream that we're commentating on. Patel bowls again, driven out in towards the cover area by northeast. And dot ball, end of the over, so it's the 6 from it and a single.
Graham Smith also made the point that he thought Salter's dismissal had come off his shoulder rather than the bat. Ian Holmes says, "No Hogan in the Kent side, surely an ideal loan signing." I think they're resting and rotating their seamers a little bit. Kent, he hasn't played in every game, Michael Hogan, by any means, despite having been Glamorgan's wicket taker and top wicket taker in T20 last year, having not played for the previous 2 years, which is all rather strange.
Well, the top wicket takers in Division 1 and 2 were made in Durham, aren't they? Potts and Rushworth.
Miles bowls outside off stump. Carlson plays no shot. If you want to tweet us, NickWeb2017 or Marty Cricket. And Glamorgan are ticking along at 98 for 3. Having put on 55 for the first wicket between the makeshift openers, Ul Hassan and Salter. As Miles is in to bowl to Carlson, who leaves outside off stump. I'm not quite sure why Zain Ul Hassan is all hyphenated in some readings of the scorecard. It shouldn't be, apparently.
I think that's why I had difficulty finding him today, because of the hyphens.
Yes, I think, as I understand it, the surname is Ul Hassan in the same way as, I don't know, O something or Mac something in, or App something in Welsh.
Or Van.
Van, indeed. Barry Van Hire. Oh no. As that's a through low outside off stump and Carlson leaves.
How many vans does Barry have?
Quite a few other van hire companies are probably available.
The wind's suddenly catching out on Mike, isn't it? I don't know. Looking at the flag on the roof of the pavilion, it doesn't look to be particularly breezy at all.
It looks as though spectators are enjoying the climate around the riverside. Miles with 2 slips, bowls to Carlson, who's on the defensive, pushing out on the offside. And there is no run.
I'm just going to alter that microphone.
The curse of the effects microphone. Too windy, too noisy, or too quiet. We get them all. Martin's adjusting the angle of the microphone so it doesn't get the breeze full on, maybe. Miles in, bowls. Carlson clips it away on the leg side and will take a single because there is, slightly surprisingly, a sweeper on that shortish mid-wicket boundary away to our right.
Shall I tell you what's happened there? There was quite a draft coming through the gap in the window where the microphone is, which wasn't an issue before when the other window was open, but it's now created this sort of vacuum there.
So Kieran Carlson's to blame.
Yes, he is. So,
okay,
it is all his fault.
Miles in to bowl, and that's a rather indeterminate shot from northeast. Feet going nowhere. Surprised he prodded at that one. He's got away with it. 99 for 3 at the end of the over. Northeast 4, Carlson 14. The man out. Ul Hassan for 24. Salter for 43. Ingram for 4. 2 catches to Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Baz Deleda, and a Corton bowled, given to get rid of Ul Hassan, which may have hit the helmet somewhere in proceedings as well. It's been suggested to me.
Now then, Tour de France starts at the end of June, doesn't it? And last year's winner, Jonas Vingegaard, has just won the Criterium de Dauphiné, which is the dress rehearsal for the Tour de France. And Hijaz Patel starts anew over here, left arm round. It's gone off towards backward point. There have been winners of both, but a sign that he's in good nick ahead of the biggest bike race in the calendar in a few weeks' time. 99 for 3, Glamorgan. In comes Patel and bowls again, defended by Carlson. Did Carlson get in Cardiff? Was it 121 or something?
107, 119. Yeah, rescued rather Glamorgan in the first innings, almost avoided the follow-on, and then the rain came to save them.
Arrives at this one, and it bobbles out into the covers, no run there. Got 106 in the opener against Gloucestershire this year, 119 against Durham. Patel bowls. He's come down the track to him and launches that over Borthwick at mid-off for 4. One bounce towards the end of the east stand. Got 61 in the opening game last year in Cardiff, which was hit by rain, hailstorms, and you name it. 100 comes up in 32.4 overs for Glamorgan.
Yeah, second 50 is a bit slower than first one was in the 15th.
Is 33rd. 100 for 3. Next ball is just pushed to point.
I'm just looking to check Glamorgan's match away at Derby, which I think is somewhere in this middle block, because that's usually hit by weather.
Is it?
There's been some filthy games over the years there, weather-wise that is.
In comes Patel again. That's cut off towards point. No run. And that is the end of the over. The 4 from it, 103 for 3. Thinking of those Kookaburra balls, which they'll use in the next 2 rounds of county championship matches. Interestingly, the Ashes has already begun by there, so there's no benefit to be gained by anybody playing with a Kookaburra ball because they would already have been called up by England, surely, or Australia. But I'm reminded of those 2 experiments with the pink ball here. So the first year, Durham played Worcestershire, and we knew the weather forecast was shocking and probably weren't going to get a full match in. I think they got about a day and a half, and then it just chucked it down. It was horrible.
Miles to northeast, and he drives on the leg side to rain at mid-on, no run.
That was 2017, I think. And the Durham players were talking about how the ball just turned to like a lumpy piece of soft plastic once the shine had been battered off it. And that's Worcestershire sent in John Hastings, the former Durham all-rounder, to come in at number 3 and just basically smash the ball out of shape. And as a spectacle, it was awful. And then the following year, it was a gorgeous sunny week, bright sunshine all week, longest nights of the year.
Miles in, bowls to northeast, down leg side through to Robinson.
And you get up here at this time of year, so what are we, 10 days away or so from the summer solstice? And it doesn't get dark till about 10:30. They were turning the floodlights on at about 9:30 at night or whatever, or for the final session.
Yeah.
And we were actually being blinded by the sunshine. It was just a farce. But that ended up being a long 4 days against Warwickshire. But there was hardly anybody here.
No. Miles is in to bowl, driven on the offside by northeast, no run. Glamorgan had a pink ball game down at Hove where they were all out for 80-odd in both innings, so that hardly saw any evening cricket there. There was a game...
You played Notts, didn't you, one year?
Derbyshire and Cardiff. Hamadullah Kadri tied them, Glamorgan, up in Notts. But there's a bizarre period, like about 7 o'clock in the evening when the ball started going round corners for about an hour, and then it stopped again. It was really odd. Miles bowls a short ball, northeast, ducks underneath it through to Robinson.
Was Derbyshire the first year? And that wet weather, because you were off for quite a period, and then they managed to get back on one day. There was only about 6 people left in the ground or something.
Everyone went home at 7 anyway.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing here, and a lot of people were pointing out to me that they have to come to this ground by public transport, and if you live on the other side of Newcastle or whatever, it could include a bus trip, a metro trip, and another bus trip, or a bus and a train or whatever.
Miles into bowl to northeast, who gets a thick edge. It flies between gully and point, and it may reach the boundary ropes. It's slowing up. The fielder's chasing it, and it's one of those tantalising ones where the ball is turning round, winking at the fielder, and then just hopping gently over the rope for 4.
I've just realised something's missing.
Our marbles?
No, the advertising sponges, the Toblerones, which Durham introduced this year and have been using them as boundary boards for all the
for the championship
matches. Yeah, it's like the ones you see on the TV. Yeah. So they've got sponsors adverts all the way along them, and they're not out today.
Perhaps the sponsors haven't paid their bills. 107 for 3. Miles to northeast on leg stump. There's still a bit of swing around. Clip to mid-wicket for a single. 108 for 3. Glamorgan played an experimental county championship match away to Kent, I think, back in 2012, 2013, maybe. It was before I was doing ball by ball, and it's in September, and my colleague Edward Bevan reported that there was no one there and it was freezing, or words to that effect, but even more disgruntled.
Well, a few people didn't bother coming to days 2 and 3 because they found it so difficult getting here or getting home again. If you're not leaving the ground until 10 at night, the chances of getting home are slim in some parts if you live over North Tyneside or whatever. Here's Ajaz Patel. This is bowled to northeast, who returns it to him.
Afternoon to John O'Dew, who's embraced Australia's victory on Test Match Special with Jim Maxwell and is now joining us. Welcome, John.
Fell round the wicket, floats this one in, played away by northeast back to him. So basically, we're just playing second fiddle to TMS, and is it? That's what it boils down to, is it?
Yeah, listeners are listeners.
That's all you think of us, is it? North East's on 9 from 28 balls. Make that 29 balls. He just taps this one safely to short extra cover. Picked up by Miles, who gives it a bit of a polish. You can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk, or at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or at NickWebb2017 on Twitter. Ball played downfield by North East, who turns that delivery into a full toss with a movement of his feet and pushes it towards mid-on for a single.
Yeah, 209 was the margin of Australia's victory. India lost 7 wickets for the last 7 wickets for 55 to.
Carlson defends this one from Patel. Roundabout off stump. So used to looking up at large TV screens in recent weeks to see action replays of shots going over fences and things. And as Patel balls again here, it's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch, and it's not given.
That one died away very quickly, didn't it? Well, Durham
He didn't take the bails off, did he? He was appealing for a catch there, wasn't he?
Yes. No disturbance of the bails. But Durham have had a couple go in their favour today, so.
Yeah.
109 for 3.
I keep looking up, and the black side screen at the far side of the ground, which has been used in the T20s recently, I keep looking at that, expecting to see television pictures on it, because it looks like a giant TV.
It does, yeah. So the black side screen is about, 30 metres away from the white side screen.
Yeah.
Haven't bothered to take it down since there's T20 back here on Friday night. Miles into North East, works through the leg side and will pick up 4 runs running down the slope to the family stand away to our right, which is moderately populated, I think.
An email has arrived from Bernard called First Session Summary.
Oh.
For the first 22 overs, Glamorgan were going along without any serious concerns.
Hang on, can you send that to me so I can cut and paste it and stick it in the close of play report?
Yeah. Any serious concerns, although Durham perhaps did get the wrong end of 2 LBW shouts, he thinks. 2 quick wickets later on made the first session definitely even.
Miles bowls and North East defends. Well, I told BBC Radio Wales listeners it was a slight advantage to the hosts.
I said it was finely balanced in my match report. Anyway, he says a good partnership will put Glamorgan back in control again. Well, these are just the sorts of characters who could grind out said partnership. 2 tenacious batsmen. They've currently put 32 runs on the board from around about 64 balls.
As that is outside off stump, and North East slashes at it and rehearses the shot. And North East said the other day in an interview, I haven't been at my fluent best, which is the sort of thing I might say on commentary.
Yeah. But in Hampshire, in the beautiful environs of Southport this week, playing Lancashire, and they're currently 70 for 5 in the 34th over.
Not enjoying the beauty of Southport much then. Miles bowls and North East hammers it to mid-on. No run.
Have you covered a game there?
No, I don't think I've done any outgrounds in Lancashire.
All right, we did the...
Apart from Colwyn Bay.
Southport, yeah, clever. The Southport match between Lancashire and Durham in 2016. I think it was slightly later in the year than this. I think it was July. It was absolutely red hot. And you commentating outdoors on the steps of what is a tennis pavilion.
All right.
There was no shelter for us at all. And I couldn't put the umbrella up to try and shelter from the sun, because sitting in the pavilion directly behind us was the match referee and a number of other people who needed to see what was going on.
As Miles is in, bowls a full toss that's sliced away by North East through backward point, and we'll pick up a couple of runs. They'll turn and Carlson will come back fairly comfortably for a third, Durham having introduced a silly mid-on before that delivery. Southport, yeah.
So it was absolutely boiling hot. And so much so, all the equipment started to overheat.
Oh, no.
And at one point, my iPad turned itself off.
Oh, yes, yeah, I've had that. Yep.
And we had to get cardboard boxes from the ground staff to put the commentary equipment in.
Oof.
It was blistering. It was a cracking game of cricket, though.
Miles in to bowl, a short ball that Carlson ducks underneath. There's been a fair amount of short pitch stuff today. They definitely think there's a bit of life in the pitch, and the dismissals of Al Hassan and Salter, I suppose, prove that.
The scorers and the PA announcer, who was our late friend John Gwynn, brilliant man Gwynny, who sadly passed away last year. They were in this portable unit, which was basically 2 stories of what looked like greenhouse, and it was airless in there. I remember one afternoon, William, the Durham scorer, said he thought he was going to pass out. It was so hot in there. But the majority of the people in the ground had sort of gone on the far side of the ground with these huge trees, and they were able to sit in the shade under them all game. And I mean, it was a good factor 50 job, that one. Went right down to the wire. Durham won with Ben Stokes getting the winning runs. The other thing I remember about it was we just had a drink here and a glove change for Carlson, as Patel's going to bowl now to Sam Northeast from the Lumley end. This is pushed off towards point. The press people, basically everybody, was told to park round the corner, and you were on the links at Royal Birkdale, the golf club. And it was one evening. So when did it start? It started on a Saturday. So the end of day 2, as I was getting back into my car, this is played away. The Open Championship was finishing. I think it might have been up in St Andrews, and I was listening to it in the car, staring out at the empty Birkdale golf course. The odd dog walker here and there, but generally nobody out there. This is pushed away by Northeast, and he'll get one run up to mid-off Jones Field. And I was suddenly thinking to myself, in a year's time, there'll be tens of thousands of people right in front of where I am now, because Birkdale held the Open Golf for next year. Patel bowls a reverse sweep from Carlson, but where's that gone? It's gone
through the fielder.
Gone through the fielder's legs. He was put there, and it's gone right through him. Is that McAlinden?
At sort of backward point position.
Yeah, it's gone for 4.
In case the reverse sweep, I suppose, is top edged. That's a long way down if you're 6'5", I guess.
McAlinden, I just thought he'd stop that, and then I heard a little, and when I looked around, the ball was on the rope. 121 for 3. Patel bowls again. This is driven by Carlson untidily, it has to be said. He's not middle that. It's gone out to cover, no run. Stanley's dad is here, and he's brought the dog as well. So we've just seen him walking around the ground a little bit earlier on.
Is it compulsory for all Durham cricketers' dads to be accompanied by dogs here then?
Yeah. In fact, if you come to a day's play and you haven't got a dog with you, there's a spare dog on the gate that they hand to you. He cuts this one off this time. That bobbled with a bit of top spin back towards backward point, end of the over. So 5 from it, 121 for 3. Northeast on 18, Carlson on 22. Martin Emerson and Nick Webb with you here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Wales, and around the world on the internet thingy, and of course on the club's live YouTube channel as well.
So Glamorgan starting to rebuild after losing those wickets in successive Deleda overs on 80 and 81. Partnership worth 40. Northeast and Carlson just starting to build, but just the odd suggestion of a bit of bounce still in this pitch, seen off Glamorgan openers. As Miles bowls and turned on the leg side by Northeast and fielded by the man running around from silly mid-on. There's no run.
The Bulls lost to the in the Charlotte Edwards final.
Yeah, surprised by that because they won all 7 group games. We did their last one, and they're fairly easy winners in Cardiff on Wednesday.
7 wickets with 34 balls remaining.
That is a big win in T20. Miles bowls worked on the leg side by North East, single out to deep mid, wicket 122 for 3.
Down at Chelmsford, Essex 134 for 1 against Somerset. In Nottingham, Warwickshire are the visitors this week. They're 118 for 2. In Canterbury, Kent 99 for 5 against Surrey. And it's raining between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire now.
Again?
That's it in Bristol, yeah.
Or still. Miles bowls and Carlson jabs it to point, no run.
They've only had 11 overs there.
Oh, it's still from that earlier delay, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, they've had more problems in Bristol than everywhere else this season, I think. There's one game entirely washed out in April.
It was bone dry when we were there 3 weeks ago. Derbyshire all out for 111 in Chesterfield against Yorkshire. There'll be a massive crowd in there for that one. It's a lovely location to cover cricket.
Yeah, that won't help the home profits. Miles in, bowls, Carlson pulls, and where's that one gone? Has it cleared them?
Yeah.
It has.
It's gone over long leg for 6. Hook shot into the east stand.
Umpire just looking for guidance from the fielders who lost it, and now Mr. Pollard does swivel towards us or towards the scorers who are a couple of doors down and signal the maximum.
Sussex 119 for 3 at home to Worcestershire, and in the Derby match, Kenya have beaten Botswana by 8 wickets with 59 balls to go. That's quite impressive in a T20. The 5th match in the Continental Cup in Nairobi. Haven't been there.
No. Glamorgan had I think he was Kenyan in the 80s, John Solanke, all-rounder for several years, decent player. Miles bowls, another short one that Carlson again takes on, but it's a little bit quicker, and through Carlson and through to Robinson. Apologies, John Solanke was Tanzanian. Born in Dar es Salaam. Played twice for the country then known as Tanganyika against Uganda. There's next delivery worked on the leg side by Carlson, but fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
M has emailed. Afternoon team, afternoon listeners. 11th of June and it's warm. And there's play at Chastity Street, but on the same day, Gloucestershire against Leicestershire has been stopped due to rain. Another crazy English summer. I don't wish to be a dinosaur, but Durham and Gloucestershire are 2 of the counties adversely affected by the 100. Couldn't counties keep their non-100 players, sign a few good ones on loan or from their academies, and then keep on playing? Everyone wins, surely. Well, they do, because they play the one-day cup.
Yeah.
Which has generally become more or less a second-team academy player competition, certainly last year from a Durham point of view because of injuries and international call-ups. The year before, though, Durham kept the core of their squad together and motored their way to the final, only to lose to Glamorgan. Here is Patel bowling to North East. Flicks a full toss out towards deep mid-wicket for 2. And Fred's emailed. Fred Raffle says, following your commentary on the BBC Sport app, I heard you mention of me earlier. I was then sitting in the front row of the pavilion, having a cup of coffee as this is tickled away off towards line leg for, in fact, it's going to be a leg by. It's a bye. He hasn't hit that. Wow.
Yeah, must have been off the keeper's bat, yeah. So, yeah, one-day cup, Glamorgan's programme. as the half-century partnership comes up between North East and Carlson. Carlson has 28 of them and North East 21.
Right, so he's sitting in the front of the pavilion. If wandering around later, pop in and say hello, as this one's played away by Carlson out in towards the cover area for 1 run.
Yeah, Glamorgan's One Day Cup programme runs between August the 4th and August the 22nd, the group stage that is. Hopefully there'll be a quarter-final and semi-final thereafter. But who knows? That includes a game against Durham at the Knoll, Neath.
Not been to Neath. Patel in, turned by Sam Northeast through the legs of Graham Clark at short leg. At least that's what it looked like from this angle. Might have just gone past his left ankle. 1 run. So it's just up the north of Swansea, is it?
Yeah, fairly close to Swansea.
Is it a nice ground?
Oh, it's decent enough for an out ground. It's next to the rugby union ground there.
Right. Patel, it's a little drifter down the leg side, and it's gone down towards fine leg. Beddingham chases after it. This will come off the bat. The one that we thought had come off the bat hadn't, and the one that didn't has.
Yeah, gentle leg glance. Yeah, Neath, they played 2 one-day cup matches there last season on a greenish-looking wicket that was we dreaded really having a inspection beforehand, but actually played reasonably well.
There's a chat going on now between Ajaz Patel and Scott Borthwick.
There are crowds of 1,000 to 1,500 on both games, which looked respectable on an outground, and probably more than they would have had in Cardiff.
Yeah. 134 for 3. Last ball of the over. Northeast forward to this one and defends it. So how do we broadcast from there?
We broadcast via the medium of having a BBC Wales engineer who does everything for us.
All right. With this little sat truck?
Don't think he had a truck. Some sort of mobile internet thingy. You have to pedal quite hard to keep on it, though. No, hopefully all we'll have to do is put on the headphones and speak, which is my sort of broadcasting.
Good.
Rather than having to set everything up beforehand. But your updates for BBC Newcastle might have to be on the dog and bone or some variation thereof.
Yeah.
As Miles starts a new over and Carlson defends it back towards the wickets. It flicks the bowler's fingers, flicks the wickets, but Northeast had turned and made his ground. I don't think we run to 2 lines there, unfortunately.
Well, on the iPad, I can use a system called Lucy Live, which it's sort of broadcast quality, and you just just do reports via the mobile phone network.
I think you may well be using that today, but looking forward to another couple of visits to Neath. As that's worked away on the leg side by Carlson, single taken. It might even be eco-friendly and take the train there. It's not a long walk from the station. 135 for 3. Could ring up Edward Bevan and get him to pick you up from the station. It's not far from where he lives. 135 for 3. Northeast is 22. Carlson has 31. The other 2 home games are in Cardiff in that competition. As Miles bowls and beats the prod of Northeast outside off stump.
So if Ed lives there, it must be the playground of the rich and famous, is it?
Oh, absolutely.
The land of Chantry.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't taken the other couple of home one-day cup games somewhere else, like Newport, because
Colwyn Bay
would. Yeah, they're not staging games there at the moment. That would be a possibility to have a couple of games up there. Miles bowls, Northeast drives, doesn't time it straight to mid-off, and there's no run. You could have the counties that are hosts of 100 franchise teams making a virtue of playing elsewhere.
Yeah.
Take the cricket to the people or some such.
Well, 2 years ago, Durham staged a home game against Gloucestershire in Scarborough as part of a week-long cricket festival of one-day matches.
A home game at Scarborough.
Yeah.
Miles bowls on the legs of North East, who works it nicely through mid-wicket, and that's going to just about beat the dash of the fielder on the square leg boundary. Got a hand to it, but then saw the ball follow him over the ropes for 4. 139 for 3. How far is Scarborough from the boundaries of Durham then? Roughly.
It's about 95 miles from my house.
Right.
So is Headingley.
Uh-huh.
And when they went to Sedbergh and played Lancashire in Sedbergh, in a 4-day game.
Miles bowls and North East defends.
I'd written in my match notes that it was effectively a home game for Durham because, you're not that far beyond the County Durham border at Sedbergh.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at the distances, and bizarrely, it was the same mileage from Old Trafford to Sedbergh as it was from here to Sedbergh.
Right.
It was something like 90 miles for each.
That's convenient then.
Yeah.
How far have you been in between?
I went back the following year because Lancashire played Cumbria in a one-day friendly, and it was a lovely hot day, and I went over with my dad and my daughter and a friend, and just nice to sit in the sunshine, watch a game of cricket, and not have to talk about the game of cricket all day long. Just go there as a punter, which I rarely do these days.
So you go there and talk about the game of cricket all day long, but just not with a microphone in front of your chops.
Well, Scott was doing commentary with one of the lads from Radio Cumbria, and we just sat in the shade under a tree up on the hill next to the dressing rooms and had a picnic and a couple of beers. And on the way home, we were in one of the dales, and the Carlisle Settle Railway comes past on a viaduct near Dent, I think it was. And there were quite a few people standing at the side of the road, and I stopped the car and I said, "Oh, what are you waiting for?" And it was the Tornado, the steam train or something was coming up the track. And got fantastic pictures on the evening of all the fells in the background with this steam train going over this viaduct. It wasn't the Ribblehead viaduct, it was another one. But Stanley McAlinden is going to come back in now. He's got to be careful here because he bowled a beamer earlier, and if he does it again, he'll be off. It was accidental, but he also went for 4 fours in his last over. So he comes in, and this is down the leg side, taken by the keeper. A little waft of the bat from Carlton. Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, saying earlier that they're trying to use Stanley McAlinden as a impact bowler, short bursts of overs at a time. So he bowled 3 this morning. Had a bit of a stress fracture in his back, I think, during the winter. Went off with England under 19s as well. He comes in, and Carlson pushes the ball off towards deep point for 1.
Yeah, I suppose tall and slimish. They're going to have to watch his workload, aren't they?
I can hear the tune from Local Hero. Where's that playing at? Is that somebody's ringtone?
Must be. Not me, Gov.
There must be a Newcastle fan then. McAlinden in. This is turned off through mid-wicket by North East for 2. These jogs across to cut it off from mid-on. That is the theme that Newcastle run out to at St James's Park.
I'm surprised you admit to it then.
You are?
Surprised you're allowed to talk about Newcastle United being a Sunderland fan. I thought that was the
we are on a radio station with the name Newcastle in the title.
I know. But local football rivalries, it's like hearing Edward Bevan say Cardiff City when he's a Swans fan.
Yeah. McAlinden into North East. He leaves this one just beyond the off stump. In fact, when when I was down at Cardiff. That was when Sunderland beat West Brom away, didn't they? So that was on I think they'd gone off for rain, so we were watching the football in the press room for a bit. I got absolutely soaked through on the Monday morning walking to the train station in Cardiff. It lashed it down. 144 for 3. McAlinden bowls. This is flicked away past square leg for 1. Ajaz Patel comes off the boundary to field it.
It's all a little bit serene out there at the moment, isn't it? And Glamorgan will like it that way after those couple of quick wickets later in the morning session.
Here comes the bowler. That's a bouncer down the leg side. It's left alone by Carlson.
So McAlinden and Miles coming into the Durham team from their last championship game. And Glamorgan with 4 changes from the championship match at Sussex, which was their last white kit outing. Andrew Salter, Colin Ingram, Andy Gorvin and Prem Sisodia coming in.
McAlinden to Carlson. He cuts at one, which was a shortish ball wide of off stump. It's stopped by Clark on the covers. Just looking at a photograph here, Jamie Bowman, who's a reporter in the Northwest, a photograph of the crowds at Southport for the Lancashire game against Hampshire, and it's really busy there. 3 or 4 rows deep around the boundary edge. There's some nice apartments at one end of the ground as well there, with balconies overlooking the cricket ground. They sort of sit just above some tennis courts, so nice place to live. Paul Edwards, the cricket writer, lives near there. It's for the Cricketer and Cricket Info.
Edward Bevan tells me he's done Blackpool, Lytham and Aigburth of the Lancashire grounds.
Aigburth's the one where don't they have to throw an extension cable over the roof and the lady in the house connects them to the electricity world. She went out shopping one day and forgot, and they couldn't get on air.
So, Patel is coming back from the commentary box end, having bowled a couple at the top end. Lumley end. The first ball is driven by northeast, but fielded at mid-on. Yeah, we've got a similar situation, or we used to have when we played at Colwyn Bay, where the electricity was provided by the owner of a nearby bungalow.
Right.
As forward pushes northeast, and for bowler.
What arrangement for compensation did they have with the BBC?
There were a few pounds involved, I believe. Since we're on all day for championship matches. Short leg and slip in place as Patel bowls and northeast turns to mid-wicket again. Also, the point for our broadcast line was conveniently tacked to a tree, literally.
Yeah.
They had to go and unwrap it from the tree at the start of the game. Patel bowls and forward comes northeast, having a good look, defending.
Have you done Arundel?
Yes, I did a T20 game there.
Yeah.
And also went to a second 11 finals day. Speaking of which, there's one this Thursday. There's Patel bowls, slapped into the offside, but straight to short cover.
I think Durham's seconds are off up to Scotland tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, Glamorgan are playing in Wormsley on Thursday, the second 11 T20 finals day.
Never been there.
Turned into the leg side by northeast. There will be runs to the tune of 4 away to the scoreboard, away to our right on the castle side of the ground as northeast found a gap and moves on to 33, 149 for 3. Glamorgan had a very high-scoring T20 game there in which I think Luke Wright scored a century. And Glamorgan was something like 8 for 2 in 4 overs. And Then Colin Ingram came in and belted them round, and Glamorgan chased down over 200.
Durham played there in the rain-hit summer of 2012, which is the wettest summer on record, and Tim Wellock from the Northern Echo was covering the game for us, and unfortunately the ISDN socket where you attach your commentary machine to, it comes out of the scorer's hut, but there was no place under cover, and it lashed it down, and I think the rain got into the machinery.
Oh dear.
So when I went there for the first time in 2015, I think it was, I organised for a gazebo for us to be put up for us in case it rained again, and I took some big bin liners just in case any I had to wrap all my kit up in bin liners to protect it. But we were lucky that the 2 games I've covered there, it's been lovely weather both times. Gorgeous, gorgeous town. 149 for 3, Macalinden then from the Lumley end. That's played by Carlson off towards the point boundary, and put off out there by, I think it's Delada with a wide-brimmed hat on.
Useful piece of fielding.
And that's the 150 up, 42.1 overs.
Neil G informs us that he's listening with his feet in the paddling pool and a cup of tea. Perfect Sunday listening, he says.
Eric the Stanmore Mackham has emailed. It's Macklin comes into bowl to Carlson. He thumps that hard out through deep mid-wicket. Stiff arms, batters it into the ground, and away for 4. Nice shot. He said, I've just returned from St Albans, where my son completed a half marathon in searing heat in just under 2 hours. I'm now looking forward to a relaxing day's cricket. Come on, you Durham.
Congratulations then to anyone who's completed that race.
You've got St Albans, Watford and Radlett, the little triangle there. Durham played at Radlett a couple of years ago against Middlesex in the one-day cup. Macalinden in. Carlson. Oh, that's come off the toe of the bat. He didn't time that well there. So Carlson's on 38, Northeast's on 33, and at 151 for 3. This partnership now 70 runs from 106 balls. There were a lot of stayed in a hotel right on the edge of Radlett. The back lawn, it was an old mill, and the back lawns basically met the M25. That's how close you were to the motorway. Macalinden bowls, and an uppercut attempted there from Carlson, playing a miss. And there were lots of kids with parents in the hotel, and I'm thinking, this is a strange place to come and plonk yourself in the middle of the summer holidays. And it dawned on me that Harry Potter World's just along the road.
Oh, right.
So they were all visiting there.
Edward Cooper says the refreshing thing about Neath is the take-up by the local community, a very different atmosphere to Sophia Gardens.
In comes the bowler. This is played up to mid-off. Yeah, it was quite a nasty atmosphere in Leicester on Friday night because there was a big crowd of football fans in there, and some of the abuse directed at the players and was not nice at all. And there were discussions being had in the middle between captain and umpires at one point. And if you were fielding on the boundary, you were running the gauntlet there. Rather rowdy. Not what you want to see at a cricket match. Macalinden bowls, and Carlson plays that to Miles in the gully. More for people having a good time and, you know, having a bit of a laugh, but when you start directing nasty abuse at players who are not used to anything like that, it's not the environment they play in, is it, you know?
Glamorgan are playing at Chelmsford on Saturday night.
Lively, is it?
That's lively.
Right. Macalinden bowls. Oh, playing a miss from Carlson. That just wobbled on him right at the last there. Good ball. I mean, it gets a bit rowdy at Yorkshire, but I mean, Durham played Yorkshire in a T20 this year at 11:30 on a Sunday morning. There was hardly anybody there.
Why so?
Well, supposedly it was because Leeds United were playing in the afternoon, but they did it the following week when Leeds didn't have a game, and it was to put the women's game on after the men's game. But what you have is people walking out at the halfway stage and not staying for the women's game. So it's had the adverse effect, really. Ball played back to McAlinden here by Carlson. End of the over. And actually a couple of no balls in that as well, which I hadn't spotted at the time.
159 for 3. It was something that the acting chair of Glamorgan, Anne-Marie Smale, mentioned on air on Wednesday, that maybe at weekends there might be room for playing the women after the men on occasion, but you need to get the timings right. Maybe 1 and 4:30 or something like that might be better. But
I think if people are going to come and watch, they're going to come and watch regardless. But to try and make that the big event of the day instead of what is the primary focus, it's back to front. And I'd like to see what the attendances of how they've been affected this year by doing that.
Patel will continue with his left arm spin from the commentary box end, and Northeast drives his first ball back to the bowler. Edward says the Knoll could do with a more detailed scoreboard and improved PA. 159 for 3, Glamorgan here, having chosen to bat, as this one is driven into the covers by Northeast, but well fielded at mid-off, and there's just the single.
Not even through the halfway stage of the day yet, are we? 43 overs in, 52 to go.
Yeah, just coming up to an hour into the afternoon session. 96 overs in the day. Well, you get used to 6:30 finishes, don't you, really? But with Patel in the attack, you'd think they'd get through more quickly, and we haven't had that many wickets to deal with. As forward comes Carlson, defends it back to the bowler. There's no run.
John Hutchison's emailed, greetings from sunny Bolton, listening in the garden, topping up the holiday tan with a couple of cold ones.
Pleased to hear it. Down the wicket comes Carlson and drives through the covers. That's raced away for 4. And Carlson, good use of the feet there, attacking the spinner and picking up another boundary. He moves to 42, 164 for 3.
He says the forecast is looking good for next Sunday at Old Trafford. Bring your factor 50.
Good, good. Pompey says he hasn't been to Colwyn Bay, but has seen Glamorgan at Abergavenny, Aberystwyth, Cardiff, Ebbw Vale, Merthyr, Neath, Newport, Penturch, Pontypridd and Swansea.
First class is at the front of the trade.
As Patel bowls, driven into the offside by Carlson, no run. I haven't seen Glamorgan play at Aberystwyth. I've seen matches at all the other places, either working or as a spectator, and I can add Llanelli to that.
I've been very sick on a fishing boat off the Aberystwyth coast.
As forward comes Carlson to defend, and there's no run. I've watched netball in Aberystwyth.
Netball?
Yeah, it's, it was where they staged the Welsh primary school tournaments, the Earth, which is organised by the Earth Eisteddfod movement, and they have, or they used to have, finals in Aberystwyth.
So did you go and cover them, or did you have a family?
My daughter was playing, because their primary school my daughter's attended was very good at netball and reached the finals virtually every year. So they had a very good coach.
Mm.
Netball was the thing in our local primary school.
164 for 3. Northeast's on 34. He's faced 59 balls. McAlinden's going to continue bowling here. They're bringing Michael Jones up from fine leg, and he's going to go in the slip cordon for Northeast. And Ben Rain was in mid-wicket, and he's dropped down a fine leg. Got Ajaz Patel on the deep mid-wicket boundary. McAlinden bowls, slightly over-pitched, and it's driven back at him, and it hits him on the left hand, and that's stinging his finger ends. Spent every school holiday for quite a few years in a little village in Powys called St Harmon, which is just over the mountain from Rhayader. So we weren't far from the Elan Valley, and this one summer we were there. So my stepfather's father lived there. He bought some land which had been on the highest railway in the UK, I think. When Beeching's axe fell on the railways. In comes the bowler, and that's gone off towards the point boundary for 1 by Northeast. So he bought some land off the railway and built this bungalow on the banks of the River Marteg, which is a nice little river which meandered through the hills there. Anyway, the local pub, as you can imagine, quite popular with the local farming community. And one day they decided to run this trip from the village to go fishing off Aberystwyth. And we got out about 8 miles off the shore. Macalin bowls, and that's played away by Carlson for 1 through the covers. And put the started fishing about the first half hour. I think I caught something like 14 mackerel in about half an hour. They were just diving on the hook. And then I started to feel a little bit queasy, and then I started to be sick. And I ended up spending most of the rest of the day lying on a bed down in one of the rooms on this. It's quite a big fishing boat.
The Mackerel's Revenge.
Yeah, and they were fishing for all kinds off the back. They were catching skate and lots of stuff. Here comes McAlinden. This is played by Northeast to the cover area, no run there. And then at some point, somebody started to notice that people on deck were basically walking around in water. And when they had a look down in the engine area, it was filling up with water and the boat was starting to sink. So they set sail back off shore, wondering if they were going to make it. And I remember there was this farmer called Aubrey, and he was built like the proverbial outhouse. McAlinden bowls, and this is cut and played away off towards cover boundary for 1 by Northeast. And there was a hand pump, so you could sort of pump the boat out with a hand pump. He sat on this chair, bang, 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 all the way back, and effectively kept us afloat single-handed. But because I was so not well and rather woozy, I didn't really appreciate the danger we were in at the time. It was only when we got back to shore and everybody was so relieved. McAlinden bowls. This is cut by Carlson down to third man for 4. It was a wideish ball. And there to be put away, and it was. So 5, 6, 7 off the over. 171 for 3.
50 up for poor old McAlinden, or poor young McAlinden, after 6 overs.
Yeah. He's going to have days like this, isn't he? And, there's Nathan Souter, for instance, has been Durham's linchpin with the ball in the T20, taking wickets for fun. 5 in a game against Northants, 4 in a game against Northants. He went for 50 runs on Friday night at Leicester.
It can happen in T20, can it?
I used to keep a list of all the bowlers who'd gone for more than 50, but I think it's now becoming such a regular occurrence. I think you're going to have to keep a list of people who've gone for more than 60.
Yes, which sadly includes Tim van der Hoogten after Friday night, returning to the side after a few weeks out injured and clobbered all around Sapphire Gardens, I'm afraid. 171 for 3, Glamorgan, as Patel starts a new over. And Northeast drives gently back to the bowler. No run. 171 for 3. The men out. Ul Hassan for 24. Ingram for 4. And Salter for 43. Durham trying to put some pressure on this 4th wicket partnership, which is already worth 90 runs between Northeast and Carlson. Carlson definitely the more aggressive of the pair. As Patel ambles in again, and it's driven gently to short extra by Northeast. No run.
Carlson against Durham made 33 in 2018, 82 in 2021, 61 in the cup final. 53, 119.
Not a bad series of scores then. As Patel in bowls, forward comes Northeast, who doesn't look as though he's going to try too much spectacular in this innings. 36 off 67 balls. He's dabbled once or twice outside off stump.
That's 61, sorry, wasn't the cup final. That was the opening game in Cardiff.
As Northeast blocks so gently that he scoops the ball to keeper Robinson.
He was the captain in the cup final, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He's been the captain in the last 2 one-day cups and remains so this year. As that one is pushed on the leg side by Northeast. Patel gets through a maiden over in about a minute and a half. 171 for 3. As, yes, and Carlson is the sort of stand-in captain for Championship and T20. And David Lloyd's absence, but is the captain for the One Day Cup, in which Glamorgan so far have only lost 1 player to the franchise 100 tournament, Dan Douthwaite, and just hope that he's fit in time for that, because he's out of action with a side strain at the moment, injured on Wednesday. As we've got a little bit of a drinks break for the 2 batters. It's obviously getting a bit warmer out there, a lot more blue sky overhead than there was first thing. Have Durham lost many to franchise calls this year?
I've got a clue. I don't know. Ben Rain's played in it, hasn't he? Bryden Cars.
Yeah, so Glamorgan will be able to field a reason. I mean, I think there's 1 or 2 wild card selections still to be made by the franchises, but Glamorgan will be close to full strength.
I mean, you're talking about players like Mark Wood, for instance, who I think he played for one of the London teams, but I haven't seen him here for a while. Matthew Potts and Bryden Cars, did they play Ben Rain? This is Ben Rain replacing McAlinden in the attack. Can he break the partnership? Carlson steers the ball towards the later at backward point and doesn't go for a single. He could have got it in the end there.
Well, that's strange, because I think both batters went about halfway and then retreated. And they're trying to get their lines of communication re-established there with another quick word mid-wicket, which they might have had during the previous ball process.
Breaking news from Scotland. Ben Rain comes into bowl. This is defended by Carlson. Police Scotland have just put out a press release. Investigation into Scottish National Party funding and finances - woman arrested. A 52-year-old woman has today been arrested as a suspect in connection with the ongoing investigation into the funding and finances of the Scottish National Party. It doesn't name the person, but I think the headlines are now starting to occupy the news feeds in varying places as this is flicked away by Kieran Carlson. Short on the leg side. Throw back from Beddingham, and the keeper fell over as he was taking the catch there.
Yeah, it's just popped up in the BBC news feed. Former First Minister Nicola Sturgeon.
It's naming, is it?
It is naming the lady involved.
Some clouds starting to mass high up. Rain comes in and bowls. Carlson drives at that one, and there's his half century. It's gone for 4, past point. It's always impressed me when I've seen him against Durham, and that's the 26th time he's got to at least 50 in a first-class match. 72 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes.
That's been a reasonably aggressive innings from Kieran Carlson, hasn't it? Picking up from T20 style at times.
So that's about the 5th time he's done it against Durham, is it? I'm trying to think what was on that list. Something like good.
Seems to like the captaincy at the moment. His T20 form has improved greatly from last season, and he's got a career best and now a half century here.
That is his 5th time against Durham in all formats.
Nice to see Kieran Carlson back in decent nick in the championship. 3 centuries this season, with some low scores as well, but last season struggled a bit and was left out at the end of the season after a superb year, really, in 2021, where I was even speculating that he might get a England Lions call. Didn't happen, unfortunately.
Rain in. Turns towards short mid-wicket. It's missed by Beddingham, or he didn't take it cleanly. It bounced off his hand. 1 run.
But, yeah, it's still only 25, but has been in the game a long time, really. Debut at 18.
What's this partnership worth now? 95. Rain balls, northeast forward to this one, just rolls back to the batsman. I'm wondering if this turns into a long day in the field for Durham and this partnership continues to blossom, if we'll be hearing more talk of tired bodies and schedules and that kind of thing.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a few in the dressing room who are delighted with the chance to have their feet up for an hour or two. Whether it be those who are out or those who are at the bottom end of the order.
He got 82 in the final.
Yeah.
61-82 it was in 2021.
And Andrew Salter nicked man of the match off him.
Because he took some wickets, didn't he?
3 wickets and a quick 30-odd.
Yeah.
So Patel will continue. He's gone at 3 and over, Ajaz Patel. Ben Rain has gone at just 2 and over so far, so most economical, even if he isn't in the wicket sheet. Baz Delayed 2 for 23 in his 8 overs. And Craig Miles, the other wicket taker, as the reverse sweep comes out the first ball of the over from Kieran Carlson, and he has hit that one cleanly away to the ropes for 4 runs down to deep backward point. 180 for 3, Carlson to 56. Always have trouble in remembering positions when the batter's playing a reverse sweep. I think, is that square leg or is that point? Carlson 56. The close catcher now is on the drive on the offside at short extra, but Carlson has dispatched that one past him.
Under partnership.
Century partnership, and that is celebrated with another boundary from Kieran Carlson. Managed to hit it between the 2 cover fielders. There's a chase from mid-off, and Carlson has got 60 out of the 103 added for this 4th wicket. A very sporting round of applause, mainly from the home fans. I suspect there's not too many Glamorgan supporters here. Didn't notice any coming in, but that was way before the start of the game, so haven't had a chance to stroll around as yet. 184 for 3 as Patel will bowl to Kieran Carlson, who plays one into the offside and straight to point, more or less, sends northeast back. Carlson still in some discomfort with finger injury, comes down the pitch, hits this one through the leg side. I think he got all of it, but it's still running away down the slope to the family stand for the 3rd boundary of the over. Kieran Carlson on the charge. He moves to 64. Glamorgan 188 for 3. And maybe those signs of a little bit of inconsistent bounce early on will flatten out as the day goes on and the sun gets on the wicket. Patel getting a little gentle turn as he floats one up, and Carlson drives gently back to the bowler. Nips round in front of cover and does the fielding himself. 188 for 3, Glamorgan having lost Al Hassan for 24, Ingram for 4, Salter 43. Next delivery from Patel, down leg side. Worked away by Carlson. He's beaten the man at shortish fine leg and will pick up a couple of runs as there is a good sliding stop. Nideleda, the leg side patrol man. So 14 off the over. Carlson races to 66 not out of 79 deliveries. Glamorgan 190 for 3 as the skipper goes down for a chat with one of his senior pros in Sam Northeast, who's, I imagine, just happy to potter along in Carlson's shadow at the moment and just buy himself more time at the crease, more movement back towards the form that he demonstrated last season. Ben Rain out to disrupt that process.
Here he comes. Northeast pushes that to point. Deleda stops it.
Very pleasant out there now. Only about 10-20% cloud cover.
At the minute, it looks like a good toss to have won for the visitors.
Yes. Glamorgan stuck the opposition in 3 or 4 times in the first block of matches. Might be the first time they've decided to bat first.
In comes Rain. It's a short one. It's left alone. Dave Fennick asked at just around about lunchtime, you'd gone by then to do your report next door, how many times have teams turned up at Chester Street and opted to bat, having won the toss? I looked through the scorecard. It didn't happen at all last year. I haven't got the yearbook from the year before handy to quickly flick through it, but it's a rarity.
Yeah, I suppose with respect to this current Durham attack, they're probably without a few leading names.
Rain in, pulled towards long leg for 1 by Northeast.
I mean, even with Rushworth departed, there's a formidable 4-man pace attack, isn't there, in Potts, Cars, Coughlin and Rain. Might not have been the same decision had all 4 of them been playing rather than just Rain.
Well, that was the thing. They knew that Potts would probably be away on England duty, and I said at the start of the season the balancing act then was trying to keep Carson Coughlin fit. Rain balls. This has gone to the leader at point. Good diving stop from him. It's the reason that Craig Miles has been drafted in for 2 games from Warwickshire.
Well, he's a quality man, really, to have as a loan signing, isn't it? 28 years old, plenty of first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire stalwart for many years, born in Swindon.
Oliver Gibson's injured as well. He's another one of the quicks for Durham. So they've got, I think Coughlin's going to play for the seconds this week, and I think Cars has been given permission to start playing again as a batsman. Rain balls, pulled by Carlson out towards deep square leg for 1.
He's taken on virtually every short ball that's been, or the majority of short balls that have been bowled at him today, Kieran Carlson.
Has he still got that little moustache?
Yes.
Is that when he gets his energy from, is it?
Well, a man of ever-changing hairstyles. And you can't use archive pictures of Kieran Carlson because he's got a different hairstyle every month or 2. He's got rid of the mullet, thankfully.
Rain balls. Ooh. Northeast pushing at one that just moved off the seam away from off stump. He's going to get some new gloves now and a drink. Decent over from Rain, just the 2 singles from it. 49 gone then, 47 to go. So we're past the halfway stage at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Having just done 3-hour commentaries for the last 3 weeks, it seems like.
Can we go home yet?
Yes.
Why isn't the match over?
Why isn't the flames being ignited every time the ball crosses the rope?
Yeah, you might laugh, but it is definitely a change of gear for commentary as well, isn't it? Yeah. It's like the The first T20 match, you really have to psych yourself up to hit it. It's almost like going back to rugby commentaries for myself.
I've never really got excited about the T20 since the early years when it was actually the only cricket commentary we did. So I used to look forward to just the fact that we could get cricket commentary on air for a few weeks. But we then gradually expanded the commentaries we were doing to home county championship matches, one-day games. And nowadays it's just 3 weeks of travel you've got to get through, really, isn't it? 3 or 4 weeks of travelling. And
yeah, I mean, last year, Glamorgan seemed to manage to have their away games reasonably together there, so that I and they were able to, stay in the southeast of England for 3 games in a row in 4 or 5 days or something, and you knew where you were. This year, it seems to be back and forth all the time. I'm sure you experienced the same thing at times.
Last year there was a sensible start in that Durham went to Leicester and then Northampton the next day.
Yeah. Here comes DeLeader again then, and a short ball from him to start with that Kieran Carlson for once does not take on.
He looks quicker with the red ball than he does with the white ball, even though the majority of his cricket has been played in white ball. His only first-class match before he made his debut against Yorkshire a few weeks ago was against Namibia for the Netherlands in 2017, the Intercontinental Cup, but then Afghanistan and Ireland took test status and that competition ended. So they don't play first-class cricket at that level anymore.
DeLeader in to bowl, and it's through Carlson as he tries an expansive drive and makes no contact. Oh, he's a real Dutchman then.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Australian Dutch like Tim van der Hoogten, who's got a Dutch parent, and quite a few South African-born Netherlands internationals around on the circuit.
Yeah, well, Brandon Glover, who's at Durham now, I think he was South African-born.
Great partnership, says Neil G, who's enjoying our commentary. Thank you, Neil. 192 for 3. That one lobs up, and it's at cover. Well, Carlson had that off a leading edge. It spooned up. And that looks like
a Stanley McAlinden
dolly of a catch to McAlinden at cover. And you would be hammered for missing that sort of catch at any stand of cricket. I'm sorry. It was absolute dolly. How has he managed to drop it?
It seemed to just be in his hands forever, didn't it? And then suddenly it was on the floor. Top edge. Dropped on 67.
As Carlson defends the next delivery. And, I'd have been hammered for dropping that one in Division 11, frankly. And poor lad. He's got his head in his hands. It hasn't gone his way with the ball today. And he looks absolutely crestfallen. And well, he might. I think someone's going to need to put a arm around his shoulder as DeLeader bowls, and Carlson plays it straight back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it and intercepts, and McAlinden walks over and picks it up. And he just gets a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Head up, that's gone. Nothing you can do about it. Just get the next thing right. Wow. 192 for 3. And the leader makes sure that it doesn't cost too many. Carlson drives that one straight to McAlinden, who gets everything behind it and fields satisfactorily. It's the end of the over. Applause from the home crowd for DeLeader's maiden and inducing the chance. Should have 3 for 23 against his name on that board.
Does that say 192 for 3?
It does. The partnership, Nelson. Not sure if you have to take 1 foot off the ground for a Nelson partnership. So, how long till the interval? 50 overs, 14 overs to go to the interval. So, Around about the 5 to 4 o'clock mark.
I'll have to try and remember to try and ring my daughter during tea on the last stage of a Duke of Edinburgh trek across the North York Moors this afternoon. Rain bowls here too. Sam Northeast, he just flicks that one late off the pads, down to fine leg. McAlinden fields it. He looks absolutely disconsolate now, doesn't he? He's going to have to snap himself out of this stupor that he's got himself into. I don't know how he put that down, because it was a looping chance. I don't really think he could have lost it in the trees or anything like that. There's a clear sky. He probably trapped it on his thigh and played keepy up with it. Such was the way it looped across to him. Ben Rain is changing his field. He's moving Bedingham towards mid-wicket, in line with square leg umpire. Patel's out on the square leg boundary. Carlson jabs the bat down on this delivery around about off stump, plays it to point. McAlinden's fielding at long leg. There's nobody else down this corner of the ground. There's no third man either. So you've got a slipper gully, point, cover, mid off, mid on. And then the others I've just described. So Patel's a deep square leg. Carlson on 67. Rain bowls. Oh, that one nips through quickly and he tries to cut it late. I think he's played over the ball there.
It wasn't a great shot by any means.
Chris Pinkney says he hopes this drop catch will be less costly than Ben Rain's on Friday. Ben Rain put down a dolly at Leicester off Rishi Patel when he was on 38, and he only went on to make 103. Smashed it around the park. 93 for 3. Rain bowls to Carlson. Ball's played back towards the bowler's end. No run. Stewart sent to Mem. Oh, we're halfway there, living on a prayer. He must have had that stored up for ages. Just to be able to send that in the time since I said the halfway stage of the day.
Yeah, it's one I've been known to use when a side is halfway to its target in a run chase. It's Bon Jovi time.
I have to say I've not seen that meme before. Meme. Is it meme or mem? What do you say? Meme?
Meme.
Rain in. And this is hooked by Carlson out towards Patel at deep square leg. 1 run. Played it down into the ground. What does meme stand for then? It's got to mean something, hasn't it?
No idea. This is an acronym?
I think so. Why would it be me? It's described as a unit of cultural information spread by imitation. It's from the Greek mimema, meaning imitated. That can't be right. Rain to northeast. Northeast plays the ball out into the covers, end of the over.
Thought it might be the alleged narcissism of the younger generation. It's all me.
Ah, clever. See what you did there. Now that's a word that's crept into the vocabulary in recent years, isn't it? Narcissist.
Yes, I'll reflect on that, as they say. 194 for 3. Greek youth, wasn't he? And legend Narcissus.
Was he?
Something about looking at his own reflection. Toledo's into ball to Carlson, who pulls strongly and gets just a single. Nicely struck, but fielded by, I think it's Clark on the mid-wicket boundary.
So what with me, narcissism, the Greeks have come up with everything then?
Yeah, anyone think they had a ancient civilization?
Why weren't they just getting on with life? Why were they always inventing stuff? Well, there is a man bronzing himself with his top off in the stand over there now. He looks to be burning from my view here.
He fell in love with his own reflection, apparently,
Did he?
Narcissus.
Right.
195 for 3. It's the point of the day where I have to think, no, it's not the bonus point at 200.
Yes.
Delayed to northeast, who drives, and we'll pick up a single out too. Patel sweeping on the pavilion side of the ground, 196 for 3. What's the run rate? Is that anywhere on the board? Yes, it is. 3.8. Decent enough for championship cricket, as that is a no ball called by umpire Pollard, who swivels and extends his arm towards the scorer's room. 198 for 3.
Quite a lot of people relaxing in the stands, sunbathing. Legs up on the chairs in front.
Yeah.
Well, they've got the factor 30 on.
A few less brave souls in the rear, under the shade, as Carlson plays one into the offside, into a gap, and they can just wander through for the single. 199 for 3. Surprised the top layer of that family stand isn't more popular, actually.
I think it's some people see it as an effort to get up there. It was busy for the T20 last week, both tiers.
Yeah, it must be a decent capacity here with all that temporary seating for a T20. Delayed into northeast, who drives and will get runs down towards wide third man. There's a chase from the man from point, but he doesn't get that, and that is the 200 up for Glamorgan with a boundary from Sam northeast. 200 coming off 51.4 overs. Glamorgan having been 81 for 3.
So it's coming about 11 overs.
Well, the last 50.
Yeah. 42 to 51, 42.1 to 51.4.
Just over 9.
Yeah.
Dashing along. Carlson leading the way. Northeast on 43. Total on to 203 for 3. Delayed bowls and a swing and a miss from northeast. Who, at his best last year, would have been dispatching that one to the cover ropes. It's strange for a player who was so commanding last season, and you can see him having to work at it this season, which you didn't last year. But still, more formidable presence in that Glamorgan top order. And he works that one down towards fine leg. They may come back for a second run. Yes, they do. Northeast has to hurry, but gets there as keeper Robinson swivels and prepares to throw at the bowler's end, just in case Carlson was laggardly there. 205 for 3 then Glamorgan. Northeast has 45 and Carlson has 70. 2 wickets to Delayder earlier on. And 1 to Miles, the men out. Ul Hassan for 24. Ingram for 4 and Salter for 43 in that order. Neil G points out that Narcissist is also a great new song from Blur. I haven't heard that one yet.
I'm going to see them in a few weeks' time at Wembley.
Right.
The last, when did I see them? I saw them, they toured in Newcastle around about 1994, played at the arena, and then they disappeared off the scene for a while and went to live sort of nomadic lifestyles in Iceland, didn't they? And then came back. Rain in to start a new over, and that one's a bouncer down the leg side, which Carlson looks to hook. And then they had a comeback gig, and that song, woo! Do you remember that?
Yeah, song 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they first performed that live at the Mayfair in Newcastle. And I was sent by a national newspaper to cover that one, because it was a big story that they'd come back. And they came on stage and started to sing that, and my mates and all the lads who were with me, they all just burst out laughing and thought the song was dreadful. And it became a big hit for them at the time. Rain balls. That's played nicely by Carlson. Past Deleda at point and away for 4 to the far end of the County Durham stand, just in front of the white picket fence, which runs along next to the scoreboard on our right-hand side. Anyway, I think it'd be great to go and watch a gig at Wembley. Don't have any worries about your team losing a penalty shootout or anything, which is the normal going there.
Yeah, I saw the Coldplay gig there last year. And then they come into Cardiff anyway, this year.
Katie says she thinks meme was coined by Richard Dawkins as an analogy for gene, cultural rather than genetic material. Right. Still too complex for me. Rain to Carlson, drives again, stopped by Deleda at point. His wide-brimmed hat on. The wide brimmer was always my choice on the field. Protect your ears more than anything.
Yeah, trouble is, it's even more likely to fall off than a cap when you're chasing the ball, isn't it?
I actually had to resort to the bucket hat yesterday. First time it's been out this summer. They do a nice bucket hat here now. Durham one with the Durham badge on one side, but it's reversible, and inside is a pattern of Durham badges in yellow and blue.
Yeah, they're big in Wales with the football supporters in the last 5 or 6 years.
Whoever's got the contract for Man U last week at Wembley must have made a canny penny or two as well. They were all wearing them.
Strange, isn't it? Because back in the 70s, they became a bit naff.
It was after that they were popular early 80s, and then they drifted out of fashion. Short ball from Rain, and it's bobbled down to McAlinden at long leg. Bounces off him. One run. Well, Carlson brings North East on to strike on 45. He's enjoyed playing Durham over the years as well. Got centuries in both innings against them in Canterbury in 2017. A match memorable for the fact it was Matty Potts' debut for Durham. And twice that year, Durham got the last Kent pair in and couldn't get them out. It's played up to mid-on. So I think they batted out the last 12 overs at Canterbury for a draw, and then about the last 11 here.
Yeah, actually, Blue are behind part of the Britpop revival of bucket hats, weren't they, as well?
Yeah. Yeah, and Ian Brown, one of Stone Roses.
Oh, gosh, yes. I saw him supporting Castoni in Port Talbot. He was awful on that occasion.
Did he have just a backing tape like he did recently? Rain in. Northeast forward to that one. Stays low on him. Plays it up to mid-on. No run. End of the over.
No, he had a ban, but don't know as he had a tune.
Well, people were getting rather angry last year because he did a gig in Leeds and people were paying top dollar for tickets. When they got there was no backing band. It was just him singing the tapes.
Flip-flop time for Matt Maynard, and as he makes his way around the perimeter with David Harrison, assistant coach.
What's the badge on his arm? What's that again?
Maynard, I think that's just the manufacturer of the Glamorgan kit, isn't it? I believe.
Who makes their kit?
Missouri.
That's it. And I recognise the badge, but I couldn't remember what it was.
210 for 3, Glamorgan. Going nicely in the afternoon sunshine, and it's noticeable how many times they've had to stop to have refreshment and a towel down, and Carlson's working hard, and he's got his helmet off again now to
think
his brow.
The weather forecast today suggested 20 here. 20's plenty.
Deleda to look to add to his 2 wickets so far is into bowl to Carlson, who turns one down to backwards square and will pick up the single. 211 for 3.
21 degrees. Well, it says 18. Temperature's 18 at the moment. Feels like 21. Gentle northeasterly breeze, 6 miles an hour. Cloud cover 100%. Well, that's not correct, is it?
No.
That's definitely not correct.
It's less than 20%, I'd say. It's a bit hazy around the horizon, but pretty sunny. 211 for 3. Northeast 45 not out. Deleda bowls. Northeast dispatches one down towards fine leg, but will only pick up a single because he's found the fielder there.
Derbyshire are playing in Chesterfield, aren't they, against Yorkshire? Yorkshire 112 for 2 after Derbyshire were bowled out for 111. According to NetWeather, with its cricket ground weather app, if it's 29 degrees at the county ground in Derby at the moment, feels like 32.
Wow. The game that Glamorgan played in Chesterfield in, I think, 2015, as Deleda is on his way in to bowl to Carlson. Bowls a wide outside off stump that is brilliantly stopped by Ollie Robinson. And wide is called. That one just stuck in the hand, I think, as it really was about a couple of feet off the cut strip.
It's 31 degrees at Chelmsford today. But there's a storm risk attached to that, you see.
Mm.
You start getting too high with your temperatures, you're bringing in all these other little risks.
Deleda in Carlson. It's about a delivery. It's hit away on the leg side, though. And they'll take a single to square leg. 214 for 3. The game that Glamorgan last played at Chesterfield, which I think was 2015, we had 7 stoppages of play during the first day. And I think it's the most...
For drinks?
No, for weather. I think it's the most on and off day that I've ever seen. 7 weather-related stoppages in the course of a championship day.
Yeah.
We were in a broadcast tent that was threatening to take off in the wind, had bricks tied to each corner. Deleda bowls, northeast drives, bowler gets a hand to it and the follow through, no run.
Might be a shorts job tomorrow. 24 degrees it reckons it'll be here tomorrow.
I've gone for the shorts today. On that occasion, Ian O'Brien, who was the BBC Radio Derby guy, the former New Zealand player, despite the inclement weather, turned up with an immaculate different pair of shorts each day.
He came to a barbecue in our back garden, Ian.
All right.
A few years ago, covering a Derbyshire game here.
Deleda into bowl. Northeast pulls through mid-wicket and will get 4 runs down to the scoreboard, picking up the gap there. And with that, Northeast moves on to 50 not out off 85 balls, and it's included 6 fours. So well batted Sam Northeast, his second half century of the championship season. To add to the many previous in his career that Martin will have his finger on the button for.
90th time, I think.
Northeast drives into the offside. It eludes the short cover. It's well backed up by Borthwick, the skipper. And they go through for a single. 51 Northeast, 77 Carlson, 219 for 3 are Glamorgan.
90th time he's got at least 50 in first class. It's his 203rd game. Started with 12,218 runs today.
Well, Glamorgan did well to get him because he bounced around a couple of counties, didn't he? Had a couple of games for Yorkshire and a couple of games for Notts. Having left Hampshire. Kent stalwart to start his career.
He made his Glamorgan debut against Durham last year? Start of the season last year?
Start of the season would have been his Glamorgan debut.
So he's had 2 debuts against Durham then. He had 110 in Canterbury and 109 not out in 2017. He's Bowler comes in here. This is pushed away. No run there. So, he's, from my maths, and I can't remember if I updated this the other day, I must have done. He's had 502 runs in 8 games against Durham prior to today. So 200s, 350s. Got a 51 here last year. So he's now had 200s and 450s against them.
Likes the air. The temperate air of the north.
Well, he is from the northeast, you see. Durham desperately needed that breakthrough, and that patch was put down a few overs ago off the leader by McAlinden when Carlson was on 67. He's now on 77. But it's Northeast who's facing on 51 here as rain balls, and he nearly gets caught behind. Pushed at it, and then immediately wished he hadn't and went for a quick walk.
Yeah, it just seems to be having these odd little moments, Sam Northeast, doesn't he, where he's just fiddling at balls that he really ought to know better and leave alone. But he's still there.
A slip in a gully as he cuts this one out to Jones at short point. No run there.
Mrs. Heron says Egbert is stunning ground. He used to work just down the road.
Egbert is?
Yeah, Egbert, yeah.
Is it on the coast? Can you see the coast from there or not?
Don't know, perhaps Crisis Heron can tell us.
.219, 4-3. This is pushed away. 2 mid off. 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, Craig Sabra saying the bowling attack looks a bit limited at the moment. Well, I suppose when you lose the quality that Durham have lost, then you are going to struggle to replace them. But Delayed has been tidy. Rain's been economical. Miles threatening on occasion.
In comes the bowler, and that's gone down towards backward point, deep backward point for 1 by Northeast.
Slip in the gully now rather than 2 slips. Looking to cut off those dabs.
Rain ender finished the over. It's a bouncer, which Carlson looks to hook. Doesn't make a connection, and the ball bounces out the keeper's gloves anyway. End of the over then. 220 for 3. 1 run from it.
So Rain continues to contain, going at barely more than 2 runs and over, but Durham in need of something more than containment at the moment, as Glamorgan have got the basis of a decent total, despite my concerns about the variability of the pitch in the first session. Patel will come on for about his 4th spell. 12 overs not for 47 at the moment.
Still 9 overs to tee.
Where are we? 3:29, yeah. He'll be just after 4 o'clock then. The next radio update, which I mustn't forget. 4, 5 and 6.
Talking of the weather, Matt Green, the comedian, says this year has had the quickest transition between winter coat and shorts that I can remember.
Yeah, well, April was horrible, wasn't it? Don't think it stopped raining in our neck of the woods anyway. And then has hardly rained at all since in the last month or so. So well done to ground staff everywhere. Patel bowls and North East plays quietly to short mid-wicket, no run.
Well, in contrast, BBC Sport has just tweeted the rain is lashing down here at the Surbiton Trophy final.
Oh, right.
Andy Murray's playing there. Surbiton.
Driven into the offside and well stopped.
The height of suburbia. Where is it?
Surbiton, Surrey, isn't it?
Kingston on Thames.
Yeah, sort of outer London, inner Surrey. Patel bowls. North East works this one into a gap on the offside.
It's on the A3.
Single taken. 221 for 3.
It has a B&M and a travel lodge. I think if I might have driven through there coming from Hove to Radlett a couple of years ago because the M25 was at its usual standstill. Yeah, it's near Hampton Court Palace. I did drive through there. Yeah.
As Patel continues to wheel away with his left arm spin and is worked into the offside by Carlson for a single. 222 for 3. Double Nelson on the board. I stayed at a budget hotel in Watford after Glamorgan's game against Middlesex in Northwood, and I thought, my life is Alan Partridge.
Did you take the trouser press apart?
As that is nurdled away on the leg side by North East for a single. 223 for 3. I didn't have time to eat at the evening game between Middlesex and Glamorgan, and I arrived at the hotel thinking, I fancy a nice hot meal now. I'll treat myself in the restaurant. Sorry, sir. Closed 10 minutes ago. Oh, great. As forward pushes Carlson and defends, another meal deal beckons from the local convenience store. What would Alan Partridge have made of it?
I went to a really nice Persian restaurant in Cardiff the last night I was there.
All right.
That was nice. While running the gauntlet of food delivery riders on bikes with no lights on them.
Oh, it was, yeah.
It's
down Queen Street in the middle of the town. Yeah. Terrible, isn't it?
There was one lad came past me. He was dressed in black from head to toe, no lights on his bike. And I just said to him, have you got a death wish or something? You're head to toe in black, you've got no lights on your bike, and the tyres were bald as anything on his bike.
Yeah, delivery cyclists, don't get me started.
223 for 3. Here comes rain and balls. This has gone up to mid-off, no run there, off North East. There's a store near our house, right? And I was in there recently, and a delivery driver arrived on a bike, came in the shop, collected a slush puppy, and cycled off to deliver a slush puppy to somebody's house. Somebody's gone online and ordered a drink to be delivered to their house. I mean, that is... I just don't know how to describe that.
It's the end of Western civilization.
Yeah. Rain to North East, and North East pulls the ball down to McAlinden at long on. Long leg. 1 run.
Yeah, if I were dictator for a day, I would ban takeaway food deliveries for anyone who wasn't ill or disabled.
Well, I mean, I've got nothing against food deliveries to people's houses, but slush puppies? Of all the grandiose ideas people have?
Just ban them.
Well, there's nothing better than the excitement of waiting for a nice Indian to arrive at the door piping hot from a restaurant.
Ban them, unless you've got a medical certificate.
There's a bit of a delay going on here while Scott Borthwick and Ben Rain discuss tactics. Durham need wickets here because Glamorgan 224 for 3 are not far away from their first batting point. Durham got the first bowling point on the board in 25 overs this morning, but there's been nothing since.
Well, if you walk down to your local Indian, you'll use up at least 2% of the calories that you're about to consume.
Yeah. Like Graham Clark's gone out from the covers and he's coming to short mid-wicket. Got a short extra cover, backward point, one slip. Borthwick's gone to a sort of wide-ish mid-off. In fact, Beddingham's now moved from first slip to third slip. Borthwick to Carlson. And that daisy cuts through. It was wide of off stump. And he wafted at it and missed it entirely. Just looking on this map of Surbiton, by the way. I spot Walton-on-Thames just to the west of it, which was where my cousin used to live. So it's pleasant walks along the River Thames there. It's a nice area. And Esher just behind.
I used to play for Walton-on-Thames.
Did you? Cricket?
Yep. Third 11.
Mm-hmm. In comes the bowler. Edged. Oh, and it's gone away. Past third slip and away to safety for 4. There's no one there.
Yeah, that was about a 4th slip catch, wasn't it? It was shin height as it flew through.
Carlson moves on to 82, so he's heading for his 2nd century of the season against Durham here. Alan Cunningham says Scotland A are playing Durham 2s next week. It's being played at Port Gower Place in Edinburgh, which is the home of Grange Cricket Club, which is not Grange Cricket Ground, which is the home of Carlton Cricket Club.
Okay.
Hope that is clear. All welcome.
Clear as
Looking
mud.
forward to giving lost Durham fans directions. So the Grange is where Carlton Cricket Club play and where Scotland play. But Grange Cricket Club is not the Grange. It's at Port Gower Place in Edinburgh.
Okay.
We had a weekend in Glasgow in March. I was pleasantly surprised. I hadn't been there for about 10 years. Last time I've been up there was for a one-day cup match against Scotland in 2013. The World Road Race Championships in cycling are coming there this summer. Ben Rain to... Oh, it's... Well, let's discuss everything that just went on there. So, Carlson on strike, stepped right across, outside the line of his stumps. Ben Rain bounced him down what was the leg side, but actually the ball was just over, off stump, and he hooked it, and the keeper, diving through the air, just missed it, and it went for 4. The partnership moves on to 151 runs in 197 balls.
That was unusual from Carlson, wasn't it? He seemed to step outside off stump before the ball was delivered, almost. Whether Rain was trying to follow him, I'm not sure. That was very much T20 mode from Carlson, wasn't it? You'd think he was preparing to play a ramp shot. Perhaps he was.
I think early in the afternoon session at lunch, 89, so these two had put on 8 by lunch, and then early in the afternoon session, they'd got the partnership up to about 30, and I said these were just the two sorts of batsmen who could knuckle down and put a big partnership together.
Not sure if Carlson's knuckling. Northeast.
Well, but I mean, they've put 150 on the board now.
Yeah, I scored my first half century for Walton-on-Thames, and I almost made it without a boundary, which tells you what sort of batter I am.
They decided the ball's damaged here.
It was which is why I'm spouting nonsense. So I got to 46 without a boundary, very slowly. And my brother was captain. It was a timed game, so we were nearly at the tea interval. And my brother yelled, "You've got 1 over to get your 50." So I sort of slogged one just over mid-on, and that was it. That was my moment of glory.
Did you live in that area then, did you?
Yeah. Well, I was working in Guildford for 9 months between school and university.
Right. Ben Rain comes in and bowls to Carlson. Did they change the ball or not? I was busy updating the partnership there. Well, they have they?
I think they have.
No.
That one went through low outside off stump, and Carlson is actually stepping miles outside off stump before Rain bowls. If Rain manages to find a leg stump Yorker, then Carlson might be in trouble. 232 for 3. North East has 55. Carlson has 86. And these two came together when the score was 81 in the 25th over.
Alan says Portgower Place is where Scotland play, so that's Grange Cricket Club, but not the Grange. He said where Scotland famously beat England in an ODI. Beat them in Aberdeen, didn't they, as well? A year or two ago. Probably longer than that now.
Here's Patel then, from the commentary end, down leg side, and North East does not make contact as he tries to steer it towards fine leg. Patel into his 14th over for the left-arm spinner. Prem Sisodia will be noting that with interest as forward comes North East and plays gently on the offside. Prem Sisodia, Glamorgan's left-arm spinner, who's playing his first championship match since 2018. They played a first-class match for Cardiff Universities the following year. So that's slapped into the offside and will be fielded by the cover sweeper, single to Sam North East. 233 for 3.
His best bowling is 3 for 54 against Derbyshire from 2018, but he did get more in a university match. But in county championship terms, Prem Sisodia.
Yeah, he can't have played many championship games at all.
He's only played 4 first class.
Yeah. So I seem to remember him playing at Swansea because there's often 2 spinners used there, as Patel is driven up towards long off by Carlson. Don't often see long off on the first day of a championship match with a spin bowler in operation. You can tell we're getting towards summer. So this is only his 3rd Glamorgan first-class match as North East turns one on the leg side, no run. Previous 2 being in 2018. Patel bowls. North East drives towards mid-on. It eludes the bowler, but it is stopped by the skipper, Scott Borthwick. 234 for 3 Glamorgan at the end of Patel's over.
Six overs to tea then. Bringing Miles back into the attack here. They're discussing the plan they have for Carlson.
Is it a cunning one?
It's a cunning plan.
Well, Carlson's shown plenty of willingness to take on shots, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Risky or otherwise. He's gone for attacking shots on the majority of short pitch deliveries.
He's hit 20 since he was dropped by McAlinden off the leader.
He's danced around in the crease.
Michael Jones has got these blue sunglasses on the back of his cap, and every time he looks towards the bowler's end, they glisten at us.
First-class cricketers, Sunnies, must spend more time on the back of their heads than or on top of the cap than actually in front of their eyes, I think.
They've got 2 slips in place now, so he's gone into first slip and Benningham's at sort of 4th slip area. Miles into the attack again. Carlson cuts that ball out to the cover boundary to the leader. It's a deep point really, 1 run. He's got his back to the gap between the scoreboard and the east stand where the ground staff bring their tractors through and whatnot.
It's all grinding rather slowly at the moment, isn't it, with these conferences between bowler and fielders?
Feels like it's been drifting for a while now, hasn't it, this afternoon?
Oh, yeah, Durham need to do a bit of disrupting, don't they?
Here's Miles then bowling to northeast, is on 56. Right arm over from the Lumley end. That is left, and it goes down to the keeper.
Yeah, there's not much idle chat between the Durham fielders at the moment, is there? Which you need during those quieter moments.
Yeah. Miles to northeast, northeast forward to that one. Plays the ball away down towards third man for 1 run. Most people in the stand down below us in the sunshine just in t-shirts. But one guy's got a thick leather motorbike jacket on.
It's not Andrew Salter, is it? He's a biker.
Is he?
Yeah.
Can't see the dog in the pram anywhere. The block directly below us is sealed off because that's where the side screen covering is. Miles bowls pulled by Carlson to Ajaz Patel at long leg, and that bounced awkwardly on him, but he took it cleanly. 1 run. Plays that pull shot nicely, Carlson. Sprinkling of spectators in the pavilion seats. Most are on our side of the ground, though, in the sunshine. The pavilion just disappearing into the shade again in the afternoon. Miles comes in and bowls. Played by northeast wide to mid-off. Stopped by Borthwick, whose throw is massively way past the stumps. And keeper takes it about 15-20 yards beyond them.
Yeah, do you think there's a little bit of frustration creeping in there?
Possibly.
I'm taking the wicket all afternoon. I'll chuck this ball as hard as I can just to prove that I'm still awake.
What Carlson's thinking in terms of where his score is on 89 and where T is. Miles in, pulls at this one, and it bounces down to Patel at long leg for 1. And that's the end of the over, is it?
It is indeed. It's all rather pottering along in the afternoon sunshine, and Glamorgan will be happy to potter for the time being, you feel. So they build this first innings score. Edward Bevan says there's a cricket festival in Surbiton for many years, similar to Scarborough. There we are. Patel in to bowl, and that almost gets through Carlson's defences as he
nearly yorked it.
Digs it out at the last moment. Steve West hoping that Glamorgan see out the evening session in an equally improving fashion as Carlson plays gently away on the offside for a single. To Alex Lees sweeping towards the cover boundary. 240 for 3. Glamorgan having won the toss and decided to bat first. Patel bowls and Northeast works it through the offside for a single. It wasn't by any means a given that he'd choose to bat first, given that it was a bit of cloud cover this morning, and there might have been a bit of help from the conditions, but Glamorgan losing 3 wickets in the morning session, but dominating the afternoon so far, as this one's squeezed into the offside by Carlson, who almost committed himself, as Northeast was not interested, probably rightly. I don't think there was a single there.
There wasn't, but if Miles had collected that first time, he was trying to scoop the ball up with his back to the stumps. If he'd collected it the first time, I think Carlson could have been in trouble there.
Next delivery from Patel to Carlson, who again wants a single, and again Northeast says no. As McAlinden fielded promptly at point. There's a gap there, and Carlson needs to play the ball to the sweeper fielder rather than just dab it either side of the infielders. 241 for 3. As he drives and edges one down towards third man, will get at least a couple of runs.
4 there.
He will get 4. You're so right, Mr. Emerson. As it beats the charge of the fielder, I was deceived by the fact that the rope, even in that quadrant to the ground, is probably about 15 metres in from the advertising hoarding. So 245 for 3 Glamorgan. Northeast has 59 and Carlson has 95.
This is a tweet that's got a bit of traction today. I saw Stuart McConey tweeted this morning. Now William Fotheringham, the cycling writer, tweeted it. John Gordon Sinclair. On this day, 43 years ago, the 10th of June 1980, so it was yesterday, the first day of filming took place for a wee project that I was lucky enough to be involved in.
Gregory's Girl?
Yes. Great film, wasn't it? Claire Grogan was in it, wasn't she?
Oh, don't.
Saw her in Sunderland last year. She was Altered Images played at the Cubics Festival.
Yeah, I went to London to watch them.
Yeah. Last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. New album, Mascara Streaks, only took 43 years between 40 years between third and fourth albums.
I mean, she's still quite young generally, because she was only about 16 when she made the film, wasn't she? Or 18 or something.
Yeah.
Great film, Gregory's Girl.
Spotted by Bill Forsyth as working as a waitress, as the Human League would have said.
Yeah.
Not maybe in a cocktail bar.
No, it would have been a working men's club in Fife or something. Coddy. Miles bowling now to Northeast, who's on 59. 245 for 3, so 5 away from the first batting point. This is pushed away out through mid-wicket for 1. Bela, the two Italian words. Where did the guys in the film decide they were going to hitchhike to? Was it Caracas or somewhere?
Yeah, somewhere very improbable.
Yeah. Carlson's on 95. Can he get to his 100 before tea? Defends this one from Miles. Good delivery right on middle stump.
What have we got? 3.4 overs before tea. You'd think that if he gets a reasonable amount of the bowling, it'll happen or not naturally. Either get to 3 figures or he'll be out. He's taken on most things, hasn't he? It's real.
He came in the 25th over, so he's it's the 61st now. Miles comes in and bowls. He drives. This has gone off towards the point boundary. Delader's mopping up there. 2 runs. Good throw on the run there. That's gone right over the bails at the wicketkeeper's end.
Robinson could literally have brought his hands down 6 inches and taken the bails off there. Absolutely perfect throw.
Will Gidman, one of the Durham coaches, just chatting to Deleder. That is a deep backward point on the boundary where the angle curves around the corner of the ground. Miles to Carlson. Carlson drives at this one and finds Deleder again. He moves on to 98 with a single. How many centuries has he had?
Carlson 3 this season.
10 hundreds so far. Northeast is on 60 now. After 2 deliveries, there'll be 3 overs to tea. Carlson on 98. Miles bowls. Northeast. They're appealing for LBW or a catch behind. I'm not sure what's been given there. Hit the pad, but I don't know if he got an inside edge onto the pad. The keeper took a low catch. And he's been caught behind. So there you are. He's out for 60. And that ends the partnership as well. A very good partnership of 168.
Well, that's a wicket that Durham so desperately needed, wasn't it? Their first of the afternoon session. Glamorgan on the verge of a batting point if they'd got there with that partnership intact. But credit to Sam Northeast, he's battled away there and added to a big partnership. He's gone, and Durham have got the breakthrough. Carlson on 98.
And Miles gets his first wicket for Durham.
Second?
Did he get one early, did he? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Ul Hassan.
Ul Hassan, he got him caught and ball, didn't he? Forgot about that. That was a great catch as well.
2 for 50 for Miles on the board. And the new man is... I think that's Billy Root. Yeah. Billy Root rather than Chris Cook. Could come in either order, to be honest. So Root has had a few not outs this season, which is partly responsible for the fact that he's averaging 54.5, 327 runs, high of 117 not out. So if Durham nick another wicket now before the tea interval, I'll think they're back in the game.
Written 68 off 221 balls, that partnership.
Disney run, right? Wicket falling in the 61st over.
Now, after just ending that long partnership, the last thing Durham want now is for Billy to take root. Try and get him gone as quickly as they can. Like his brother, former product of Sheffield Collegiate. Round the wicket comes Miles to the left-hander. And he shapes up the play, a shot wide of off stump and then leaves it alone.
Who's his brother play for them?
The team in Yorkshire, I think.
The applause for the wicket-taking Craig Miles. I'm not sure whether I'm going to have time to accompany Kieran Carlson to a potential century, maybe if he gets them off the first couple of balls of the over, if that's not putting the curse on him. So I'll have to update BBC Radio Wales listeners fairly shortly. Carlson is on 98 of 119 deliveries. He's facing up to Ajaz Patel, who hands his cap to umpire Pollard. One slip. A couple of close-ish fielders on either side, and Carlson defends the first ball to point, and there's no run. Mid-wicket has cracked forward into a crouching position, Ben Rain. Cover is pretty close as well. As Patel is into bowled. Carlson, who drives into the offside, but it's stopped by Miles, and there's no run. In comes Patel again. Bowls. Carlson turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. Patel giving the ball an extra polish. Carlson settles 98 not out. In comes Patel, bowls. Carlson drives it through the offside and will pick up the single. I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners, and Martin will tell you whether or not Carlson gets to a century. Glamorgan, though, have got to a bonus point at 250 for 4.
Carlson dropped on 67. He's on 99. 250 for 4, the batting point. 61.4 overs. Ajaz Patel left arm round to the left-handed route. There's a short leg in place and that goes straight to short leg. Snatched by Graham Clark. Comes bowler again, pushed off out towards the covers. Collected by Rain. Is the end of the over. So Carlson on 99. It was a big score this year, 192 for Glamorgan against Sussex in Hove in May. And against Durham, he made 119 in Cardiff in a draw in April. So he's looking for his 11th 100. And his third, he's got 106 against Gloucestershire as well in Cardiff, first week of the season. So this is his 4th of the season. His 192 was on that day when they made gazillions of runs. 4th highest score for a team's second innings or something like that, I think it was. Miles coming in to bowl. And it's gone down the leg side and 1 or 2 appealing for a catch. I don't think he got anywhere near that. He's faced 124 balls so far, 13 fours and 2 sixes. He enjoys playing Durham, 82 in the final as well, 2 years ago in Glamorgan's win in the One Day Cup final at Trent Bridge. Miles comes in and bowls. Oh, he's nearly chopped on to bottom edge and it's bounced over the stumps. And he turned round in a hurry to see where that had gone. He's right off the bottom corner of the bat there and he nearly dragged it onto the off stump. Miles from the Lumley end. Carlson pushes the ball down into the floor and off towards point, no run. Really timed that shot well there. There's 3 balls left of this over, and then there's 1 over the go to tee. If he doesn't get this run in this over, then he might have to wait until after tee. Miles bowls, and he's got it there. He plays it nicely out through the covers. The leader cuts it off, and that's taken him his 4th century of the season, his 2nd against Durham, and that's come in 127 balls, 13 fours and 2 sixes. Dropped on 67 at Dolly by Stanley McAlinden off past the leader. He gets a cuddle from his teammate Billy Root. And now to reset and try and focus on the next part of his innings. 251 for 4. He's 11th in all. And on the back of making 119 against Durham in the draw in Cardiff in mid-April. Start ball bowled to Billy Root by Miles, right arm round, and Root just pushing forward to play that one, and it's gone past him and through to the keeper. Did it happen in time for your bulletin?
Happened live on BBC Radio Wales.
What timing! What timing! It's almost like it was planned that way. Miles to Root. Root drives an over pitch ball, and that's away for 4. He's played it behind point and up towards the pavilion steps. Drifting off his line there, Miles. And that is the end of the over. 255 for 4.
It's a favoured area, that, for Root, square and behind on the offside. So much so that when he played against his native Yorkshire, they actually had, I think, 2 gullies and 4 slips at one point. And Root was caught by one of the gullies. As the PA gives the details of Carlson's century, as Martin gave you earlier, 127 deliveries. It came off, so a decent scoring rate. Where are we? Last over before tea interval, which comes with 32 overs to go. So we'll be finishing at about 6:30, you would have thought. Seems to be the par finish time for Championship these days. As Patel is in to bowl to Carlson, who is propping forward, defending on the offside. There are 2 back on the leg side, backward square and mid-wicket. There's a deep-ish cover about 3/4 of the way back, as Carlson is forward defending, and maybe now he is playing for the interval, having got to 3 figures. There's a nasty moment on 99 as well, as the drop on 67. He inside edged Miles just back past his stumps, but Carlson by and large has taken the attack to the bowlers, floated wide and temptingly by Patel. Have a little go at that. No thank you, says the Glamorgan captain. As Patel bowls and Carlson steers it into the offside gently for a single. 256 for 4. Carlson 101. And 2 deliveries left until the interval. So we'll be resuming at 4:28 or thereabouts. Short leg is brought in for the new batter, Billy Root. Root surveys the field. Settles and Patel bowls. Root pushes forward defensively. Last ball of the afternoon session then, which started on with Glamorgan 89 for 3. Durham claiming just the 1 wicket, that of Sam Northeast, caught behind off Craig Miles for 60. Kieran Carlson is 101 not out. And Billy Root is 4 not out at tea as he blocks the last ball back to Ajaz Patel. 256 for 4 at tea. Commentary resumes at 4:28.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's six. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
and community programs that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programs are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
You turned into a lover and mother, what a lover, you wore me out. All you did was wreck my bed, and in the morning kick me in the head. Oh, Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, 'cause you didn't want to be alone. You stole my heart, I couldn't leave you if I tried.
I really want to know. Tell me, who are you? 'Cause I really want to know. I took the tube back out of town, back to the rolling pin. I felt a little like a dying clown with a streak of intention. I stretched back and I hiccuped and looked back on my busy day. 11 hours in the tin pan, God, there's got to be another way. But who are you? Oh, who are you?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Riverside, Chester Street, for this final session of Durham against Glamorgan. First day, Glamorgan well placed at 256 for 4. Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, added 96 runs in the afternoon session to take him to 101 not out. And he will be on strike for the first ball of the evening session. They'll be bowled by Craig Miles, 2 wickets to his credit, and Carlson drives but doesn't time it to mid-on, and there's no run.
There's this discussion about the scheduling and how much work is involved and whatnot, and travel. Stephen says, think of us Derbyshire fans doing the T20 last night, day after day, 4 days in Vegas, then drive to a seconds final day, then drive up to your gaff for Friday with about 60 pints in between.
4 days in Vegas.
Yeah.
Whose home ground is in Vegas then?
I don't know.
In comes Miles to bowl to Carlson, who jabs one away on the offside down towards third man, and will go in through for a single, 257 for 4. Well, we've talking about the schedule. There were half a dozen Glamorgan players in the nets in the tea interval. You don't often see that in a championship game, that they're, I know players go for nets occasionally, but you don't often see that such a large group of them is getting a little bit of reminder of what this 4-day game's all about. Red ball, having faced the white one for the last 7 games. Miles round the wicket to Root, who gets a thick edge down into the gully. And there is no run.
And the Vegas element of his response, I said, pray for Steve and his pals. And I said, and when the fun stops, i.e. gambling. And then he said, do you think it's fun being a Derbyshire member?
Must be fun at times. 257 for 4. Miles with 2 slips and a gully, and Root drives into the offside, but it's well fielded at cover, and there's no run. There is often discussion of how Welsh the Glamorgan side is, with critics pointing out the lack of Welshness. And during the tea interval, a number of Welsh players in the Glamorgan side has gone up by 0.5 as Miles bowls to Root, who defends to mid-off. Well, it hasn't actually gone up because the fact was always there, but it's a new fact to me that Andy Gorvin's father is Welsh, because he introduced himself and said, I'm Welsh, on the grounds that Gorvin was born in Hampshire but came through the Cardiff system, so about time we started claiming him as a Welsh qualified player. As Billy Root defends, gets squared up by that one. Kieran Carlson, of course, the captain. James Harris, Andrew Salter, Prem Sisodia, all born in Wales. So it's a better representation than has been down to 2 at times in the last couple of years. But
Corvin from that famous part of Wales known as Hayling Island.
Yeah. Cardiff MCCU, Club Cricket for St Fagans, Welsh dad. There we are.
What more could you ask? Ben Rain going to bowl from the Finkel end, our end of the ground, at the start of the evening session here. I think most of his overs have been from the other end, haven't they?
Yes.
If not all of them.
Yes.
Carlson on 102. Emerton the Gooner says, has there been a comparison with Major League Baseball and cricket? They play 162 games in a regular season, travelling back and forth across a huge country. Some players get a lot of rest, the pitchers, but many play game after game after game as in comes rain and bowls. That's gone off towards the cover area, no run there. Each game is approximately 3 hours long, he said.
Yeah, so similar to T20.
Sometimes, don't they play about 6 or 7 days in a row? So the side might say, travel to New York and then head on up to Chicago or something like that.
Yeah, I think they do play mini-series in the same city, so maybe there's not quite the same amount of travelling in between.
Rain to Carlson. Carlson steps across his stumps and then plays the ball up to Borthwick at mid-off, no run.
It's noticeable how often Carlson is doing that, isn't it? Stepping across his stumps.
Clogger, who is a Nottingham Forest fan, says it's ridiculous. Notts played 5 home games in 13 days. It used to be an event to look forward to throughout the summer. Andy Cleve, Somerset have to go to Chelmsford today. And then he says the stupid thing is they then have to make the same trip to Chelmsford for a T20 a week on Monday. Hampshire were at Canterbury on Friday night and are at Southport today. Recovery days spent travelling. Rain to Carlson. Ball is returned to the bowler's end by the batsman. Richard Murray, how many runs have come through third man? I can't understand the field setting when there's always runs through third man, and we mention it every day of commentary. It's a regular occurrence, but third man's short today as well. It's only 56, I think it's yards to the boundary. One side of the ground. If it's metres, it'll be touch and go. If you can squeeze that many metres in, they're that far across. McAlinden fields in the covers as this is a single from Carlson.
Yeah, I suppose it depends where the third man is and if he's if that potential player is saving more runs or taking an important catch somewhere else in the field, I suppose. But we had that period where McAlinden was a bit short and wide, wasn't he, and kept getting slashed over the slips.
Yeah. Rain comes in and bowls, driven by Billy Root. Is that Root? Yeah, out through the covers and that short boundary on that river side of the ground for 4. Vic the groundsman is sitting in his deck chair, which looks a big, huge red and white one. I think it must have come with so many purchases of a particular brand of crisps.
Not a Sunderland supporters one, then?
Well, that's hoops rather than stripes as well, isn't it? Rain in. That's left alone. That's the end of the over. 5 from it. Scoreboard seems to be stuck on 5 deliveries, though. Counting backwards now. Now it's gone forward again.
As Miles will start a new over from the Lumley end, bowling to Carson and beating him with a superb delivery. Carson pushed half forward to, didn't play down the right line, and was lucky that one didn't find the edge. 103, he remains on. And Miles, a useful acquisition, this, for these couple of matches for Durham. And the injury-related problems. Bounding in, bowls to Carlson, up in the block hole, driven to mid-on, no run. What are the extent of Carson Coughlin's injuries then, Martin?
They're both due back shortly. Sort of side muscle strains. I think Oliver Gibson's got the same. So Cars pulled up bowling against Yorkshire on the final. Well, it's the penultimate day, actually. And we weren't sure we'd be able to feature. And Durham were 8 down. Came back needing another 32 or 33 to win the following day.
Miles bowls and Carlson whips him off his legs down towards backward square. They'll turn and run back hard for the second. Good call by Carlson. Makes the two comfortably in the end. 105 to Carlson, 264 for 4.
And he came out, he had to bat for 2 runs. When the ninth wicket fell, there were just 2 runs needed. So he came and he scored the runs, but he came out and batted with a runner. And then we were told he was going to be missing for at least 2 months because of what was described as a trunk injury. But they're now saying he's making far better recovery than they first thought.
Miles to Carlson, who drives into the offside, well stopped at cover, no run.
So I think he might be playing for Burnmoor in the North East Premier League next week as a batsman. Coghlan, I think, is travelling with the seconds up to Scotland to whichever cricket ground it isn't, but it is. Don't go to the wrong one. Portgower Place. Durham seconds playing Scotland Day.
That's worked away by Carlson on the leg side to backward square. Again, they go through for a single as the sun-hatted Patel does the fielding.
Thunderstorms in other parts of the country, but it's a beautiful sunny day. There's a white moth out, so butterflies are in at the month.
So Durham still with the possibility of fighting back and getting a respectable share of today's spoils, but not like that as Root drives through the offside majestically for 4 runs just in front of square. Root moves to 12, Glamorgan to 269 for 4, and we have had 67 out of the day's 96 over allocation. So, rain to continue into his 17th over, not 44.
Carlson on 106 from 142 balls as rain comes in to bowl to him. Takes a couple of steps down the track and plays the ball short. On the offside towards short cover, and Stanley McAlinden. No run. Rain once more. It was right about middle stump, that one. Played up to the later at mid-on.
Resumed later, and Van der Hoogten would have played a bit. I thought the Netherlands internationals might have been required to go off for World Cup qualification, but apparently their county livelihood comes first.
Well, they don't have to qualify for the World Cup because they finished so high in the last one. I think that was what they were saying. Oh, a drop. And Carlson is put down in the gully by Craig Miles, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest, but looked to get a good hand to it. So Carlson having dropped on 67, there's another life on 107. He's risen his luck today. I thought the Netherlands did need to qualify.
Which, well, is it the 50 over World Cup coming up? Yeah, they do, yeah. They don't need to qualify for the next T20 World Cup then.
Yeah.
I've lost track of which World Cup's due next because
there's always one round the corner, isn't there?
And raining again here. Root squirts that one away along the floor, and vacant third man snaffles another 4. Yeah, they finished so high in the T20 World Cup at the back end of last year that they don't have to go through the qualification process for that. The next World Cup, I think, is in India in October, is that right?
Quite possibly.
Because the cricket writers' annual lunch was meant to be at the start of October, and then everybody realised most of the people who would normally attend that event will be in India covering the World Cup. Rain to Root. It's a bouncer. It's left alone. I don't know if I had the money, would I go to India to watch a World Cup? I've not been to India. Have you been to India?
No, I haven't been to
It's never been something that I've thought about, really, wanting to go there.
Watching cricket in Sri Lanka certainly got the travel juices going when I was watching that on television.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to Gaul.
Yeah, that's the bucket list destination, isn't it?
Last ball of this over from Rain. He's coming round the wicket to Root. That's left alone.
No, cricket around the world, I'm afraid, will have to be postponed until after retirement, whenever that may be, and negotiation with my better half. 274 for 4. Who's in a windowless radio studio somewhere in Cardiff about to produce a programme. 107 to Carlson, 16 to Root, all boundaries. Miles in, bowls a short delivery. Carlson goes down on one knee and decides not to play a shot.
Do you have to, do Radio Wales do cricket commentaries from test matches or not?
No. Sadly not. No, that we used to do reports from test matches back in the day when we had a sports programme on, but the budgets have been cut since then. As Miles bowls and almost gets one through Carlson as he chops down at the last minute and dramatically leaves his bat there. No, it was one of the more stupid assignments that I took on, and that I covered, I think, a one-day international here, followed by a Glamorgan match in Southampton the next day. There seemed to be an awful lot of motorways between here and Southampton.
It's 350 miles.
Miles bowls and Carlson leaves outside off stump.
I've seen the day when I've driven to Southampton and back in one day for a football match.
What?
Yeah.
Blimey.
Still got on for last orders.
Don't think I'd have taken that on, even in my younger and stupider days. Miles from the Lumley end to Carlson, who drives back straight to the bowler, who does well to get a hand to it in his follow-through. And there's no run.
He used to have a my dad had a people carrier, so quite often there used to be 8 of us in the van for an away game. So done Ipswich and back in the day a number of times. London, Arsenal, Tottenham.
I presume that was pleasure rather than work.
Yeah, just so if you share the drive and one of you can drive down, then one drive back.
Miles bowls to Carlson, who drives into the offside. Speaking of driving, and will get a couple of runs. Sliding stop on the cover boundary. Saves a couple for Durham. Carlson to 109, 276 for 4. 1 point apiece so far.
I joined the BBC 25 years ago.
And it's been downhill ever since.
On the 1st of June. And the day I went for the interview was a Thursday morning.
Craig Miles from the Lumley end to bowl to Carlson, who hooks a short ball, and it's bounced short of fine leg, and that's whacked him on the shins, as he did well to block that. McAlinden, who has not had the best of days.
That was a nasty one, that. It bounced just...
He couldn't have got to it. It wasn't quite a catch, but he thought he'd better start going for it in case it did carry, and then had to block it. 110 for Carlson, 277 for 4.
Yeah, so on the job interview, we are very flexible. If you can't come to the interview at the time we ask, we can easily do it at another time.
Oh, yeah.
So I got the offer of an interview, and they said, we would like you in at 8 o'clock on the Thursday morning. And I was at a Ipswich town the night before, planned to have a night in a hotel. Cancelled the hotel. It was an evening kick-off. Sunderland lost, which meant they went into the playoffs in 1998, and that infamous 4-4 draw with Charlton, which they then lost on penalties. Got back from Ipswich town at about 3 in the morning, and the alarm clock went off at about 6:45 the next day, and I nearly rolled over in bed and went back to sleep, and then I just thought, no, I've got to go and do this.
History would have been different.
Yes. They knew they were quite good, actually, when I got the interview. They were fully aware that I hadn't got back from Ipswich till about 3 in the morning.
What is your name?
I don't know. Ben Rain coming in here to bowl to Carlson, who's on 110 now. So, 25 years ago, a couple of weeks ago.
It's an interesting little cordon, isn't it, behind the wicket? Slip. What's that? 4th slip or gully and backward point. They're sort of
slippy, third slippy.
Yeah, there's big gaps between them. They're almost in a line.
Next ball is played by Carlson off towards deep point to Ijaz Patel. 1 run. How long have you been at the BBC?
Ooh, that's a good question. 30-ish something years.
Yeah.
No, it's the year before I got married, so 1990.
Right.
Did 1 year as a district reporter in Cwmbran, in the days when we still had them.
Rain round the wicket, bowls. That comes short on the leg side, no run.
Couple of years as a freelance then, when they closed the Cwmbran branch down. And then on contract since 93, sport full-time since 99, having been sort of mostly news and a bit of sport for the first few years. I went on a 3-month loan to sport in 1999, and they haven't quite noticed I haven't gone back, I don't think.
Funny enough, I joined the sports team in 99 as well. Ben Rain, driven by Root. Good diving stop in the covers by Graham Clark, but he will get 1 run. Yeah, I started off in the news team, then went across to be the Sunderland commentator. Did that for 5 years, and then nowadays cricket in the summer and then news in the winter. Long winters, counting down the days when the cricket season starts again.
Oh, there is that, yeah.
Ben Rain, right arm over to Carlson, who's on 111. That's pushed to short extra cover, and a diving stop by Stanley McAlinden, who's now limping because I think he landed on the ball, which allows Carlson to get a single, and the ball is following McAlinden around all over the place here.
More Glamorgan players returning from net sessions. They frantically try and remember what 4-day cricket's all about.
Rain round the wicket to root. It's a bouncer. Is that the end of the over? Yeah. So 10 overs to go to the new ball. Glamorgan 280 for 4. I wonder who they're going to use for the new ball then, if Rain's bowling now.
Rain and Delida took the first new ball.
Stanley Stanley McAlinden's going to come back and lead the attack now.
All right, so giving Miles a rest until that new ball, I suppose. McAlinden with 5 overs. Just 2-3 over spells so far, and although obviously Patel can do a holding job, Durham could do with 4 seamers all firing, as has been the recipe for their success. McAlinden bouncing up and down, keen to get on with it and redeem his day. And he comes tearing in towards Kieran Carlson. And Carlson drives his first ball through the covers and will pick up a couple of runs. They'll have to hurry back for the second. And there's an appeal as Robinson demolishes the stumps, and Carlson was just about home. I think that was in the territory where the umpire might have had a quick square sign in the air to go upstairs, had there been an upstairs.
I think the ratio's now 16-9 rather than a square. They have to make a widescreen shape now. Would appear it's the former Derbyshire Players' Day at Chesterfield today, so there's a nice picture of them all on the field there, with David Griffin taking the picture. David Steele and Harold Rhodes.
Harold Rhodes?
Presume Steele, once he finished cricket, that was when he went into politics. Set up the SDP.
Well, the House of Commons needed a number 3 bat. Yeah. McAlinden bowls and Carlson for once defends on the offside.
Did he signal a no ball there? He did.
Oh dear.
Just down below us on the boundary rope there, James Hilditch, one of the Durham coaches, and Ryan Campbell, who is the main man, and he's got his bucket hat on. The Ryan Campbell bucket hat. They ran out of them in the club shop, so they've had to order some more.
Wow. 282 for 4. McAlinden bowls and Carlson steers that one down to wide, third man for 4 runs. Well, they're bowling plenty of short pitch deliveries to Kieran Carlson, and most of them he's saying, OK, I'll try and hit it.
Nearly all gone the boundary, haven't they? I think Stan might be a grumpy teenager tonight.
Yeah, he'll need a bit of reassurance and picking up, you suspect. Unless he gets a hat-trick now. As Carlson jabs one down. Oh, that one's gone through gully, and it's beaten the third man fielder as well. Durham bodies sprawled in either direction.
Michael Jones diving to try and stop that one, but it is a really short boundary.
Yeah, betting him at backward points might have got close to it on another day, maybe. Successive 4s. 292 for 4 as Glamorgan move towards a second batting bonus point. And this over has been 3 legitimate deliveries and cost 12 runs. McAlinden Bowls. That's on the stumps, but Carlson flicks it away through the leg side and will settle for a single thanks to an energetic chase from mid-wicket.
Alistair Cook has made 100 today. It's only 100 number 74.
293 for 4.
I don't know why he can't get in the England team like that.
He's another Welshman, see. Mum from Swansea.
He's a Luton Town fan, isn't he? He was in the stands watching the playoff semi-final against Sunderland. It's 3 minutes to 5.
Yep, radio updating. I'll depart at the end of the over. McAlinden, the left-handed Billy Root, who's nibbling at a ball outside off stump, and that was almost McAlinden's first success of the day as he gets one just past the outside edge of Root's bat. Root on 17. Carlson 123. But if Durham can drag this back with another 3-4 wickets and plenty of time to get them. It's 25 overs after this delivery. Rewrite the balance of the day. McAlinden bowls outside off stump. Root has nothing to do with it. 293 for 4. Root 17. Carlson 123. Various 12th man dash on with various towels, helmets, etc. And I'll go and tell BBC Radio Wales listeners all about it.
Oh no, it's going to be a nightmare getting home tonight. All the roads are shut around our way because of the Pink concert again. Which way will I get in? Drinks being brought out for the batsman here, and warm afternoon in Chester Street. Lovely day out there. There's hardly any breeze at all now. Problem is, by the time I get home tonight, the sun will have gone behind the tower block at the top of the street, and our side of the street will be in shade. Change of bowling now, so they've brought Ajaz Patel back on. This was what I was questioning at the end of his last over from rain, with the new ball a few overs away, 9 overs away now. If he's to take the new ball, you need to have a rest, so Patel is back on, left arm round. Bowling to Carlson. Ajaz Patel has played for New Zealand in test matches, and both with a throw at the stumps as the ball's clipped up to him by Carlson. At the bowler's end, misses the target. Carlson gets a single. He's played 14 tests for New Zealand and taken 48 wickets in those, and his best figures 10 for 119 in India, in Mumbai in December 2021, but I think New Zealand were then bowled out for something like 63 and lost the match. He was the third player to do it in a test match after Jim Laker in 1956 and Anil Kumble in 1999. Left arm over now, and Root plays this ball out into the cover area to Ben Rain. He's had 24 fifers, including in both innings in the last match in the Championship for Durham at Bristol 3 weeks ago. Billy Root looks to reverse sweep and gloves the ball. Doesn't quite reach the slip. If it does, it's put down. Just banged right at him. He's played and missed. There's wrong in there. Lovely ball. In comes Patel again, and another one that finds its way into the keeper's mitts. That is the end of the over. Got through it pretty quickly once again there. 1 run from it. 294 for 4 Glamorgan, so they're 6 away from their second batting point. Batting points now from 250 to 450, whereas previously it was 200 to 400. Point for every 50 runs, as long as you get there inside 110 overs. Stanley McAlinden coming into bowl to Carlson. Carlson whips this one away to Graham Clark at long leg. 1 run. So looking at the bowling figures, been 5 no balls from Stanley McAlinden, 1 from Bastilleda, a wide from Bastilleda as well. Rain, none for 52 from 18 overs, 3 maidens. Deleda, 2 for 43 from 11 overs, 3 maidens. Miles, Craig Miles on his debut for Durham, on loan from Warwickshire, 2 for 66, 18 overs, 3 maidens. McAlinden, none for 64 so far from 7.1. That ball is played out towards the backward point for 1 run by Root. And Jas Patel, none for 61 from 18 overs, 3 maidens. Wickets to fall today. Zain Ul Hassan, caught and bowled by Craig Miles for 24 in the morning session, although suggestions the ball smashed off his helmet and not his bat. McAlinden bowls to Carlson, who defends. The ball runs off to the leg side and he gets a single because there's nobody there. Colin Ingram was then caught down the leg side for 4 by Ollie Robinson off Bastilleda, who then 7 balls later had Andrew Salter caught behind. Salter trying to hook a short ball. He was on 43. At lunch they were 89 for 3, and then looked like they weren't going to lose a wicket in the afternoon session. Got all the way to within the fringes of tea when Sam Northeast was caught behind off Craig Miles for 60, having added 100, and 68 for the 4th wicket with Kieran Carlson, who is currently on 126. Root is on strike now, though, on 18 as McAlinden bowls. Root steers a Yorker length ball just wide of off stump down to 3rd man for 2. Liam Travascus on as a 12th man fields it. Partnership of 50 runs has come in 72 balls, Root and Carlson. Carlson dropped on 67 and 107.
Yes, it's hard enough day without dropping catches.
This is turned by Root down towards flying leg for 1. That brings up the 300 and the batting point.
Yeah, so going along at just over 4 runs and over. Very pleasant progress for the visitors, who are being watched by a handful of Welsh supporters. Kieran Carlson's parents, Andy Corvin's parents among them. I saw a small pocket of other Welsh supporters as well.
Next ball is run down towards backward point by Carlson off McAlinden. And the over finishes with the only dot ball in it.
Let's pay tribute to this crowd, actually. They've applauded every milestone, and they've applauded good pieces of fielding by Durham, and they've applauded by bowlers at the end of the over. They're taking wickets. They're awake. They're not dozing away in the afternoon sunshine, as they might be forgiven for. And Glamorgan with 23 overs to go might have 400 in their sights tonight if all goes according to plan, as Patel beats Root with the first ball of the over. Just prodding away gently. Patel, left arm spin. He had to take a wicket today after his 10 in the last match, and Root steers one gently down towards point for a very long single, 301 for 4. Good going, 5 wickets in each innings for a spinner in the first block of the season, with the wickets yet to really harden. Maybe they are in general. There's oohs and ahs from around the infield. I'm not quite sure why, because Carlson played it just gently to cover. Thought maybe that he'd got one through for a moment. Ajaz Patel. Stocky Mumbai-born New Zealand bowler. Carlson gives him the charge, comes down the wicket, takes a single, and will get there as the throw comes in. I'm not quite sure which wickets the throw was aimed at there from the skipper, Borthwick. It didn't threaten either. Sort of stumps seriously. But it's an adventurous single, even though Borthwick's set back a little, you'd say, on the edge of the circle in the one-day game. As Root drives, but doesn't time it. Back to the bowler. Borthwick is winding, it would appear. 1 wicket in first-class cricket so far this season. Reverse sweep from Billy Root, and he has hit that one nicely. Down towards third man it goes for 4 runs. 306 for 4. Root moves to 26. Not out, and well, not a lot of pressure on Billy Root, I suppose, coming in at 249 for 4, with his partner Kieran Carlson going very nicely at the other end, and Root has progressed largely in boundaries to 26 not out.
He's just taking some tablets there.
Who, Root or Carlson? Oh,
Carlson.
Carlson, yeah.
Did you say he had an injured finger?
Yes.
So he's got 127 with an injured finger.
Yeah, he has trouble with it anyway, and plays permanently with 2 fingers strapped together. But yeah, it was dislocated and possibly a bone broken as well last Sunday.
McAlinden to bowl his 9th over, none for 69 so far. Oh! Well, that was a bizarre piece of cricket. Carlson must have lost sight of that there. He looked like he was going to try and pull it through the leg side, then froze on the shot, and the ball just smashed into the bat anyway.
More chalk, please. Off the cue.
Comes the bowler, and it's a bouncer, which spilt by the keeper, who's now shaking his right hand, and they're going to get a bye.
Yeah, so there's a rule of keeping. If you let byes through, always rub some part of your body in pain to get sympathy rather than blame.
Shout out, ya. 307 for 4. McAlinden round the wicket here to Root. Tries to york him. Root digs it away. Taps it down towards third man, 1 run. Light aircraft going past, which is a lot quieter than the one they had at the T20 here a few weeks ago, towing a banner promoting the Who concert, and it flew round and round in circles. Very noisy engine.
Oh dear. That one could do with a bit of oil as well.
McAlinden bowls. And Carlson plays the ball towards Delader on the point boundary, 1 run. Two balls left of this over, and then 5 to go to the new ball. Kent 280 for 8 against Surrey at Canterbury. They've recovered after a poor start. earlier today. Hampshire all out for 142 in Southport. Lancashire 52 for none in reply. Essex 298 for 3 at Chelmsford against Somerset. Alistair Cook getting 100. This is a leave by route outside the line of off stump. Warwickshire 264 for 3 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. They chose to bat. Essex chose to bat. Kent chose to bat. Gloucestershire chose to bat. They've only had 14.4 overs on day one against Leicestershire because of rain. They're 45 for none. In comes McAlinden, and Roots towed that. He's looking to pull that down the leg side, and he's towed it straight towards Jones at short mid-wicket. And he didn't have a clue where the ball had gone there. End of the over. 309 for 4. Derbyshire bowled out for 111 in Chesterfield. Yorkshire 227 for 4. And at Hove, Worcestershire have decided to field there. Sussex 269 for 8.
Yeah, mentioning concerts, Glamorgan aren't having the best of luck in avoiding occasions at the Principality Stadium. Has had one match clash with Coldplay and another in a week or two, coinciding with Harry Styles wowing the masses as Patel bowls and Carlson defends on the leg side. I understand he's a reasonably popular recording artiste with the younger generation. Patel is in bowls, and that one's beaten Carlson as he tries to cut. Doesn't get a bat on it. Plane's going round for another go from the sound of it. It's not promoting a concert, is it? Patel bowls. Down the wicket comes Carlson. And, well, just wide of a leaping deep mid-on and runs away for 4 runs. I lost the trajectory of that one.
It was Scott Borthwick diving to his right, but he didn't. It wasn't.
How far was he near it?
He wasn't too far from it. Just beyond his grasp. Well, the plane that was circling before it was towing one of these banners. I think, judging by Ajaz Patel's reaction there, I think he thought Borthwick was going to catch that.
313 for 4. Carlson to 132. And works that one into not a gap on the offside, because the gap has been fielded by a tumbling McAlinden. Cuts off the run. So Carlson is now past 600 runs for the season with that boundary. Mostly in hundreds, because he's got a few low ones in between. Down the wicket he comes, and then defends to short mid-wicket when he gets there.
He's the leading run maker in the country in the county championship, just gone ahead of Rishi Patel of Leicestershire today.
And Carlson has no scores between 20 and 100. So he's either been out for fewer than 20, or he's gone on to make 3 figures. Patel bowls to Carlson, just back of a length. Carlson watches it carefully onto the bat. End of the Patel over. 0 for 71 off 20. Well, McAlinden has 0 for 71 off rather fewer. And there are 4 overs to go until the new ball, and Durham in maybe a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment, hoping the new ball will bring further inspiration to their ranks.
Dave McCall's emailed. He says, afternoon, while it's good to see Championship cricket back, the randomness of the schedule never ceases to bemuse. Since Durham beat Gloucestershire 3 weeks ago, we've had 8 Blast games, this 4-day game, then coming up, 4 more in the Blast, Leicestershire in the Championship, and then 2 games to finish off in the Blast. As McAlinden's coming in around the wicket from the Lumley end. Balls to Root. Root taps this off towards short mid-wicket, no run there. He said, message to the ECB, just play the 2020 stuff in one block and be done with it. Yeah, well, there's a little bit of modicum of common sense in that Leicestershire Championship match. So that's the final week of June. And then from Leicester, Durham travel to Worcester on the Friday, which is the 30th, which is my birthday. And then they finish their group games in Birmingham on the Sunday. So, McAlinden in balls. Ooh, playing a miss there. So the only thing that could probably ruin my birthday is a T20 at Worcester, where Durham have only won once. Unless, of course, by some miracle they work out how to defend a total there and win. It's about 10 or 11 years ago since they last won there.
Yeah, small ground, isn't it, once batters get going at New Road? Shame Glamorgan don't... well, they've got a championship game, though, which is fine, but don't play there very often in limited over stuff.
McAlinden in balls. And ball is pushed up to mid-off, no run. Last season in Leicestershire, I decided 2 or 3 years ago I'd had enough of staying in Leicester. It's not a city you want to be rattling around on your own in night after night. So I started looking for places in the countryside around there. And stayed in a hotel called Rothley Court, Rothley Village, which is really lovely and rolling farmland. There's a golf course on one side of it. This is clipped wide of the slip cordon and down towards vacant third man for 4 by Root, who moves on to 31. And it's in big grounds of its own, so I stayed there in the summer of 2020 when the cricket started late that year because of COVID. And one of the things that appealed to me was it had a huge lawn with tables on it, so you could actually sit outside and eat.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a bonus. But right next door was a cricket club, Rothley Cricket Club, and I popped in there one evening, and they were the Leicestershire Premier League champions. McAlinden again to Root. Root turns this one off towards deep square leg for 1. There's a couple of nice pubs in the village, so that was about 20 minutes to the north of Leicester. And then last year I just chose a hotel at random. And one of my best mates lives down that area, and I said, "Is this hotel anywhere near you?" And he said, "It's in our village." So that was just pure fluke. But I better think about where I'm going to stay this time, because it's coming up in a week or 2. McAlinden to Carlson. Carlson tucks the bat inside the line of the ball. It bounces through to the keeper. 1 ball left of this, then 3 to go to the new ball, which can bring wickets, but can go to the fence quicker than the old ball. Always worth remembering.
Yeah, the hard new ball comes on hard, goes off hard if the batter gets it right.
McAlinden to Carlson. Carlson finds Delader on that cover boundary again. 10 overs up for McAlinden, none for 79. 321 for 4 Glamorgan, and Carlson has 133 of those from 177 balls.
Another couple of no balls added to the total in the course of that over. That's 7
now.
7 delivered in all by the host county. Nice 3 runs, isn't it? Carlson trudges back to take guard, looking a little bit weary. As well he might, having come in the 23rd over. Hot afternoon sunshine as he just steers one from Patel out towards deep cover. Goes through for a single. Been lots of drinks and gloves changes and toweling downs and whatever. Patel in to Root, who tries to drive and squirts one somehow, I think, off a bottom edge through slip for 4 runs. It's run.
It's come right off the toe of the bat, yeah.
Up to third man for 4 at the Lumley end. It was, again, the more chalk, please sort of noise from Billy Root, who moves to 36. As he takes guard again, slip just the solitary catcher, and he's beaten outside off stump as Ollie Robinson whips off the bails. So Root got plenty of runs in the opening match against Gloucestershire, as that one has gone through Slip's hand. Was that a chance? I think it was. It's run away for 4 more, and Root has been dropped at slip on 36.
There's a mild in there. He dropped one earlier as well, didn't he? Off a reverse sweep. It was blasted at him, but...
Yeah, the way he's getting up very slowly suggests that was a chance.
Sprayed miles.
Root's going after quite a lot at the moment and getting away with it. A couple of very edgy 4s in the space of 3 balls. One was safe, the other might have been caught. Patel bowls. And Root pushes forward, and that's gone off something through the keeper, or perhaps gone off nothing at all. They run back for 2 runs. No, Carlson wants a third. He'll dash home. Buys off nothing at all on the way through, apart from maybe the keeper's gloves.
Just turned quite a lot.
Which is interesting on day 1.
Ajaz Patel's got a big smile on his face there, as if to say, what else do I need to do?
He's so good. He's beating not only the bat, but the wicket-keeper as well now. 333 for 4, treble Nelson. But promise maybe for Patel, as Carlson snuffs out the threat of the next delivery by leaning forward and defending in textbook style. Root has moved to 40. Carlson has 134. Glamorgan 333 for 4. Here on the BBC, live from Chestler Street.
In the evening sunshine. 21 degrees out there at the moment. Nice barbecue weather. Went to watch my daughter in the County Athletics Championships at Monkton Stadium in Jarrow yesterday. I've never been there before. I was quite impressed, actually. There's Scott Borthwick's going to bring himself on here. There's a stand named after Jimmy Headley, who was quite an athlete back in his day and was the man responsible for Steve Cram's glittering career, the Jarrah Arra. So that was Steve Cram's local stadium. So on leaving the athletics yesterday afternoon, lovely sunny day, all you could smell was barbecues on the estate opposite. See smoke rising from people's back gardens. So Scott Borthwick, we haven't seen much of him this season. He started the year with a cracked finger, so didn't bowl much at all in the early days. This is bowled by him to Root. First ball played out into the covers. Borthwick in again, been a leg spin, that's driven through the covers for 4, nice shot. Just probably gave himself a little bit too much width there, Borthwick. Well, it's a loopy full toss, really. How many overs has he bowled so far this season? It's not been many. 10 overs, that's all. 1 wicket at Bristol, I think it was. Root on 44. Is he going to join North East and Carlson in passing 50? He looks to cut this one in place and misses at a ball which had a bit of top spin on it. That might have been a bit of a wrong in there. Keepers obscuring our view of where the ball's actually pitching. Miles is at slip. Borthwick once again bowls. This one from Root is played out towards the point area, deep point for 1. I wonder why they've put Miles in at slip, because normally you would see Jones in there or Benningham. You think it's because he's longer than the others? Got more of a reach. Northwick bowls. Carlson forward to this one.
See that occasionally off spinners. Glamorgan have had Hogan occasionally fielding at slip off spinners with the long arms, and Michael Neese has done it as well a couple of times this season.
Last ball of this over from Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. This is played through the covers for 1 by Carlson. So he will keep the strike. They were planning to restart at 5:30 at Gloucestershire, but the outfielders dried quicker than they expected.
Good heavens.
So they're getting underway earlier than planned.
It's not very often you hear that, is it? Umpires having a rethink. Oh, Glamorgan have just had so many drinks breaks, haven't they, for these batters? And Carlson must be struggling slightly with the heat and the temperature, and not just general tiredness, I suspect. As I say, most of the day off between matches spent on the motorway.
Yeah,
players having to grab a very quick net before proceedings today, and other players going there at the tea interval as well. So 17 overs for Durham to get through. A prediction of a 6:30 finish will be just about right, and this is probably the final over with the old ball as Patel puts a man back on the mid-wicket ropes. Has got a boundary fielder at deep backward square. Mid-on is halfway back, and long off is 5 in from the ropes in front of us. Now Gully goes backwards a few metres to a backward point position, and fine leg is about halfway back on the circle, you'd say. So Patel prepared for Carlson to attack him, and tosses one up, and Carlson declines to attack him.
Kent 299 for 9 against Surrey. Jordan Cox and Wes Agar have put on 100 for the 9th wicket, but Cox has just gone.
Floated again by Patel, stocky, bearded, sunglassed. 339 for 4, 80th over being bowled. Patel ambles in. Carlson tries to sweep and misses. Umpire turns and signals wide down the leg side.
Yeah, well,
I think there's been a directive about that.
Yeah, because they did that. Well, it happened at Cardiff, didn't it?
Mm.
And then you had Labuschagne getting LBWs, the balls pitching down the leg side. Bizarrely.
That one's again down the leg side, and this time Carlson just pads it away disdainfully.
The idea is if they believe the bowler's deliberately bowling down the leg side to try and hit foot marks, then they can wide them. But
as that one turns gently onto the middle of Carlson's bat as he defends, one of the Sussex bowlers was done for it in the last championship match that Glamorgan played. Possibly Carson, the spinner. Patel reorganises a couple of fielders for the penultimate ball of his over, and brings in one to save the single. Strange. Oh, the bill for LBW sliding down. Kept a bit low. Carlson trying to turn it away on the leg side.
Going down the leg side. The only thing I was worried about from the batsman's point of view was that he'd step back into his crease.
Carlson pushes forward and defends the end of the 80th over. Right, eyes on the umpires.
That's the old ball getting hoyed off the pitch from the verb to hoy.
booted off the pitch disdainfully by
Stanley McAlinden, who dropped it earlier.
Oh, I've had enough of that one.
He gives it a right leathering with his left foot there.
Can we have a new ball, please? This one has done us no good at all. 340 for 4 after 80 overs. There is the new ball being waved in the air by umpire Pratt.
The new ball has been taken. Their partnership's 91, by the way, at the moment.
Came together in 60. 4.5 or thereabouts runs per over. There's Maynard and Harrison go on another circuit.
Oh, he's balled him. First ball with the new ball.
Laid on to his leg stump. Billy Root looks to the heavens. He's gone for 45. Ben Rain has his first success of the day.
Yorked him, didn't he?
Yeah, I think there's a little bottom edge back onto the stumps. So the partnership remains on 91.
Yeah.
Well, new ball can bring dividends. It certainly has for Durham. Straight away, which will bring Chris Cook to the wicket. Glamorgan keeper, 279 runs, average 34.8. He's got nearly half of them in one knock of 132, which was at Leicester. Apart from that, his best score has been 32. So Cook, who's good enough to bat top 4 or 5 if he weren't keeping wicket. And I thought that might be the way they'd go today when Alex Horton was named in the squad. But apparently Horton was in there for batting cover rather than keeping cover. I think Chris Cook has had a fairly heavy workload and maybe could do with a game without the responsibility of the gloves as well. And they've got to give Alex Horton some first-team cricket this season, surely. There you are, the PA announcer confirming all that after Ben Rain struck. 340 for 5.
These two have played each other 24 times, including today's game. Durham have won 7, lost 10, and 6 draws. And until last year, when they did meet in the opening match of the season, they hadn't met in the opening game of a fixture before. The game in Chester Street last season was the 6th meeting in May. Durham fighting back to win by 58 runs, having been behind for a large part of the game. Chris Cook, the batsman, now ready to face rain. They've got 3 slips in place for him, short mid-wicket as well. He's coming in right arm over from the Lumley end. He bowls. Oh, Cook pushing at that one, plays and misses.
Yeah, Chris Cook's been in super form in the T20. He and Colin Ingram, between them, swept Glamorgan to 3 wins in a row before the bubble burst in the last couple of days.
From Joburg. 37 years old now. Rain in. And I think that's a deliberate leave there rather than an attempt to play. His highest score this year, 132 at Leicestershire.
Yeah.
In April last year, in the draw in Cardiff, he made 59 and 85 against Durham. And he got 69 at Swansea in 2017.
Yeah, he's played nearly all his first-class cricket in the UK since his mid-20s. A couple of games for Western Province earlier than that.
Rain and the sunshine comes in and bowls, and that is left alone. That daisy cut through to the keeper.
Yeah, still just the odd sign of variable bounce, isn't there?
The pavilion is now in shade. The sun's starting to dip a little lower in the sky, and the shadows from the floodlights starting to creep onto the field. The central floodlight behind the pavilion. Rain in. Playing a miss there from Cook, who ends up holding the pose outside the line of off stump. The sun was a few minutes ago reflecting off a sign in the east stand, and it was laser beaming back towards us. Steps are glistening in that stand now. So you've got the left-hand side of the ground in shade, and the right-hand side bathed in sunshine.
Yeah, time for spectators to move according to their preferences.
Rain comes in, and that is left outside the line of off stump.
You can tell when it's really hot days in Cardiff, because the spectators very occasionally move from the sun into the shade as the game goes on. Mostly they're chasing the shade round during the day and move from the Cathedral Road end down to the Sophia Gardens end, which is a right little sun trap.
Yeah.
You can tell it's Scorchio when they move away from the River Taff end.
Jamie, who you can often hear shouting from the stands, has been coming in all kinds of fancy dress outfits recently. Looks like he's dressed as a giant teddy bear today. Came as Freddie Mercury during one of the T20 games, complete with inflatable stand and microphone, and a Sea Admiral.
So it's Deleda, who has a couple of wickets to his credit, and it should have been 3. 2 for 43 for the Dutchman as he bowls to Carlson, who works that. Oh, just beyond the grasp of a diving mid-wicket, and that one will trickle frustratingly over the ropes as the boundary fielder dashes round in vain.
Stanley McAlinden couldn't quite reach it.
344 for 5. Carlson to 139 not out. It's worth his parents coming. Deleda in, bowls down leg side, and Robinson does well to grab that one on the second bounce.
If you don't want to know that, Novak Djokovic has just won his 23rd Grand Slam, then don't listen to this.
Where are they playing this week?
It was the French Open.
French Open. Yeah, gosh. There's Deleda into Carlson, and he defends that one on the leg side. Cook thought there might be a quick single. There would have been a quick single, I think, but for a man who's been batting in the heat for a couple of sessions, Carlson for once says, stay there, please, Chris.
They were playing that World Test match at the Oval, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
So the Aussies are moving up to Edgbaston this week. Start of the Ashes.
Deleda in to Carlson, who smacks it straight at cover. No run. Fielded by, is that the sub Travaskis on there? Sort of 180. Yeah, message to Australia. Can you please let us have Michael Neser back, or decide that you're going to keep him? Just make up your minds one way or another. Because Glamorgan have, well, I suppose they have presumably been making inquiries. Deleda in to Carlson, who runs it down through the gully. It eludes the infield. There's a couple of fielders giving chase, and they will take 3 runs as it stopped just inside the rope. 347 for 5. The third batting point nears. So Glamorgan, could do with a definite yay or nay from Australia. I mean, presumably it'll be yay that they'll keep Nisa on board for the Ashes, but Glamorgan really in need of signing a replacement ace bowler, it would seem, having decided to go with a leggy for the T20 blast in Hapzoglu, who's performed well in a couple of matches, been a little bit expensive at other times. Delayed to Chris Cook, wide outside off stump, so wide that it's given us a wide.
Yeah. He's bowled quite a few in the T20 as well. A reminder about the Ashes, by the way. Obviously, Test Match Special will be covering it. There'll be highlights and clips on the BBC Cricket website and Twitter feeds and stuff during the day. And then there's a highlight show each night on BBC Two from 7 o'clock.
Oh, good.
Weeknights, 7:25 on a Saturday.
Delayed to Chris Cook, who drives to mid-off, no run.
And daily podcast as well. You say, oh, good. Some of these series when the highlights are on the BBC, I just sometimes delete the series link without watching them. certainly that was the way about a year or so ago.
Well, given well, look when you're watching in real time, it's looked like fast forward, doesn't it? No, that was a genuine oh good that don't have to put up with adverts to watch the highlights. But given our schedule at the moment, I'm not sure how many of them we'll get to watch.
Ben Rain comes in here and bowls, and turned away by Carlson, short on the leg side. You know, they're going about the 100 being on free to view TV on the BBC.
Mm-hmm.
I've only actually seen one game, and it was when it started in 2021, and Durham began their one-day cup campaign in Beckenham.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember if it was the night before, or it might have been the night before the match. Rain in here, and this is guided down towards third man. There's no one there. It's going to be 4 more runs through third man. It's been leaky there today on this short boundary. Yeah, I can't even remember who was playing. The 350 comes up, so that's the next batting point, third batting point. 82.2 overs. I watched it in the hotel room just more out of interest to see how different it was to the T20, and to be honest with you, it's basically the T20 with a few less balls. And all these endless interviews of, oh, here's a young child enjoying their first day at a cricket match. And I'm thinking, well, those children would have gone to a cricket match. It would have been a T20, not 100. Rain in. That's low past the off stump and through to the keeper. I don't know. I can't think of anybody I know who's gone down to Leeds to watch the Northern team from up here.
No. It's interesting because the Glamorgan or the Sapphire Gardens marketeers were reporting, which I was very surprised by, that about 40-odd% of the Welsh Fire clientele were from addresses outside Wales.
Rain bowls, and this has gone off towards the covers. My wife had the kids camping somewhere in North Yorkshire in that first summer, and there were a couple of kids on the campsite had Northern caps on. What are they called? The Northern Superchargers?
Yeah, batteries and batteries and cricketers
and crisps. And she said to these lads, "Oh, you're cricket fans?" And they said, "Well, we've been to watch this match down there." And they were from Washington. So she said, "Do you go to Chester Street?" They'd never been here. Rain bowls. This has gone off to point. No run. So that was their first experience of a cricket match. But I think they'd gone because they happened to be on holiday in Yorkshire anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the draw during that week. But
well, it's been very well promoted, hasn't it?
It's had a lot of money thrown at it, hasn't it?
It has.
If the T20 had that kind of money thrown at it. In terms of publicity and advertising.
Yep.
I still think there's too many T20 games. think go back to the original groups. Rain in, this is flicked away off down towards long leg for 2 runs. The thing is, if they're, especially in the current economic climate, it's the end of the over, 354 for 5. If there's a slightly fewer games, then they're going to be more of an appointment of view. And yeah, the weather can play its part, but I still don't see why Durham should be playing the likes of Northants, Worcestershire and Warwickshire.
Oh, well, if you don't, you see, Glamorgan have to play Northants, which, nothing against Northampton, but the Midlands, West and Wales group was a bit of the sort of, well, everyone else who's left sort of thing after they'd done South East and North and, everyone else. Not that they've got anything against Northampton, but you don't feel that that's in any way local to, South Wales.
230 miles from here.
Probably most of that from Cardiff.
Mind you, the National League North, have you seen where some of the teams are there?
No. Well, it's just presumably half and half.
Well, no, it's not. I mean, St Albans City, I think, playing the National League North.
Well, presumably
Bracknell Town.
Delane is into bowl, and Cook is off the mark with runs through the offside. A firm back foot jab goes almost the boundary, and they'll be able to pick up 3 very comfortably, 357 for 5. Presumably, in a league like that, they just sort of draw a line.
Well, it depends. It doesn't.
Depends where the concentration of clubs is, as you say. So
sometimes teams can float between North and South, depending where they are. But Gloucester City are in the National League North.
Yeah, so I suppose the dividing line's probably the M4 or something.
Yeah.
Anything above that is North.
I suppose some of the sides down in Cornwall or whatever will have quite journeys up to wherever.
Matt reported that there was a downpour to end all downpours in Manchester earlier this evening.
Was there?
As that's outside off stump and slashed away by Carlson just for a single.
Who's reported that?
Oh, just one of our listeners, Matt, who's listening in Chestler Street, but pleased to see that the skies remain beautifully blue and clear here.
You know, all the years I've been covering Durham, 20-odd years now, 23 years, something like that. What year is it? 24 years. I can't remember seeing an over lost at Old Trafford in the T20. Yet last year, went to Blackpool, lost half the match to a thunderstorm.
Pull shot by Cook, doesn't time the ball at all, ends up at mid on McAlinden Fields. Good evening to Reese, a regular listener who's listening with Pete at Limefit in the Lakes. The beer is cold, he reports.
Nice.
Sadly, cold and other temperatures of beer elude Martin.
Well, there is. I'm looking at a picture of a bottle of beer here.
Oh, don't.
Bumbles just tweeted.
Don't put yourself through it.
And he's tweeted A up, and he's about to open a Yorkshire pudding beer. There's a photograph of it there. I'm wondering if it's made with 2 eggs or 3.
What? Delayed at bowls, and Cook with a Labuschagne-esque flourish leaves through to Robinson. Yorkshire pudding beer.
Yeah, Yorkshire pudding flavoured beer. But
really?
Yeah.
That thing? Or they made it up?
There's a brewery down in Stockton, and a couple of years ago, when I turned 50, my wife got me some beers from there, and one of them was pancake and syrup. And it actually tasted like pancake syrup, but it was nice.
As that is another shouldering of the arms from Chris Cook allowed to go through.
I know what you're going to say. I'm just waffling on.
No? Oh, dear. I was just flicking through Twitter to see if there are any more messages from our listeners, and I see that Jimmy Cranky is trending on Twitter.
Oh? Right.
Vis-a-vis with the news that you reported earlier. Yeah. In comes Deleda. Bowls. Cook drives pleasantly through the offside. There is no offside sweeper for the relatively new batter Cook, and that's his first boundary. He goes to 7. And the total onto 362 for 5 with 12 overs left of the day's play.
Didn't the lady who played Jimmy Cranky die?
Jeanette, someone. That's a good question. I don't know.
Jeanette.
No, I think she's still with us.
The Crankies, a Scottish comedy duo who enjoyed success as a cabaret act in the 70s and 80s.
They're both 76.
All right, she's still around then.
And alive and kicking. Probably kicking each other if they're still doing their act.
Janet Tuff and Ian Tuff were the Crankies. Here's Rain bowling to Carlson. And through. They make him 150 from 200 balls exactly. And that is 18 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, fair play to the crowd. I don't think there's probably more than a score of Welsh people in the ground, other than the team and staff. But they're applauding every Glamorgan milestone. So well done, Durham spectators.
He was dropped on 67 and 107, wasn't he? Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. In comes Rain, worth a shout, and that is the end of Cook 4-7. He's sort of overbalanced himself there. Was it going down the leg side? Unfortunately, the camera angle's not high enough to see over the top of the umpire, but Cook looks disappointed to be given out. Neil Pratt with the finger of doom. He's gone for 7.
And I have a correction. An official correction has been brought to my attention. Northeast was LBW and not caught behind.
Right, well, they put caught behind on the scoreboard, didn't they?
It's now been adjusted to LBW in the official record of the game. 150 for Carson off 200 balls. Volley of boundaries as relayed by the PA man there. Who's 8? I think that's Andy Gorvin by the look of his build. Number 11 on his back.
Yeah, it is Gorvin.
So he is playing his first game of the season for the first team. He's been in and around squads. Has not been selected. 363 for 6, so that's a second bonus point for the home side. Well, they could still bowl Glamorgan out this evening and claim some sort of honours for the day. 11.4 overs left, but there's a bit of batting stickability potentially in this Glamorgan lower order. Van der Hoogten can hang around and hit a long ball occasionally.
I thought he was going to go first ball there. He'd lost the sight of the delivery, took his eye off it, and it's flipped the bat, and he doesn't know where it's gone. He's looking all over. It's ricocheted off the bat, looped out towards short extra cover. In fact, has it hit the helmet or not?
I thought it was the shoulder of the bat, but there is there's a helmet.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a helmet check.
Yeah.
Well,
he just totally lost sight of the ball there, didn't he?
Zain ul Hassan's helmet was apparently broken by the ball that dismissed him.
The one that he gloved back to the other end.
Yeah, obviously hit the helmet somewhere in the process. Looked as though it was just punched off the gloves with the naked eye, but that wasn't apparently the case. It was purely gloves. 363 for 6. We're going to get a little hold up. So the man out today, Ul Hassan for 24. Ingram 4, Salter 43, Northeast 60, Root 45, Cook 7, Durham fighting back with the new ball. 2 wickets for Ben Rain. 2 apiece also to Craig Miles and Baz Deleda, as Georgina Ewer, the physio, arrives in the middle to check Andy Gorvin's well-being.
7 hours after her arrest, Nicola Sturgeon's been released by police without charge, apparently. David Bumble says the Yorkshire pudding beer has got 2 eggs and onion gravy with it. Getting me thirsty, this.
So Andrew Gorvin is given the once-over by the physio and is handed a new helmet and has been cleared to resume proceedings, showing no obvious signs of concussion. Otherwise, that would possibly been one of the shortest participations in a first-class game if he had been concussed, but which would have made it a very long drive indeed for his parents. But thankfully, he is well enough to carry on.
There was a certain Yorkshire player here a few weeks ago who damaged his ankle while batting. As Rain comes into bowl again to Gorvin, that's defended, and had to go off the field for much of the day. Came back on later in the day, got hit in the helmet, and then the following day, after he was out for just 8, it was announced he was suffering from concussion and he was replaced.
Oh dear.
But was then seen driving to the ground on each day after that.
Right.
Which got a lot of people rather animated.
Yeah, it's probably not the best for your health and indeed other drivers' health to drive if you've been diagnosed concussed.
Ben Rain into bowl to Gorvin, defended here. So this lad started with Hampshire's Academy, didn't he? And then moved over to Glamorgan.
Yeah, through the sort of Cardiff University's setup.
This is his 4th first-class match.
One of the previous ones was here as well.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's played here before. I'll update BBC Radio Wales listeners and be back on commentary in about 5 minutes.
Rain coming in once again from the Lumley end. Right arm over, that's a good ball. Goes through the batsman and into the keeper's gloves. So Carlson's highest score this year came at Hove. It's his highest score in his career, 192. Previous has been 191 against Gloucestershire in 2017. And he's currently on 150 today. So having got there, bit of fortune on occasion, 2 drop catches. I'm wondering if there's another 50 runs in him on this track. Will he get there? Will he run out of partners? Can Durham get him out? Craig Miles back into the attack, bowling to Carlson, who drives one-handed out to Graham Clark at short extra cover, no run. Miles once again. That's gone down the leg side, taken low by the keeper to his left. Miles in again, a play and a miss this time. Ball just leaving him outside the line of off stump. He had a go at it. It moved away from him. Miles bowls, driven, massively driven through the covers and away. There's acres of space out there on that offside. There's no one across towards the pavilion. It's gone for 4, right up towards the pavilion steps. Here in the evening sunshine. Miles comes in. Bit of a leading edge here from Carlson on that occasion. Goes along the ground to Graham Clark in the covers. Miles past the stumps, bowls, leading edge, and doesn't quite carry to McAlinden at mid-on. It's bounced off his shins and runs across the square towards mid-wicket, and he'll get a single. Just turned a little bit inside out there by Miles on that delivery. So he keeps strike on 155. Hampshire bowled out quite cheaply today down at Southport. 142 have now got their first wicket, 115 for 1 Lancashire in response. And, Liam Dawson, the spinner's just come on and he's bowled George Balderson. Comes Rain to start a new over, pulled round the corner by Carlson for 4 down past fine leg. He's basically punished any short stuff today, Carlson. He's been more than happy to deal with it. This is away, out through mid-wicket by Carlson for 1. Balderson out for a half century in that Lancashire game. Essex have got a third batting point in Chelmsford against Somerset. 350 for 4 they are now. Rain to Gorvin. Ball rolls along the ground to mid-wicket, no run there. Warwickshire 336 for 3 against Notts at Trent Bridge. Who's getting the runs there? Sam Hain has 96 and Dan Mousley 86, so they came together 169 for 3. So they've put on about 140, something like that. Kent 301 all out at Canterbury, Surrey 12 for none. That's left by Gorvin. It stays really low, but it's wide of off stump. Does seem to be a little bit of a dead patch there. Skip through to the keeper. Glamorgan 373 for 6 here. Gloucestershire 78 for 1. They've managed to hold 25 overs now on day 1 in Bristol against Leicestershire. It's now raining in Chesterfield. So Derbyshire all out for 111. Yorkshire 272 for 5. They've gone off for rain there. In Sussex 338 for 8 against Worcestershire and Hove. Rain in. That's a bouncer down the leg side, which is left hello. So thunderstorms bubbling up in other parts of the country, but not here. It's a nice sunny evening. There's nothing whatsoever in the sky that looks threatening at all.
Neil Thornycroft reports that he once had walnut beer before a concert in an abbey near Grenoble, and it was horrible.
Too chewy.
Steve West. Oh, don't do that, Steve. If we don't get all the batting points, I'll eat my cat. Oh, dear. That's a long way off.
Just pause it there. No ball. Gone down the leg side. Umpire signals a no ball.
And that's it's not 400 these days, Steve. It's 450. So hold that moggy. Rob Williams is listening in Wrexham, where thankfully he says the beer tastes like beer. Emir Evans is encouraged by the turn on day 1. Could be a great championship wicket. So thank you all for your contributions through the day. Cricket, beer or other matters related.
Once had 12% Belgian beer made by Trappist monks in Bruges, which had bits of licorice floating around in it. I think it was licorice. So it's gone off to square leg, no run there for Gorvin off rain.
12%?
2 no balls in a row there.
You could stand a spoon up in that, couldn't you?
It was quite treacly.
Bet it was.
John Sopel, the former BBC America correspondent, tweeting this afternoon. As rain comes in and bowls. Oh, toes it into the ground and it just misses off stump and shoots along the floor to the keeper. He says, Thursday, Trump indicted on federal charges. Friday, Johnson resigns after Pridge Village's report. Saturday, 3 Tory MPs resign their seats. Sunday, Nicola Sturgeon arrested and now released. Come on Monday. What have you got to offer?
Yeah, it's a busy old time for the political correspondent.
Well, yeah, and if you do the podcasts, which he does with Emily Maitlis and Lewis Goodall, the newsagents podcast from LBC, they all ended up back in the office late on Friday night recording a special edition.
Yeah, a new podcast every day. Craig Miles to try and put Durham more on the front foot if they dismiss Carlson, as he works one away on the leg side for a single. 378 for 6. Morgan's target, I suppose, will be to get the 400 up tonight and regroup in the morning.
Oh, there's a video from Jonathan Doidge entitled Run for Cover of this storm hitting Chesterfield. The cover's being put on, the players racing off. You commentate there in a marquee next to the pavilion. You're at ground level. Yeah, some dark clouds there. When Durham won there in July 2017, they got off the field just as this mega storm came in.
As Miles bowls and Gorvin leaves outside the off stump, still to get off the mark. Andy Gorvin, having been whacked on the helmet first ball. BBC doing its computer system doing its usual trick of locking me out at least twice a day.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Miles in to Gorvin, who allows that one to go through low outside off stump. 2 slips and a gully in place for the new man.
I think this goes into screensaver mode after about 15 or 20 minutes. And I've tried to alter it, but I'm not allowed to. It's set like that, and apparently that's it. Get on with it. So
it's the trouble when you're writing a report in between commentating. Yeah. Miles in to Gorvin, who's defensively behind that one.
I've just done an update for the BBC website, mind you, so...
I'll assume you don't want to do anything for the rest of the day. I'm trying to polish up my close of play report for the BBC website. Well, I will when I'm finally readmitted to the sanctuary, unless it's trying to tell me something. 378 for 6 in the evening sunshine. Durham putting the brakes on with the new ball. 2 wickets for Ben Rain. Miles striving for a third with a short ball, which Gorvin ducks underneath, and it goes through to Ollie Robinson. 2 apiece to Miles, Rain and Delada. Which of them will be your chosen interview target at the moment, then?
Don't know, really. Might be Miles, given that he's just arrived. It's a new angle, I suppose. Play it, whoever we get, we'll play it in the morning before the play begins.
As Gorvin defends that on the leg side, and there's no run. Let's try rebooting the laptop, see if he'll do that one before close of play.
Mousley's just gone for Warwickshire for 87. 13 short of what would have been his first 100. Sam Haynes still there, although on 97 at Notts.
So the numbers on the board away to our right are completely invisible to us in the evening sunshine, so we shouldn't complain, really. It's a good reason for them to be invisible.
Ben Rain to Carlson. That's nipped back in and knocked him down. And the ball ends up racing off towards the slip cordon. Don't know if it came off the bat handle onto the thigh pad and then away, or if it just struck the thigh pad and went away.
Yeah, I think just thigh from the loopy trajectory of it. 161 to Carlson. Having to battle to he's looking a little bit wearier, I get the feeling.
Rain comes in, and this is cut down towards third man. Jones is there. They filled third man. 1 run. What a beautiful evening.
Glorious, isn't it?
I wonder if we should open this window next to me and let some of the warmth in from outside, because that window...
We're allowed to do that without
well, I don't think this
disturbing the players' concentration. Have a little bit more evening ambiance percolating into the box as the window squeaks open.
It's Island, isn't it? Oh, here's Rain. Balls. Oh, he's bowled. Gorvin. Off stump's gone. He's played around that one. He's out for none. A 16-ball duck. And I did that on my knees whilst commentating while kneeling on a table.
Well, this is a decent spell, isn't it, from Rain? Glamorgan have lost, 3 wickets for 38 now with this new ball. And Durham are back in it, I think, at 379 for 7. If they can get Carlson tonight, they'll have hopes, you would have thought, of some sort of parity tomorrow. But Carlson to grit his teeth, I suppose, and battle through till the end. And Tim van der Hoogten will try and stay with him, Glamorgan's usual night watchman, with James Harris and Prem Sisodia still to come.
So he's taken 3 wickets in 5 overs, hasn't he? 4.5 overs. 1.5 overs.
Yeah, it's dragging Durham back into proceedings, isn't it? Rather than a 400 for 5 type scoreline. I like the discretion of the Durham announcer who, like Dr. Hignell, doesn't actually mention it when a batter is out without scoring. Just give the manner of dismissal.
You know what? I've never noticed that, but you're right.
Mm.
It got to a point a few years ago at the Stadium of Light where they wouldn't even tell you who the away goal scorer was.
Really?
I started mentioning it in tweets, saying, you're paying all that money to go and watch a match. You want to know what's going on. I said, cricket, they tell you who's got 100 against you or whatever, or milestones from opposition.
Well, there are spectators from the visiting side who've paid good money, which goes to the home club.
And I then sat through numerous episodes of Match of the Day to listen to goal announcements after opposition teams scored and realised it was only Sunderland who wouldn't tell you who they were. So I thought there's got to be a story in there somewhere as Ben Rain comes in. Oh, Tim van der Houten, the new man, plays and misses. And Sunderland admitted that it was a deliberate policy because the team were doing so badly, they decided the best policy was not to tell you who the opposition goal scorers were, as if it would make it feel like they hadn't scored at all.
Well, you can say it's...
Is that the theory? I don't know.
I mean, you don't expect it in the same tone as a home scorer. You know, you don't expect the hoopla, but bit of commonplace information.
Rain in. That's a leave. How many balls did I say Gorvin had faced? Was it
16.
16. How many overs left tonight? 7.1. Still about half an hour. Going to be another late finish. Tim van der Houten pushing at this one. Goes off towards mid-on. No run there. End of the over. So half an hour from here. So one run from the over and a wicket. Plus an over. It's nearly 20 past. So you're looking at about 5 to 7 again.
Well, it's strange, really. There's, the bowling rate seemed to have slowed down slightly in the evening session. I suppose it's the new ball and several wickets have fallen. 3 of them to Ben Rain, 2 apiece to Deleder and Miles earlier in the day. Miles to Carlson, and he defends. And I get the feeling if Durham can get Carlson tonight, then it won't be too bad a day's work for the home side. At 340 for 4 when the new ball was taken, it was pretty much one-way traffic. Rain doing his best to disrupt as Miles bowls to Carlson, who's caught behind, slashing at one that wasn't quite wide enough. Carlson has gone for a very fine 162. Miles has got his 3rd wicket, and Robinson has got his 3rd catch of the day. And, well, it is not quite parity because it's a formidable total, but a decent day, evening's work by the Durham bowlers.
That's 4 wickets with a new ball now, and 2 falling on 379. So they were 340 for 4, and now 379 for 8.
That's been a really good effort by Kieran Carlson, hasn't it?
Yeah. He acknowledges applause from around the ground. Nice to see. He's probably worn out now. You know, a long day for the lad. He came in at number 5 in the 25th over, I think it was.
8 for 379, and Glamorgan now will be struggling to make 4 batting points, really. 21 to get, having fallen away badly. 340 for 4 they were. Root went on 340, Cook on 363, Gorvin 379, and Carlson on 379 as well. He faced 213 deliveries in all and hit 20 4s and 2 6s.
How many balls?
213.
Not quite his highest score then, 30 short of his 192 at Hove.
2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was.
3 it'll be on it now.
As the next ball from Miles goes through low outside off stump. James Harris is the new batter.
Man with the record bowling figures against Durham. Ran through them twice at Lords in a howling gale one May bank holiday many moons ago.
High score of the season, 28 not out, and did BBC Sport Wales commentary duty for us on Friday night.
2015 when he got all those wickets.
Miles into bowl to Harris, shoulders, arms outside off stump. And James will be rejoining us for 2 or 3 more T20 games. I believe he's coming to Chelmsford with us on Friday. Having done a few Glamorgan commentaries when he was with Middlesex. As Miles is in to bowl to Harris through low outside off stump. Harris plays no shot. 4 dot balls then, and a wicket in this over from Miles. And although Durham may not have their usual seam attack, the survivor thereof, Rain, together with Miles and Deleda, have plugged away gamely today. Miles in, bowls, and Harris has gone.
Double wicket maiden.
Stump knocked back. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. James Harris is out, and it is a 3rd bowling point for Durham. And the possibility, which seemed miles away earlier, we got 3 wickets fallen without addition, and Durham might even have to bat tonight.
Yeah.
So claim that this last one quickly.
So that was the 89.6 deliveries for that one. So he's got a double wicket maiden.
Three wickets falling on 379, and Glamorgan falling away badly. 6 overs remain tonight, and if Durham claim this within the next 3, then they'll have to bat. Sisodia walks the wicket. A little bit of entertaining biffing from Sisodia in defeat on Friday night Wednesday night. And he made 23, his highest T20 score. And Sisodia scored 190 odd for Cardiff, opening the batting in the South Wales Premier League a few weeks back, which shows really the gulf between even the best of club cricket and county cricket at times. Goes close to a double 100 in club cricket, comes in at 11 in the county side.
Van der Houten on strike to Rain. It's a slower ball. Van der Houten plays it back up to mid-off. No run there. And he's got hay fever. 24 years, Prem Sodia. Played for England under 19s at the World Cup in 2018. This is his fifth first-class match. His highest score, 38 on his debut against Derbyshire in 2018.
Bless you, madam.
Yes. Rain to Van der Houten, defended. How many balls did Harris face there for his...
4.
4.
Played down the wrong line. Stump uprooted.
Rain in. Turned this time by Tim van der Houten up towards mid-on to Stanley McAlinden, who will no doubt be wondering how costly his drop of Kieran Carlson on 67 has been. The partnerships he developed as well, 168 for the fourth wicket with North East, 91 for the fifth wicket with Root. Rain in. It's gone short to Jones, hovering quite close in on the leg side. Good comeback with the new ball, says Dave. After a tough day for Durham, Ben Rain, arguably the only pace bowler who would start if everybody was fit, even assuming the England players are ruled out as a default. It would be a nice bonus if they could finish this off tonight, but not have to bat for an over or so. Rain in. Van der Houten with a thick inside edge. It misses leg stump and trickles away down towards fine leg for 1 run. Picked up by Lees. Well, we're now getting to... Wants to get to within 3 overs to go. If the final wicket falls, then Durham wouldn't bat tonight because you lose the over you're in and then it's 2 for the changeover, so they'd come back tomorrow. Slightly longer day tomorrow, 99 overs tomorrow would be. But Miles, 4 for 72 from 21 overs. 5 wickets since the new ball was introduced 10 overs ago. Sisodia plays this up to mid-off. And just the 1 run from the over. What does that over rate say? -3. Over rate's -3, which is something Durham really need to think about because they won a game here a few weeks ago but had a point docked for a slow over rate. They've called it a day at Chesterfield.
Well, it's been a day of 3 very different sessions, isn't it? Durham may be fractionally on top in the morning. Glamorgan profiting in the afternoon as that one strikes Van der Houten, I think, on the bat, or was there a bit of bat? It rolled out on the offside and they've gone through for a single, little bit of bat in there somewhere. 381 for 9. And, well, see what approach Sisodia adopts. What seem to remember that in his previous championship innings, he's been a bit stand and deliver. Can he adopt that against Miles? Defends that hard up to mid-off, no run. Cardiff lad. So he's been seen as a white ball specialist over the last few years. Lost his confidence for a while in bowling in red ball, but has been playing the format in second 11 this season, albeit they only had, I think, 3 matches at the start of the season. Miles bowls and Sisodia punches it back to the bowler again. 381 for 9. Glamorgan losing 3 wickets on 379. Having been 340 for 4 at one point. So, just a question now of whether Glamorgan can eke 19 runs from somewhere and finish on a little bit of a positive. Miles into bowl. Sisodia giving himself a little bit of room, then getting into line and defending on the leg side, no run.
Oh, somebody's eating their cat.
Don't do it, Steve. You love the Moggy, really. 381 for 9. I suppose if you'd offered Glamorgan 400 batting first, they'd probably have taken it, but that's been Durham's session after Glamorgan won the afternoon. Sisodia pulls, and it's ended up at short mid-wickets, and there's no run. He pirouetted on that one.
He's played for Wales in the minor counties as well, hasn't he? In the
national county now, please. No longer minor. Yeah, there tends to be a very flexible relationship between Glamorgan and the Wales side.
In recent years, I think Durham have been helping Northumberland out quite a bit as well.
Miles to Sisodia, and he defends that on the leg side, and there's no run. If you look at team sheets between Cardiff MCCU, Glamorgan seconds, and Wales National County side, there's an awful lot of crossover between the three over the course of a season. And Glamorgan tend to use the Wales side as just a way of giving their squad players extra competitive cricket when they're not in the first team.
Right, we're down to 4 overs to go, so if a wicket doesn't fall in this over, then Durham will not be batting tonight.
I think the openers are saying, hide it miles away. Just don't get anyone out this over.
3 slips in place here as Rain bowls to Van der Houten. And his thick edge has gone past third slip and away down to vacant third man for 4. More runs through vacant third man. Miles is at third slip. He after the hand in the air, but it was wide of him. Van der Houten moves on to 6. Oh, what's happened there? A dead ball signalled. I think the ball must have hit his knee or something. It's just looped up and up into the air and come down on the track about a third of the way down.
Eventually swatted away by Van der Houten. Dribbled towards him.
Rain's just laughing his head off here.
Why isn't that given as no ball in first class cricket then?
Well, it hasn't got down the track, has it? So it has to be classed as a dead ball. Comes in and bowls again. And Van der Houten pushes it off to the covers for 1. It basically came down right in front of the bowler, didn't it? And bounced back up in front of him. Rain in to Sisodia, pushed up to mid-off, collected by Scott Borthwick. Crows. The crows have arrived. What do you call a gaggle of crows?
Is it a murder?
The murder of crows, isn't it? Rain. That's cut by Sisodia, and it's away through the covers for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, I don't think Sisodia's going to prod around too much. He will try to put bat to ball, given half a chance.
10 away from another batting point, which will be the 4th. .4 overs bowled with a new ball.
Well, this is a very different situation than we were looking at an hour ago.
Rain in. Oh, he's bowled him. So then, that is the end of the day's play. Oh, no, it won't be, will it? They haven't got within 3. So there's going to be 1 over here.
Oh.
So 2 balls were left. So they lose this over, then 2 overs for the change of innings. So there will be 1 over to bat tonight.
Yep, so Durham with 3 bowling points, Glamorgan with 3 batting points, 390 all out, having been 340 for 4 at one point. Van der Hochten is left not out 7. And Ben Rain ends with 4 for 79, Craig Miles 4 for 73, so they've done a fine job, backed up by Baz Deleda with 2 for 59. But Glamorgan all out 390. It's a decent score, but it's nowhere near what it might have been at one point. So, Durham's over to come.
Yes, in about 10 minutes.
Durham will have 1 over.
And here we are with Durham's 1 over. And Stan McAlinden, the teenage pace bowler, has been sent in as a night watchman.
Well, this is interesting.
Together with Alex Lees.
I presume he's facing, is he?
Yes.
Right. Could be one delivery. Who knows?
It's Van der Hoogten bowls and McAlinden plays that one out on the leg side. While having dropped the catch and gone for quite a lot of runs and over, McAlinden's day, I suppose, will be marginally improved if he manages to see off this over. I don't think they'll be running any singles somehow. Twos and boundaries only will be the order, surely, from Alex Lees at the other end. There's Van der Hoogten bowls, and that will be pursued towards the boundary. They're not running at all. It's scooped back inside the boundary by Andrew Salter. There's probably 2 runs there, but the batters didn't move. So Salter saving 4 by tapping that ball back inside the 3rd-man ropes. There's left-handed Lees, just plays a few practice shots. I'm not quite sure why at the non-striker's end. Van der Hoogten into bowl, and McAlinden defends the point. And there is no run. 3 balls gone, 3 to go, a maximum thereof. Glamorgan's slips without Captain David Lloyd, the usual one. Colin Ingram is at first slip, Sam Northeast at second, Andy Gorvin at third, and Andrew Salter at fourth. As Van der Hoogten bowls to McAlinden, who works one away on the leg side, and it'll be stopped just inside the ropes by Prem Sisodia. Again, they could probably have taken 2 runs, but they don't move. Well, there we are. That's what a night watchman is for. 4 balls gone, 2 to go. Durham will be delighted with this evening's session, having cut off Glamorgan's progress. 340 for 4, became 390 all out. 4 wickets apiece for Rain and for Miles, 2 for Deleda early on. 162 from Kieran Carlson, Glamorgan's centrepiece, as McAlinden defends on the leg side. There's no run. Sam North East hit at 60 in a stand of 168 for the 4th wicket. Billy Root 45, Andrew Salter 43, the other main contributors, but none of the last 5 got into double figures. So Durham very much keeping themselves in this game. This will be the last ball of the day from Tim van der Hoogten to Stan McAlinden, the night watchman. And in he comes and bowls, and McAlinden will get 4 down to 3rd man, deflecting it away wide of Salter at 4th slip. And Durham end the day 386 runs in arrears, but with all 10 wickets intact. And the balance of power, having been about level at lunchtime, swung to Glamorgan in the afternoon, swung back towards Durham in the evening session.
I think we've said enough, haven't we? Leave it there.
We'll see you at 11 tomorrow morning.
Back tomorrow. For a prompt start. We'll be on air about 1:45, playing the interviews from this evening. And we'll see you then. Thanks for joining us today. Goodbye.